Welcome to this course overview of my PHP for Beginners course. And in this video, I want to go through the course and show you exactly what we will be covering throughout this course. In section 1 of this course, we are going to learn about the fundamentals of PHP. So we're going to install a code editor. I will show you how you could use PHP code in HTML, how you could print something out on the screen, and how you could add comments and, well, how you could use a line break. In section 2 of this course, we will actually start working on the basics of PHP. We're going to work with variables, how you could print out the variables, what the different data types are in PHP, and since an array is a more complex data type, I want to focus on, well, the regular arrays, an associative array, and multidimensional arrays. In section 3, we will focus on all the different operators that we have. And these are basically symbols used to make code perform specific actions. So we have arithmetic operators, we have assignment operators, we have comparison operators, we have logical operators, and we have increment and decrement operators. And the operators that we will learn in, well, section 3 will be used a lot in section 4 of this course, where you will be learning control structures. And a control structure can be grouped into two categories, sequential and decision. And sequential involves executing all the code in the order in which they have been written. And decision involves making a choice given a number of options, and this will be done with while loops, do while loops, for loops, and for each loops. And from section 5, we will be focusing on probably the most important topic of PHP, and that's functions. A function is a self-contained block of code that performs a specific task, and we will have functions with arguments and params, and we also are going to learn how we can separate our document in order to prevent repetition. PHP has two types of functions, user-defined functions and built-in functions. And in section 6, I want to take a good look at built-in functions. And these are functions that already exist in PHP installation, and this is what makes PHP a productive scripting language. There are multiple types of built-in functions, but I want to focus on math built-in functions, string, array, date and time, and random number functions. In section 7, we will be focusing on how to work with superglobals. And this is the point where you're going to work with information that the user has inputted inside input fields. And that's when a superglobal is, well, pretty useful, because it stores and gets information from one page to another. I will also be creating a working context form and an upload system. And these are two pretty important episodes because, well, what we basically do right here is to combine everything that we've learned and create our first script. In section 8, I want to work with databases, and a database is basically a collection of interrelated data which helps in efficient retrieval, insertion, and deletion of data. And section 9 is pretty much a follow-up of section 8, where we will connect to our data in our PHP code, we will print out database information in the browser, and we will be creating a login and register script by doing some error handlers. We will use prepared statements to prevent SQL injection, and we will be hashing passwords. Most of the chapters will also have exercises, and I recommend you to make them because they will test your PHP skills. I will also solve the exercises at the end of every section. Hopefully this overview will help you to understand what we'll be doing the rest of this course. Welcome back to a new episode where I want to focus on installing a local server on your computer. And this is actually something that we will need to have in order to write PHP code. Since PHP is a scripting language, which mostly runs on a server, we need to install a local server. And installing a server on your computer is pretty easy to do, and it's free, and it won't be harming your computer in any way. First of all, we need to download a software that allows us to run our local host. And there are a couple of different softwares that we could use, but I prefer to use XAMPP, and I know that a lot of other programmers do too. And since it's available for Mac, and I actually do get a Mac, it's pretty good for me to use XAMPP. So let's go to Google and write down XAMPP with a double P. So XAMPP allows you to work on a local server and test local copies of your website that uses PHP code and MySQL database. And once we activate XAMPP, we can access our local host. So what we need is the first one, which is created by Apache Friends. So let's click on it. And you can see that you can use XAMPP for Windows, Linux, and Mac. I will be focusing on downloading it for Mac, but if you use a different type of operating system, the downloading process is pretty easy and similar. So I recommend you to install it right now, since I've already got it, and you need to be aware that you need to know the place where you have downloaded it. Please pause the video, download XAMPP, and I will be seeing you in a second so we could continue on. So if you have downloaded and installed XAMPP, you could search on the top right of your screen for XAMPP. Open the folder, and once you have opened the folder, you can see that we have something which is called Manager-OS X. So let me show you what will happen if we try to access our local host and we do not have our web server working. Let's go back to the browser, type down localhost, and you don't need to add a .com or whatever after it. Hit enter, and you can see that the site cannot be reached. So let's go back to our XAMPP folder and let's click on Manage-OS X. Enter your password. And you can see that XAMPP opened a window with a welcome message. But what we want to focus on is the Manage Servers tab. So let's click on it. And you can see that we have three different servers. We have the MySQL database, the Pro FTPD, and we have Apache Web Server. With the MySQL database, you can create and use databases. With Pro FTPD is a free open source software server, and we have Apache Web Server. And in order to run PHP code, we need to have Apache Web Server started. So let's click on it, and let's go to Start. And you can see that it's loading right now. And right now, we actually don't need the MySQL database and Pro FTPD. But you need to remember that whenever we are going to work with databases, so later on in my course, we actually need to activate MySQL database. But by then, we will probably activate it together. So let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. And you can see, let me zoom out a little bit. And you can see that our local host is working right now. I already got some maps in here. You probably don't, and it's alright because I have used PHP before. But in order to run your PHP code, we need to go back to our folder. And you can see a folder called htdocs. Open it. And htdocs is a directory of Apache that looks for files to serve on your domain by default. And if we go back to our local host, you can see that I have 3 maps. And if we go back to my htdocs, you can see that I have 3 maps as well. So what we need to do right now is to create a new folder. So let's right click, create a new folder, enter your password. And you can name the folder whatever you want, but all our PHP documents will be inside of this folder. So I want to call it PHP_course. So if you have a code editor, click on it, open it, and what you can do right now is to drag your PHP course folder that we created inside your code editor. So let's open our PHP course map, and of course it's empty, so right click on it, and let's create a new file, and let's call it index.php. And if you have used HTML before, be aware that you need to use a .php extension, otherwise you cannot run PHP code. Let's hit enter. And let's write some text. Let's say, welcome to my course. Let's hit save. And let's go back to our local host. If we refresh it, you can see that our map php_course is created. And if we click on it, you can see that welcome to my PHP course is printed out. And be aware that PHP will automatically load your index.php. So whenever we click on a folder, the index.php will be loaded. So in order to write PHP code, you need to have a code editor. And every computer probably has Notepad installed, and you can run PHP code through Notepad, but that will not be very handy. What we actually want is to download a more advanced code editor so we could add extensions to it, which makes our programming life a lot easier. So I got a website on my screen now called Guru99, which shows me the best free code editor on either Mac or Windows. So let's go through them and look at them. So the first one is Notepad++, which is a pretty good one, but I don't like using it. You have Atom, which is a pretty good one. We have Visual Studio Code, which is a very good one as well. And we got Brackets. I won't be focusing on the others because I actually don't know them, because I will be using Sublime Text, and Sublime Text is a paid version. But it really doesn't matter which code editor you use. You just need to use one. What I want to do in this video is to install Brackets with you. So you probably don't have this link open. So let's go to Google. And let's type down Brackets. And the website is brackets.io. And let's click on it. And let's install Brackets. I haven't installed Brackets as well, so I will be doing that right now. So please pause the video and I will be seeing you back when we're done installing Brackets. So my installation is done right now. So let's drag Brackets to the Applications folder. And let's open Brackets. Well, I will pause the video right now and I will be done when it's installed. If you have a MacBook, you will probably get a security check and just open Brackets. Right now, we installed our code editor, and what we actually want to do is to write down htdocs in our search, and we want to do the same thing that we did in the last video. We want to drag our PHP_course inside Brackets. And you can see that I have an index.php and you're ready to go. So let's add something else at it. Welcome to my course about PHP. Save it. Go back to the local host. Let's open the PHP course and you can see that the output changed. In order to get the most out of Brackets, we need to install some extensions. So let me make it bigger. Extensions make our work a lot easier. If you want to install an extension, you have to go to the top of your Mac, click on File, and click on Extension Manager. Right now it's loading all the extensions, but the first extension that I want to add is Emmet. So let's type Emmet, and it's the second one. And Emmet is a popular extension that you can find in almost every modern code editor. This extension simply improves your coding workflow by expanding the CSS and HTML code. Mine is already installed, so install it, and I'll be seeing you in a second. And what Emmet actually does is, let's say that you want to create div tags. What you could do is type div and hit tab. And you can see that our tags are actually created. And the same thing can be done if you type doc, hit type, and your HTML tags are created. The second extension that I want to add is called Auto Prefixer. So let's type it down and let's install it. And installation is successful. And what Auto Prefixer does is whenever you work with CSS, is making some tags work on every single browser. So whenever you want to add a transition and you hit tab, your transition tag will be created on every single browser. Let's install another one. And let's go back to File, click on Extension, and let's search for Autosaver. Whenever you forget to save your file, with this extension, you can save that extra time goes into hitting Ctrl-C or Command-C, because this tool will automatically save every change you make to your document. So let's install it. So let's close it. So in order to make the autosave work, you need to go to File, and you need to enable autosave. So let's click on it. And let's install the last extension. Let's go back to File. Click on Extension Manager. And let's search for bracket icons. And what bracket icon does, it makes your work easier because it recognizes the different types of documents by tagging them with special and colorful icons. You won't have to look for the file extension ever again to recognize a file. You just have to look at the icon. So we need to scroll down a little bit, and it's the fourth one. It's called bracket icons. So let's install it. Close it. And you can see that right in front of my index.php, a code icon appeared. So let's create a new file, and let's call it style.css. If I save it, you can see that the icon is a hashtag, which stands for CSS. And let's do it one more time with HTML. So let's write down index.html. And you can see that the color of the index.html changed as well. So there are many more extensions that you could use, and you can find them all on Google. I think that these are pretty important to use. But of course, if you want to add more, feel free to do it. Thank you for watching this video, and I will be seeing you in the next one. Welcome back to a new episode about how you could use PHP in HTML. And for the people that haven't worked with HTML before, I will be going through some HTML code and I will be explaining to you what they mean. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and it is a standard markup language for web pages. And what we eventually want to do is to create a website and add PHP code inside of it. So now that we've created our index.php, and if you have watched the previous episode, I have told you that you had to install an extension that will make your life a lot easier. So let's remove our welcome to my course about PHP text. And what we need to do is type doc and hit tab. Now you can see that your HTML code is generated. And for the people that don't know HTML, let me go quickly through it so you know what this actually means. So let me zoom in a little bit. So the HTML element is the root element of an HTML page. All your content needs to be in between your HTML opening tag and closing tag. And you can see that the closing tags all have a backslash right in front of it. So we have a meta, and a meta element contains meta information about the document. So whatever is in the head won't be visible for the user. The title element specifies a title for the document. So this will appear instead of localhost/php_course. We have a closing head tag. We have an opening body element. And everything inside our body tags are actually visible for the user. What we need to do is to work in our body tags. And if you want to use PHP code, you need to create an opening and closing PHP tag. And the way we write those is by writing down a less than sign, followed by a question mark, and PHP. And in order to close the PHP tags, we need to write down a question mark and a greater than sign. And like I said, in order for your PHP code to work, so you need more than only the .php extension, but you always need to write down PHP tags. Welcome back to a new episode about the PHPINFO function. This will be a pretty short episode, but I think it's pretty useful to show you what the PHPINFO function actually is. Maybe later on, you want to have a quick look at your PHP installation, or you want to identify a configuration problem. This can be done with a function called PHPINFO followed by a set of parentheses and a semicolon. So if I save it and refresh the browser, you can see a large amount of information just appeared on my screen. So let me make it bigger. Let me zoom in. It could happen that PHP updates its version, but your local host isn't updated, or your XAMPP, and this can be seen right inside your PHPINFO. So you can see that my PHP is, well, my XAMPP is built on July 10th, 2017. And we can scroll down a little bit. I really don't know what most of the things mean, but there are a couple important configuration settings right here. You can see that PHP 5.6 is running on my Apache right now. You can find my server root. So in my application folder, there is a folder XAMPP, and in XAMPP files, you can find my server root. You can see that the HTTP host is localhost, of course. You can see the user agent that I'm running right now. So I'm running Chrome. You can see the requested URI, which is the PHP course folder that we created. And the script name also prints out the file that we put inside our course. You can get the HTTP header information, the core PHP version 5.6.31. And if I scroll down a little bit more, you can see that the datetime function, where we will be focusing later on, is enabled, so we can use the function. And you can see my default time zone, which is in Europe, Berlin. Well, it's Amsterdam, but it's pretty much the same. So whenever we use the datetime function, the time will actually be in Europe and not in another place. And yeah, it can see whenever the sun rises. You can see that FTP is enabled. And you can see which type of images are enabled. So PNG, JPEG, a GIF are all enabled. Well, there's a lot of information right here, and even the encryption versions are available. The MySQL, MySQLi, which is a better version than MySQL. Well, the list keeps going on and on. And you can see all the PHP variables available. And we will be discussing most of these. And, well, PHP credits, of course. There are two basic ways to get output. And that's with an echo and print. The way you echo something out is by simply writing down echo, followed by a set of double quotes or single quotes. And in order to end the echo statement, we need to put a semicolon at the end. Whatever we want to put on the screen needs to be in between our double quotes. So let's say hello world. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is hello world. So let's test it out with single quotes. Let's create a new echo with single quotes and end it with a semicolon. And let's write down hello world. Save it, refresh the browser, and the output is exactly the same. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages of using echo compared to a print. But a huge advantage is that it can output more than one string. And what I mean by that is that we can pass in multiple strings in the echo statement instead of one long sentence. The only thing we need to do is to separate it with a comma. So let's say that we want to separate hello from world. The way you do that is, well, to create a first echo statement, hit a comma, well, I need to add a double quote right here, and world. So if I save it, refresh the browser, well, I need to add an extra space because world will be printed right after hello. So if I add a space after hello or in front of world, it really doesn't matter. Save it, refresh the browser, you can see that hello space world got printed out. Another advantage is that an echo is slightly faster than the print method, but in most cases it really doesn't matter. Right now, I want to do something that we haven't talked about, but we will do in a couple episodes, is to create a variable. And it really doesn't matter if you don't know what it means right now, because we will discuss it in a bit. So I create a variable called name and set it equal to my name. So what an advantage is of using double quotes is that you can pass the variable right inside of the double quotes. So let me replace hello world with my name is variable name. Let's save it. Refresh the browser. Let me remove the second echo. Let's save it. Refresh the browser, and you can see that the variable called name with the value of Dari is printed out right inside of my echo. And we can put curly brackets around it, and that's what I actually prefer, so you know that, alright, this is a variable. So let's save it, refresh it, and the output is still the same. But if I copy paste it and I replace the double quotes with single quotes, let's save it, refresh the browser, you can see that the output is, well, whatever we put right inside of the echo. And that's the biggest difference. The single quotes just prints it out right as an echo, and it doesn't care about variables. But the double quotes will actually detect that variable name inside my double quotes is actually a variable. So let's replace it with the value Dari. The print statement is an alternative to echo, and it really doesn't matter which one you use, it is more a personal preference. What I will do in the remainder of this course is to use the echo statement, but I think it's good to show you what print actually is. Print is a language construct and not a real function, so you can use it without parentheses, and you will understand later on what I mean with this. And the biggest difference between echo and print is that the print statement can only output one string and always returns one. So as you can see, I have the same code as the last episode on my screen. And what we did was separating hello from world with a comma. So let's replace the first echo with print. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that we're getting an error because print can only accept one string. But what we could do in order for print to work is to concatenate it with a punctuation mark. So let's remove our comma and let's add a punctuation mark. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is hello world again. What I recommend you to do is to pick one and stick with it always. I personally prefer echo because it's pretty flexible, but if you prefer to use print, feel free to use it. Welcome back to a new episode about how to add comments in PHP. Comments are usually written within the block of PHP code, so right inside our PHP opening and closing tags, to explain the functionality of the code. It will help you and others in the future to understand what you were trying to do with the PHP code. Comments are not displayed in the output, so they are ignored by the PHP engine. So let's create some lines inside our PHP code. Let's create a variable age, and let's set it equal to 24. And even if you don't understand it, it's alright, because we want to focus on comments. So let's echo out, my name is Dari, and let's create a new echo, and let's say, I live in the Netherlands. And what I want to do is to comment out a couple of lines. So if I save it and refresh the browser, you can see that my name is Dari, and I live in the Netherlands. There are two types of comments in PHP. You have a single line comment and a multi-line comment. I want to focus on the single line comment first. And the single line comment is used for quick notes about complex code or to temporarily disable a line of PHP code. So if you want to comment out a line of code, you just have to go right in front of the line and you just need to add 2 backslashes. And you can see that my color is changing as well. So let's add 2 forward slashes, let's save it, and if we refresh the browser, you can see that my name is Dari just disappeared. with the fact that the comment is not displayed in the output is, well, let's make my screen bigger. Let's hit right click on my web browser and let's inspect the page. Right now, we commented out an echo, so that must be printed out on the screen, while it was before. And if we open our body tag, you can see that my comment just disappeared in the output of the browser. So let me close it off. Let's continue on. You could also replace the forward slashes with a hashtag. And if we save it and refresh it, the output is still the same. So let's remove the comments. And what I want to focus on right now is the multi-line comment. And the multi-line comment is used to comment out a large block of code. And the way you do that is adding a forward slash and a star. And you can see that everything after the beginning multi-comment just got commented out. So you need to close it. So let's go right below our echo. And the way you close it is with a star forward slash. So let's save it. And if we refresh the browser, everything just got disappeared. So let's remove it. And I want to give you 2 quick tips why you should use comments. Because using comments let others understand your code. And what I mean by that is that if you have a pretty complex piece of code, you can just go right above your code, hit 2 forward slashes, and just write some text which you're doing right below your code. So let's say creating a variable of my age. And I know that, well, this isn't pretty difficult right now, but if you come back a year later and you just look at your code, you know what you've did right here. And that's my second advice of why you should use comments, because you remind yourself of what you did. You probably have seen that when we put multiple echoes below each other and we refresh the browser, the echoes will not be placed below each other, but it will continue on the same line. So let me create some echoes and show you what I mean. Let's create the first one and say, my name is Dari. Echo out, I live in the Netherlands. And let's create another one. And let's say echo, I like programming. Let's save it. Refresh the browser and let me zoom out. And you can see that everything is printed on one line. Well, the second line as well, because if I zoom out, you can see that everything is on one line. What we need to add in order for this to work is to add line breaks. And line breaks can be seen as a separator that are used to escape from continuing with the same line. And there are multiple ways how you could fix this issue. And the first one is a PHP code, and this is the /r/n. So let's make the first sentence a little bit longer with /r/n, and let's say, and I'm Dutch. And let's comment out the second and third line, save it, refresh it. And you can see that nothing is happening because with the /r/n, the line break will not be visible in the browser, but it will be in our PHP code. So what we actually can do to make this work is to use a function which inserts a HTML line break. And the name of the function is NL2BR. And whenever you work with functions, you need to put parentheses around the string. So let's do that. And let's go right in front of the string, well, the parentheses. And let's write down NL2BR. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that it works right now. But you probably might know that programmers are, well, pretty lazy. And this is a little bit too much work to do every time you want to echo something out. So what I will be using in this course, and I recommend you to do the same, is to use a HTML break. So let's remove our function. And right after Dutch, let's add a less than BR greater than sign. Let's save it. Well, let's remove our comments right now. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and let me add some spaces, which is pretty handy as well. And I made a typo. This is not going good right now. So alright, the first sentence is working, and since we're adding a break, you can see that it's going on the next line. So let's do the same thing after the Netherlands. Let's add a break, save it, refresh it. And I live in the Netherlands is on a separate line, and I like programming is on a separate line as well. What I actually do most of the times is to concatenate the break just to make it clearer. So the output will be like this. So after Dutch, I want to add another set of double quotes. I want to concatenate it with a punctuation mark and add another double quote. So let's save it, refresh it, and the output is, well, pretty much the same. Let's do the same thing after the Netherlands. Double quote, punctuation mark, double quote, save it, refresh it, and the output is exactly the same. And the reason why I'm actually using a break is that every once in a while, the last word will be a variable. So then you need to concatenate it. So I got pretty much used to it. Well, let me show you what I mean. Let's create a variable called Dutch and set it equal to Dutch. And let's replace I'm Dutch with variable Dutch. Let's save it, refresh the browser. And this is basically what I mean, because we had to concatenate it because after Dutch, well, you pretty much have to. And this is not necessary, but I prefer to work like this. So a variable is a symbol or name that stands for a value. So let me add it as a comment. Is a symbol or name that stands for a value. Variables are used for storing values such as a numeric value, characters, character strings, or memory addresses so that they can be used in any part of the program. So what you could do is put everything right inside of the echo. So let's say that we want to echo out, my name is Dari. Let's add a break. Save it. And let's copy paste it. And let's change it. Let's say Dari is 24 years old. On the long run, this will not make sense because you want some user input, or the same name, as you can see in my example, is being repeated a couple of times. So instead of typing it out, we can create a variable. And the variable is created with a $sign, followed by the name that you want to give it. And in our case, I want to give it the name of name. Now, we created our first variable, but it's equal to null, so nothing. So we need to assign it to something, and this can be done with an equal sign. And what I want to do is to set it equal to my name, which is a string, so I need to use double quotes. And I need to end it with a semicolon. Inside the double quotes, you could also use single quotes, it really doesn't matter. I want to write down my name. If I save it, refresh the browser, you can see that the two lines, well, the two echoes are printed out. But there's nothing happening with my variable, because we have a variable called name, and it's equal to Dari. What we need to do is echo out the variable. So let's do that. So let's echo out name. Save it, refresh the browser, and my name is printed out. A variable can also be concatenated from another string. So let's remove the first echo, and let's remove my name. Inside my name is Dari. Let's add a punctuation mark, and let's write down the variable name. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the string name, well, the string Dari, is being replaced with variable Dari, and the output is exactly the same. So let's do the same thing for the first one. Let's remove my name. Let's go in front, write down variable name with a punctuation mark in between. Save it, refresh the browser, and the output is still my name is Dari, and Dari is 24 years old. So there are some rules if you want to create a variable name. And let me show them to you. Let me add some comments. Let's scroll down. So variable names. So a variable name starts with a letter. And this can be uppercase A until Z or lowercase a until Z. It can start with an underscore, but it needs to be followed by any number of letters, numbers, or underscores. If a variable name is more than one word, it can be separated with an underscore. So let's test it out. Let's remove the echoes, or let me comment them out. And let's create a new variable. Let's call it name and set it equal to Dari. And let's echo out variable name. Save it. I need to enter my password. And this actually just went wrong. Oh, I don't need to set it equal to, excuse me. Save it. Refresh the browser and the output is Dari. So you can see that this, what we just did, is valid. So let's create a new one. And you got to tell me if it's valid or not. Let's create a variable called name with uppercase. Is this valid or not? Well, I will tell you that this is. Let's replace it with a capital. Uppercase or lowercase doesn't matter. But you need to remember that PHP is case sensitive. So if we add an extra y and we save it, refresh it, the one with a capital is equal to Dari with 1. And if you write down variable with a lowercase, you can see that the output is Dari with 2 y's. So let me give you another example. Let's say variable 9 name is equal to Dari. Is this valid or not? It's invalid because it starts with a number. So let's see what the output is. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that we get a parse error because there's an unexpected 9. Let me give you another example. $_name is equal to Dari. Well, I will tell you that this is valid because a variable can start with an underscore. Let's save it. And the error is still here, so I need to comment it out. And you can see that my output is Dari. And let's create one more. And let's say _9 name is equal to Dari. Well, I will tell you that it is. Now let's test it out, save it, refresh it, and the output is Dari. Because it starts with an underscore, and after the underscore you can add numbers, text, or whatever you want. There are multiple ways to do this, and there isn't one that is better than the other. It is more a preference thing. Like I showed you in the previous episode, you can display the value in a variable on a web page with an echo or print statement. So let's create a variable called age, and let's set it equal to 24. And let's create a print statement, and let's print out variable age. And let's create an echo as well. And let's echo out variable age. And if we save it and refresh the browser, you can see that the output is 24 with the print and echo statement. Right now, I want to focus on the echo first before continuing on with the print statement. So let me remove the print statement. Let's add a comment. And let's say that we want to work with echo first. And like I said in the previous episode, you can use single quotes or double quotes, but they both have different effects on variables. So let me add it as a comment. Let's say that single quotes variable names are echoed as it is. So let me add it. And if you use double quotes, the variable names are replaced by the variable values. So let's change our echo and let's remove the variable. And let's say my age is a space, and let's end it. So if we save it and refresh it, you can see that the output is my age is. What we eventually want to do is to add our variable age right inside our echo. And if you want to do this, you need to enclose the variable name, so right inside of our echo, with curly braces. And inside our curly braces, we need to write down the variable name. In our case, it's age. Let's save it. Refresh the browser and you can see that the variable which is equal to 24, is printed out. And the output is not my age is, well, curly braces age. So PHP is looking for the variable called age in your script, and we defined it. And if we remove it, refresh the browser, you can see that we're getting an undefined variable because, well, age doesn't exist. So let's go back, save it and refresh it, and this is what we want. So if we replace our double quotes with single quotes right now, so let's test it out. Let's save it and refresh it. You can see that this does not work because variable names are echoed as it is. So how it works with single quotes, you need to concatenate the two strings. Well, a variable age, which is an integer, but this can be done with a punctuation mark. And this is used to combine two strings or integers to create one string. And in order to do this, you need to remove your curly braces. You also need to remove your single quote at the end, and you need to place it after the word is, because you want to concatenate my age is from the variable. And the way you concatenate it is with a punctuation mark. And the spaces are mandatory, so if I remove it, save it, and refresh the browser, you can see that my age is 24 again. But it looks better if you add the spaces, so therefore I will be using it. And this works with double quotes as well. So let's replace the single quotes with double quotes, save it and refresh it, and the output is still my age is 24. Even though I will be using the echo statement throughout my course, I want to show you how this can be done with a print statement, because echo and print is just a preference thing. So if you like to use print rather than echo, I recommend you to use it. So therefore I want to show you how that works as well. So let's remove our echo and let's print out variable age. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and the output is 24. So let's print a string or a piece of text. And let's say my age is, let's save it, and this works. And let's add the curly braces after is, and let's add variable age inside our curly braces. Save it, refresh it, and this works as well. And if we want to concatenate it, so double quotes, punctuation mark, variable age, and let's remove the closing curly braces, save it, refresh it, and the output is still the same. I will be using the concatenation style, and that's just a preference thing for me. That's what I used to do with PHP. But if you want to use the curly braces right inside the print, which is a pretty good one too, or inside of your echo, I recommend you to just do that. The value assigned to a PHP variable may be of a different data type, including simple string and numeric types. PHP supports a total of 8 primitive data types. The first one is an integer. We have floating point or float. We have a string. We have a boolean, an array, an object, resource, and null. Let's start by talking about integers. Integers are whole numbers without a decimal point. Let's create a new variable called age and set it equal to 24. An integer does not need to be in between single quotes or double quotes because PHP will automatically detect that this is an integer. Let's echo out age. And you can see that the output is 24. So an integer is equal to numeric values. A floating point or float is equal to a decimal number. So let's create a new value and say price is equal to 10.5. Let's echo out price, and you can see that the output is 10.5. Let me add some text in front of it. My age is, and let me add a break in between. Alright, this works well. Let me do the same thing for price. Let's copy it. And let's say the price is price. So strings are sequences of characters where every character in the name is the same as a byte. A string can hold letters, numbers, any special character, and it can be as long as up to 2 gigabytes. So let's create a variable called name and set it equal in double quotes to my name. A string needs to be put into double quotes or single quotes. Let's echo out my name is. Let's concatenate it equal to Dari. Let's add a break. Refresh the browser, and you can see that we just outputted a string. It's pretty difficult to explain to you what a Boolean is right now, because it's very handy to show it in an if-else statement, what we will be discussing later on. A Boolean represents 2 possible states, either true or false. So let's add a break. And let's say that you want to go out for a party, but you need to be 18 years old. Let's create a variable called isAllowed and set it equal to true. Let's echo out the variable isAllowed, save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the system returns a 1. So a 1 is equal to true and a 0 is equal to false. The next video will also be about arrays, so I won't be discussing arrays. I will not be talking about objects and resources because it's an advanced topic, and later on I will teach you what they mean. And the last one is a null. So let's add another break. Let's create a variable called variable x and set it equal to hello world. So what we want to do next is let's say that variable x is equal to null. And let's echo out variable x. You can see that nothing's happening, because what we basically did right here is saying variable x is equal to nothing. A variable of a data type null is a variable that has no value assigned to it. So if you create a variable, let's say variable y, and we close it, we just created a variable with a value null. An array is a special variable which can hold more than one value at a time. Arrays are very important in PHP because you will use them a lot, and I mean a lot. So let's say that you want to save all the cars that you've ever got. Based on the previous videos, the way you would have done that is let's create a variable, say cars1 is equal to BMW. Another variable is cars2 is equal to Audi. And I add a third car, which is car3, and let's set it equal to Mercedes. Right now, we only have 3 cars, but what if we had 100? Would you just create 100 variables? Or what if you have a large database and you want to loop through it and find a specific car? The best solution is to create an array. An array can hold many values under one single name, and you can access the values by referring to an index number. To show you how an array actually works, let's look at this picture. Right now, you can see one gigantic box with small boxes inside of it. So 7 is a small box, 11 is a small box, and so on. All the small boxes have a value: 7, 11, 6, 55, 98. All these boxes are assigned to a key, which is also called an index. An index always starts with 0 and goes up until the amount of values that you have stored inside of your array. An array always has a lower bound and upper bound, and this is basically the lowest index and the highest index. So the lowest index, the lower bound, is always equal to 0, and the upper bound depends on the amount of values you have inside of your array. So let's continue with our car example, and let's create an array. The way you initialize an array is simply by creating a variable, and we want to store more than one car, so we will call it cars, and set it equal to array, followed by a set of parentheses and a semicolon. Inside the parentheses, you want to add the car names, but you need to remember that you need to separate the values with a comma. So let's say that our first car is a BMW, comma, second one is an Audi, and the third one is a Mercedes. Like I've said before, BMW is assigned to 0, Audi is assigned to 1, and Mercedes is assigned to 2. But what if you just want to print out one name and not all three of them? This can be done with an echo. So let's say that we want to echo out cars followed by brackets, because we want to specify the index number that we want to print. So let's say that we want to print out the Audi. BMW is 0, Audi is 1. So let's put the 1 inside of it. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is Audi. And if we change the 1 to 2, the output will be Mercedes, and if we put on 4, you can see that we get an error message because 4 doesn't exist. An array can have more than string values. You can add integers, string, floats. You can even add another array inside of your array. You can add booleans and so on. Let's create a new array, and let's say my car is equal to array followed by my car's name. So I have an Audi from 2015, and the amount of kilometers is 75,304. This is just a random number. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and we still get an error. Let's change it to 2, and you can see that nothing's happening. And that's alright, because right now we don't have an error. So let me introduce you to something new. Let's create a var_dump. A var dump is a function that displays structured information about one or more expressions that includes its type and value. Let's add parentheses, and inside the var dump, let's add my car variable. So let's refresh the browser, zoom out a little bit. Let's also add one break. You can see that the output is something weird. And it basically says that we just created an array, and inside our curly brackets, you have a key that always starts with 0, like I said. The value of 0 is a string with the name Audi, and the same can be done with index number 1, which is an integer of 2015, and with index 2, which is a float to 75,304. The equal to greater than sign is an associative array. We will be discussing an associative array in the next episode. So to make the var dump a little bit more readable, we can replace it by something that we did a couple episodes back, which is called print_r. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that we just created something that is human readable. That's the biggest difference between print_r and var dump. So underneath our cars, let's create a new array, and let's call it cars2, set it equal to array, followed by a set of parentheses, and let's add 3 new cars inside of it. Let's say that the first car is a Volvo, the second one is a Chevy, and the last one is a Volkswagen. Right now, we created 2 arrays. There is a predefined function in PHP that lets you merge these 2 arrays. This can be pretty handy if you work on a complex application, and later on, you created a new array and you just want to merge the 2 information together. What we can do beneath our myCar array, or let's add cars2 to make it more readable right here. We can use a function that we want to say that we want to add cars2 information inside cars1. So let's say cars is equal to array_merge, followed by a set of parentheses. And what we want to do is basically say that we have our first array, which is cars, and we want to add the information of cars2 inside of it. Let's save it. Let's var dump cars again. Let's refresh. Let me add a break real quick. Let's echo out a break. Let's save it. And let's also change var dump to print r. So what we just did is we already had our first array, the BMW, Audi, Mercedes, which are in cars, and we merged our cars 2, which has a Volvo, a Chevy, and a Volkswagen, into one array. Right now, I want to talk about something which is called an associative array. These types of arrays are similar to the index array that we've discussed in the previous episode. With an associative array, every value can be assigned with a user-defined key of string type. So let's create a new array and set the name equal to cars. And what we want to put inside the parentheses is the mileage that you see on the dashboard of a car. So let's say the first car has a mileage of 50,500, the second one has a mileage of 40,700, and the third one has a mileage of 60,300. So if we var dump our array, if we save it, refresh the browser, you can see the output. Right now, you can see that index 0 is equal to 50,500. But if we use an associative array, we can change the index to a string. So let's try it out. The way you do that is going right in front of the array value, write down double quotes, and inside the double quotes you want to write down the key that you want to associate with the 50,500. So let's say that we want to write down Aldi. And the way you associate it is with an equal sign and a greater than sign. Let's do the same for the second one, which is equal to BMW. And let's associate it. Let me zoom out a little bit. And for the third one as well, which is a Mercedes. Let's save it, refresh the browser. You can see that the index is changed to the keys that we assigned. So Aldi replaced by 0, which is equal to a float of 50.5, and BMW is equal to a float as well of 40.7. So let's replace the var dump with a print underscore r. Let's save it, refresh the browser. Print r basically prints it out in a human readable form, and this must make more sense, because Audi is equal to 50.5, BMW is equal to 40.7. There's another way of creating an associative array. I don't recommend using this one, but I will be showing it to you in case you come across it on the web. So let's remove our print underscore r, and let's create a new variable called car1, followed by a set of brackets, and set it equal to something. So what we want to put inside our brackets is the key. So let's say that we want to create a car1 which has a key of Mercedes, and the value has to be 60.300. Let's go beneath our associative array and let's echo out car1, followed by the brackets, and inside the brackets Mercedes. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the 60.3 is printed out. What I want to do next is something that we will discuss later on, but I want to show you right now because it's very useful when you use associative arrays. Let's create a for each loop by writing down for each, followed by a set of parentheses and curly brackets. Inside the parentheses, you want to loop through the array named cars, followed by a keyword in PHP named as. And we want to create a new variable with the name key, and we want to associate it with the value. What we did right here after the s is basically what we did inside our cars array. So key is assigned to Audi, and value is assigned to the value that's associated with it. Let's create an echo. So what we basically want to echo out is let's concatenate it, key has, another one, value, mileage, and let's add a break. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that all the array values are printed out. As the name suggests, every element in the array can be an array. and they can also hold other sub-arrays within. This can be a multidimensional array, so basically a two-dimensional array. It can also be a three-dimensional array and even a four-dimensional. And you can even go on. It can even be an eighth-dimensional. But you need to keep in mind that everything after a two-dimensional array is pretty complex. So what we did in the previous two episodes was creating an array, so let's say variable cars, and setting it equal to array, and adding some values, so let's say Volvo, Audi, and Mercedes, in double quotes of course. But what you can do with a multi-dimensional array is adding another array inside the cars, instead of a string like Volvo. So let's replace Volvo, so let's remove it, with another array. And this might be pretty confusing for you, and you probably might think, why do we ever need an array inside of an array? Well, let's say that you want to make a chessboard game inside PHP. The board has some squares, and each square can have a playing piece on it. You could store the state of each square inside an array. Or you might have a table of data of students from your class, and the columns are the data of every student, but the rows can be the average grade, and the second row can be the student number, and so on. So let's put it into use and start programming. So let's remove the cars array. What my main goal is to separate expensive cars from inexpensive cars. So we want to create an array inside our cars array with expensive cars, and that consists of an Audi, Mercedes, and BMW. And we also want an array with inexpensive cars, and that consists of cars of Volvo, Ford, and Toyota. So what we are basically going to do is to make a two-dimensional array with expensive cars and inexpensive cars inside one array. So let's create our new array, called cars again, and set it equal to an array. And we want two arrays inside of it. So let's write down our double quotes. And let's add the first one, which is expensive cars, and the second one is inexpensive. Eventually, we are creating an associative array because we want to assign some values to expensive and to inexpensive. So what we used to do with associatives array is saying expensive is equal to greater than Audi. But instead of using this method, we want to associate it with a new array, just like this. So right now, we have an array called cars, and we added a new array inside of our array. So we're already talking about a second dimension. Now let's do the same thing for inexpensive. That's associated with a new array. So if we save it and refresh the browser, nothing's happening. And that's good because we're not getting an error message. Let me style this a little bit to make it look better. So let's go one line below with expensive. Let's hit tab. And after the comma of expensive, let's hit another tab. And after the array of the inexpensive cars, let's hit another enter. This looks kind of better, so it's better readable. So what we can do now inside of our arrays, we can add the expensive cars. So let's say the first one is Audi, the second one is Mercedes, and the third one is BMW. Let me zoom out a little bit. Yeah, this looks better. And we can do the same thing for inexpensive, which is Volvo, Ford, and Toyota. And if we save it and refresh it, nothing's happening, and that's good, because we aren't getting error messages. So what our main goal right now is to access these elements. So what we've done in the previous episode was echo out cars, add brackets, and inside our brackets, we want to specify the index. So what we used to do is expensive because we're working with an associative array, and with regular arrays, we would have probably write down 0 or 1 or 2 or 3. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that we're getting an error message right now because array to string conversion. So what we need to do in order for the multidimensional array to work is to access the key of the array that is associated with expensive. So Audi is 0, Mercedes is 1, and BMW is 2. So we need to go right after expensive and create a new set of brackets. And inside our brackets, we want to specify the index. So let's say 0. Let's save it, refresh it, and the output is Audi. And if we change it to 2, the output is BMW. If we change expensive to inexpensive, save it, refresh it, and index number 2 is equal to Toyota. And this is basically a multidimensional array in PHP. You can even make it more complex by adding another array inside of the array. So instead of Volvo, we can create a new array. But I won't be doing that right now, because that's not something that we will be needing in the rest of this course. Hey, welcome back to this episode where I want to do the exercises for the data types. So let's start with exercise 1. It's called personal information. So create two variables, set it equal to, I want to set it equal to 8 and 7. Multiply it by 5, assign the output to a new variable called z. So let's create variable z and set it equal to variable x plus variable y. And what we want to do next is to multiply it by 5. But I'm not a great math expert, but we need to put parentheses around it. Otherwise, y will be multiplied by 5 first, and then x will be added. So let's echo it out. Let's echo out the total is variable z. Save it. Let me change this to exercises. And you can see that the total is 75, so this works. So let's continue on with exercise number 2. Let me remove exercise number 1. And exercise 2 is called value added text. So create two variables called price and VAT. So let's do that. Price, and let's set it equal to null for now, and VAT. Create a new variable called total price and calculate the VAT on the price and print out the price, VAT and total price. And this needs to be the output. So let's say that price is equal to 100 and VAT is equal to, well, in my country it's 0.25. So whatever is in your country, use that. So what we want to do with total price is set it equal to price multiplied by VAT. But that's just, in our case right now, 21. So we need to add price to it. So let's put this inside parentheses as well. Let's echo it out. Echo out price is equal to price. Excuse me, I made a mistake. Let's copy paste it. We need to know the VAT. And we also need to know the total price, which is equal to variable total price, and VAT is equal to VAT. We also need to add a break, so let's add that as well. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the price is 100, the VAT is 0.21, and the total price is 121. So let's go to exercise number 3. Let me remove exercise number 2. Create three variables called variable x, variable y, and variable z, and calculate the average, which is also a variable, of the numbers and print it out on the screen. Be aware that the average is a decimal number, so use a function called number_format in PHP. So there are a lot of functions. I will discuss them later on in a separate section after the functions. And we want to focus on built-in functions. So I want to show you a couple necessary ones. If you want to read more about number_functions, just click on the link. But the expected output needs to be the average is variable average. So let's set variable x equal to 4, variable y equal to 9, and variable z equal to 2, 3, sorry. That will be 16, so let's say 4, because we want a decimal number. What we want to do with average is, in parentheses, we want to add variable x and add variable y and add variable z, and we want to divide it by 3 because we have 1, 2, 3 numbers. So let's echo it out to see what the output is. Save it, and it's 5.6, many 6s and 7. So right now we need to use our function number format, and the way you use it is go in front of the variable, write down number underscore format, and put your variable in between parentheses. Let's save it, refresh it, but you can see that it rounds it up to 6. And that's not what we want, because we want a decimal number. And the way you do that is going after the variable, and you want to specify some other things. First, you want to say that I want 2 decimals. So write down 2, followed in single quotes by a separator, which is a comma in our case. And after that, we want a space as 1000 separators. So just a single space. Let me make this a little bit smaller. Save it, refresh it, and you can see that the output is 5.67. Okay, let's continue on with the next exercise. Let me remove this one first. So exercise number 4 right now. Create an array called countries. Let's do that. Countries, and set it equal to array that displays 5 countries and the capital names. So the expected output is the capital of the Netherlands is Amsterdam, Germany is Berlin. So let's do that. So in this exercise, we need to create an associative array. Remember, you want to set a key and you want to associate it with a value. So let's do that. So the first one is Netherlands, and the capital is Amsterdam. The second one is Germany, and the capital is Berlin. The third one is Thailand, and we want to associate Thailand with Bangkok. Let's create 2 more. We have Belgium. We have Denmark, and the capital is Copenhagen. And we also have Canada, and the capital of Canada is Toronto. So remember what we want to do right now. In my associative arrays, in the video about associative arrays, I told you what a Foreach loop is. Well, not in depth. So let's create a Foreach loop. And what we want to say in our Foreach loop is loop through countries as a key, and the key has a value. So key is equal to the Netherlands, value is equal to Amsterdam. And what we want to do is to echo out the capital of key is value. Let's save it. We also need to add a break. Let's see. Let's echo out a break. Let's save it, refresh it, and something went wrong right here. Let's see what went wrong. Netherlands is equal to Amsterdam. I added an extra comma. And the same thing, I think that's it. Yeah, that was it. And the output is alright. So let's continue on with exercise number 5. Let me remove this one. Create an integer called centimeter to inch that converts a number of centimeters, so we need to have a centimeter as well, to inches. Tip: 1 centimeter is equivalent to 0.39 inch, and the expected output is the amount of centimeters is inches. So let's say we want to convert 150 centimeters to inches. The way we do that is the calculation is basically on the screen, saying centimeters multiplied by 0.39. And let's echo out centimeters concatenated with centimeters is, because remember, centimeters, cm, is just a number. And we want to see how much centimeter to inches it is. And after that, we also need to add inch. Let's save it. Refresh the browser, and you can see that 150 centimeter is 58.5 inches. All right, next exercise. Exercise number 6. Create an array called expenses. So let's do that. Expenses, set it equal to an array with your biggest expenses of the month. Loop through the array and add the expenses in an integer called total amount. So let's create that. Finally, display the total expenses that you had and the amount of expenses you had stored inside of your array. So let's say amount of expenses. So let's put some random numbers in here. 40, 70, 20, 85, and 40. What we need to do now is to create a for each loop. And we want to loop through expenses as one expense, right? Because we just want to have one expense. So what we want to do in our for each loop is to add all the values, because add the expenses in an integer. That's what we need to do. So we have total amount. We want to set it equal to expense, because every expense in our array is assigned to expense. And we want to add that to total amount. So let's do this over again. We have total amount, which is equal to null. We want to add, every time we loop through the array, the expense. So 40, 70, 20, 85, 40. And we want to add it to total amount, so it builds up. And what we need to do, because we want to know the amount of values we have in our array, is to say that amount of expenses is equal to amount of expenses plus 1. Because every time we loop through the array, we want to add 1. So we know how many times we loop through it. So outside of our array, let's echo out my amount of expenses. Well, this doesn't make sense. Biggest expenses were total amount. Save it. Refresh the browser, and we're getting an undefined variable, total amount, on line 15. Let's set this one equal to 0. This one too. Save it. That's what I did wrong. So the 5 biggest expenses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, were 255. 40 plus 70 is 110, plus 20 is 130, plus 85 is 215, plus 40 is 255. All right, we're already came to our last exercise. Let's remove it. and create an array called weather, and set it equal to an array of weather conditions with the following values. So let's add it. Rain, sunshine, clouds, hail, sleet, snow, and we have wind. So let me add capitals. Using the array variable for all the weather conditions, echo the following statement to the browser. We're seeing all kinds of weather this month. At the beginning of the month, we had snow and wind. Then came sunshine with a few clouds and some rain. At least didn't get the hail or sleet. So what we need to do, like I explained to you in my array video, is that every value has a key. Rain is 0, sunshine is 1, clouds is 2, and so on. And as you can see in the example that we need to print out, is that we need to print out snow and wind. Snow is equal to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wind is equal to 6. Sunshine is equal to 1, because rain is 0, and so on. So let's put that on the screen. Let's echo out. We've seen all kinds of weather this month. At the beginning of the month, we had, let's concatenate. So we need snow. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Weather. And remember, you have to use brackets. And inside the brackets, you need to put the index number. And next one, weather, and we need wind, so that's 6. Then came weather 1, because rain is 0, with a few weather clouds, which is equal to 2, and some rain. And rain is equal to 0, 1, 0 actually, excuse me. At least we didn't get any hail. 0, 1, 2, 3. Or, and the last one is 4. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and the output is we've seen all kinds of weather this month. At the beginning of the month, we had snow and wind. Let me add a punctuation mark after wind. Wind is the second one. Let's add it right here. Save it, refresh it. Then came sunshine with a few clouds and some rain. At least we didn't get any hail or sleet. Thank you for watching this episode about, well, the solutions of our exercises, and I'll be seeing you in a new section of this course. In this section, we will be talking about operators in PHP, and in today's episode, we will specifically talk about arithmetic operators. So before we start, let's create a new folder and call it operators. Inside our operators folder, let's create a new file and call it arithmetic.php. Let's type in doc, hit tab, and refresh the browser. Let's open our operator in arithmetic.php. Arithmetic operators are used to perform mathematical operations on more than one operand. So let me add a comment inside PHP tags. If you ever followed a math class or used a calculator, you have seen some of the standard arithmetic operators that we have. So we have addition, we have subtraction, multiplication, we can divide, and we have something which is called the modulus. Let's create a new variable and name it variable x and set it equal to 5. And let's also echo out variable x. We can add a calculation where we can add 5 to variable x. There are multiple places where you can do this. This can be done right in the variable, but this can also be done right in the echo. So let's test this out. Let's start with the variable. I want to say that variable x is equal to 5 plus 5. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is 10. Let's remove it from the variable and add it right after the echo. Let's save it, refresh it, and the output is 10 as well. What we could do next is to create a variable, and let's call it variable x and set it equal to 3. Inside our echo, let's replace 5 with variable y, and let's subtract variable x from variable y with a minus sign. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and the output is 2, because 5 minus 3 is 2. We could also use multiply with a star sign. Let's save it, and you can see that the output is 15. You could also divide variable x from variable y with a backslash. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and the answer is 1.6666 and many more sixes. The last arithmetic operator might be one that you've never heard before, and this is the modulus. The modulus operator is used to find the remainder of division between the two numbers. Of course, this needs to be positive numbers, so let's test it out. The modulus is written down with a percentage sign. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output will be equal to 2, because we have our first variable, which is equal to 5, and if we divide 5 by 3, which will be 1.666, but the remainder is 2, and that's what we're looking for. So let's replace the value of variable x with 6. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is 0 because 3 fits twice in 6, and the remainder is 0. Assignment operators are operators that tend to do some arithmetic operation and store the result in the same value. Your first inclination might be to think of this as setting something equal to, but that's wrong. What an assignment operator actually is that you want the left operand get set of the value on the expression on the right. In PHP, we've got 5 assignment operators, and as you can see, they all have an equal sign in it because we're going to assign it. The first one is a plus equal to, which means add and assign. Second one is minus equal, which is subtract and assign. The third one is multiply, assign. A fourth one is divide and assign. And the fifth one is concatenate and assign. So let's create a variable and name it variable x and set it equal to 5. So let's say that you want to add another 5 to variable x. The way you could write it down, and you probably should do, is saying variable x is equal to variable x plus 5. Let's save it. Let's echo out variable x. Refresh the browser, and the output is 10. Programmers tend to be lazy, and just for an addition, this is too much code. Let's restructure the second line of code that we have. And let's say that we have variable x and we want to add and set it equal to variable x plus 5. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and the output is exactly the same as before. And you can see how much less code this actually is. So let's change the plus sign to a minus. 5 minus 5 is equal to 0. And if we multiply it, the output is 25. We could also divide it, which will be equal to 1. You could also add an assignment operator in the echo statement. So let's say that we have the 1, because we're defining it by 5 again. I want to plus set it equal to 5, which is equal to 6, because we have our 1 plus equal 5 is 6. The last assignment operator that we have is concatenate and assign. This cannot be done with two variables of data integer. So let's create a new variable called variable x and set it equal to 10. Well, you can concatenate with two integers, but the output will most likely not be what you expect. So let's test it out. Let's say that we want to echo out variable x and we want to concatenate with variable y. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and the output is 6, 10. The 10 is basically pasted right behind the 6. So let's remove the echo. Let's also remove the y variable. And let's create a new variable called string and set it equal to Dari is an old man. So let's write down string again. And let's follow it by a punctuation mark and an equal sign. Now let's add a piece of code right behind it. Dari is an old man because he is 24 years old. Let's echo out string. Let's save it. Refresh the browser. Let's also add a break. And you can see that it just became one beautiful long sentence. You will be using comparison operators in almost every programming language. Comparison operators compare values and return true or false. But you could also echo out a specific text instead of a true or false. Some of you might be familiar with comparison operators and some of you might not. Therefore, I will give you a quick refresher about them. I already created two variables called x and y, and I set x equal to 10 and y equal to 15. I haven't discussed an if-else statement before. I will create a more in-depth video in the future about them, but the basic idea of an if-else statement is, if the value in between the parentheses is true, this statement will be printed out. If it's not true, it will go to the next line and print out the following line. Like I said, an if-else statement could be even more complicated, therefore I will make an in-depth video in a couple of episodes. Let's put the two variables that we created in the parentheses so we could compare them to each other. So we have variable x is equal to 10 and variable y which is equal to 15. So let's say that we want to know which one if variable x is less than variable y. This could be done with a less than symbol. Let's save it. Refresh the browser, and you can see this is true because 10 is less than 15. We could also see if 10 is greater than 15 by using the greater than symbol. Let's save it, refresh the browser. Now we can see that this is false. We could also see if variable x is equal to variable y with 2 is equal to symbols. Save it, refresh the browser. And this is also 5 because 10 is not equal to 15. But what if we change 10 to 15? Save it. And you can see that the output is true because 15 is equal to 15. We could also see if variable x is not equal to variable y. And this is false because if we change variable y to 10, and refresh the browser, it will be 2 because it is not equal. And the same thing can be done with a less than and greater than symbol. Let's save it, refresh the browser, it's still true. If we make y 15, it is false. The next operator is to see if x and y are identical. This can be done with 3 equal to symbols. Save it, refresh the browser, and this is true. With the identical operator, the system will also check if the data types are equal. So let's make variable y a string from variable y, refresh the browser, and you can see that this is false even though the values are the same. But an integer is not the same as a string. Let's make an integer from y and give it a value of 10. And the next one is, we could see if x is less than or greater than y. Let's save it, refresh, and this is false. But what if we give variable y the value of 15? Now you can see that this is true, even though the values are same, because it could also be equal to. And this can also be done with greater than. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and this is still true. But what if we change it to 16? This is false. And the last operator that we have is called spaceship. Spaceship is an integer The last operator that we have is called an integer. With the update of PHP 7, they brought a new comparison out which is called spaceships. The spaceship operator does multiply comparisons and returns a value depending on the value on the left and the right to it. So how it works? It depends on what happens. You will get a number back from the system. So if the value on the left is less than the value on the right, the system will return a -1. And if the value on the left is equal to the value on the right, the system will return a 0. Let me make this one bigger so you could read it easier. If the value on the left is greater than the value on the right, the system will return a 1. The name of the spaceship is, well, kind of based on the way it looks. It's a less than operator, equal operator, and a greater than operator. So let's say that we have spaceship 2. This means that they are equal, so the system will return a 0. And if the left-hand side is 3, the return value will be 1. And if it will be 1, the return value will be -1. This was today's episode about comparison operators. Thank you for listening, and in the next episode we will talk about logical operators in PHP. Please hit that like and subscribe button, and I will see you in the next video. Whenever you need to increase or decrease a variable by 1, you can use the ++ or - sign. The increment or decrement operator only affects numbers and strings. Arrays, objects, booleans, and resources are not affected. Also, decrementing null values has no effect too, but incrementing them results in 1. The increment and decrement operators can be placed either before or after the variable, and the effect is different depending on where the operator is placed. So let's create a variable called variable x and set it equal to 10. Now let's echo out variable x. So the pre-increment increments variable x by 1 and then returns x. So let's put 2 plus signs right in front of the variable. And let's refresh the browser. And you can see that the output is 11. What this basically means is that ++ is equal to 1 and the system will add 1 to 10. So that's 11. We also have something that's called a pre-increment. If we put the 2 plus signs right after the variable and we echo it, let's save it, you can see that the value 10 will be printed out. This happens because we're echoing out variable x first, and then we are increasing it by 1. So let's create another echo, and let's echo out variable x. And also, let's add a break in between. Save it, refresh it, and you can see that it's 11 now. So what this basically does, it's echoing out variable x, and then it's adding 1, but variable x is already printed out. But after the two plus signs, variable x is equal to 11. So if we echo out x again, the result is 11. And the same thing can be done to decrement. So let's remove the two echoes. Let's add two minus signs in front of the echo. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is 9. And what this basically does is it will subtract 1 from 10. But because it's in front of the variable, it will be first subtracted and then the variable will be printed out. You could also add two minus signs after the variable. So let's test it out. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is still 10. So let's add a break again with the lowercase. Now let's echo out variable x, and you can see that the output is 9. So let's change the value of variable x to null, and let's put the two minus signs in front of the variable. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and nothing's happening because you cannot decrease a null. But what we can do is increase it. So let's add two plus signs. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and null is changed to 1. Thank you for watching this video, and I'll be seeing you in the next one. As the name implies, logical operators allows us to assert the equality of the statement. As you can see, we have 6 logical operators. I'll be showing them right now with some examples. What we want to do is to combine multiple statements next to each other so we can check for more than one thing. So what we did in our previous video about comparison operators was just one statement. So let me give you a reminder. We created an if statement, and in the parentheses we checked if variable x was equal to variable y. Of course, we need to create the variables, so let's say that variable x is equal to 5, variable y is equal to 10. Excuse me. If this was true, we wanted to echo out true. Else, we want to echo out false. What we want to do now with logical operators is to check for two statements. This can be done with the keyword AND. So right after our first set of comparison operators, we want to add the keyword AND and follow it with 1 is equal to 1. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is false. And why? Because AND means what's on the left hand side and the right hand side needs to be true. And in our case, x is not equal to y, but 1 is equal to 1. So if we change variable x to 10 and we refresh the browser, you can see that the output is true. We could replace the keyword AND with two ampersands, which is also equal to AND. You will be seeing the two ampersands way more often than the keyword. So let's change variable x to 5 and start over again. Let's refresh the browser and the output is false. Let's replace it to 10 and the output is true. As you can see, I'm only using integers right now, but you could also use strings in the parentheses in the if statement. So let's replace the two 1 values with a string. Let's say hi. Hi needs to be equal to hi. And this is true. But if we add an extra I, let's save it, refresh it, it's false. But I'll be using integers because it's easier to explain. We could also see if one of the two statements is true, or both. This can be done with the OR keyword. So let's replace the two ampersands with OR. Let's change variable x to 5, let's save it, refresh the browser, and it's still true because 1 is actually equal to 1, which makes pretty much sense. But what if we say that variable 1 is equal to 2, let's save it, the output will be false because they're both false. And if we change them both to true, so x to 10, you can see that the output is still true because they are both true. And just like the AND operator, the OR operator can be replaced with two vertical bars. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and the output is still true. Let's change 1 to 2. It's still true. And let's change variable x to 5. Now it's false because they're both false. Another comparison operator that we can use is the XOR operator. This literally means exclusive OR. It will check two conditions and return true if either one of the conditions are true, but if both of the conditions are true, the return value will be false. So let's test it out. Let's replace the two vertical bars with XOR, and right now 5 is not equal to 10 and 1 is not equal to 2. So right now the output will be false. If we set x equal to 10 and we set 1 equal to 1 and we refresh the browser, the output will be false because they're both true, and that doesn't work. So let's say that we want to see if 1 is equal to 2. Let's refresh it, and this is true because only the left-hand side of the operator is true. The last logical operator that we have is the exclamation mark. The exclamation mark needs to be put right in front of the first variable. And this basically means that it is true if variable x is not true. Like I said in one of my previous videos, 1 is equal to true and 0 is equal to false. So let's give variable x a value of 0, which is equal to false. Let's replace the XOR with two ampersands, and let's replace 1 equal to 2 to 1 equal to 1. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is true because x right now is false and the exclamation mark will change it to true. So let's remove the exclamation mark, save it, refresh the browser, and the output is false. And if we set variable x to 1 and we put an exclamation mark in front of it, let's save it, refresh it, and the output is false. I will be showing you how to use all of the main control structures like if, else, and else if in one video. In simple terms, a control structure allows you to control the flow of code execution in your application. So depending on the certain condition that you will be putting inside the if statement, you can create a system that outputs different line of code or different executions depending on the situation. As you could see on the diagram on the left-hand side of my screen, you can see that the control structure always has a starting point. If you go down, the condition will be checked. A condition criteria can be either true or either false. If the condition evaluates to true, the conditional code will be executed. And if the condition is false, there will be a different type of conditional code that you can add. To give you a real-life example that we will be building later on, let's say that you want to write a program that checks if a user is logged in. If a user wants to log in, he needs to enter his email and password. If the condition evaluates to true, you want to proceed the user to his login page. If the condition is false, you want to give an error message that the password or email address is wrong. So PHP has three conditional statements. The first one is the if statement, the second one is the else statement, and the third one is the else if statement. Well, there's a fourth one, which is called the switch statement. I will be discussing the switch statement in a single video, which will be the next one. Let's start writing some PHP code and start with the basics. I want to start with the if statement, and the if construct allows you to execute a piece of code if the expression provided inside the parentheses, which can also be called the condition, is evaluated to true. We want to build an application that only prints out a sentence if the age of a user is less than 18 years old. So we need to create a variable, and let's set it equal to, well, let's name it age and set it equal to 17. On the next line, let's create our if statement. The way you create an if statement is simply by writing down if, followed by a set of parentheses and a curly brackets. Inside the parentheses, you want to specify your condition. So let's say that you want to echo out the piece of code that only appears if the age is less than 20. And remember, in the previous episodes about operators, I've taught you how you could do this. So we want to see if the age is less than 20 years old. If that's true, we will need to print out a piece of text and we want to say echo. Well, we don't want to say echo, but we want to echo out, sorry, you are too young. Let's save it. Let me close off my condition flow. I created a new folder, control structures, and you can see, sorry, you are too young. Let me zoom in on both screens. Since the expression, or the condition, evaluates to true, the output will be sorry, you are too young. But what if we change our age to 21? Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that nothing is printed out, because we haven't specified what needs to be done if the age is above 20 years old. Therefore, the if statement will evaluate to false. More often than not, you want to execute a different piece of code if the expression evaluates to false. That's where the else statement comes into place. So right after our closing curly bracket, we want to add a space followed by the keyword else and a set of curly brackets. The reason why you're not adding parentheses and the condition is because the else statement will always be executed if the if statement evaluates to false. So let's say that if the age is less than 20, we want to print out this line. Otherwise, we want to echo out, you are old enough to go out. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that because age is not less than 20, the else statement is printed out. And if we change it back to 17, you can see that the if statement will be executed. So right now we only have an if and an else. But what if you want to do more than one check? Because right now we're only checking if age is less than 20. You could create an else if statement. And an else if statement can be seen as an extension to the if else construct. The way you create an else if statement is going to the closing parentheses of the if statement, hit an extra enter, and write down the keyword else if, followed by a set of parentheses and curly brackets. I recommend you to use a logical order, so don't put the else if below the else. First you want to check the if statement, then you want to check the else if statement, and if they are both false, you want to echo out the else. So let's create a condition to see if the age is above 50. If that's true, we want to echo out a piece of code. So let's say age is above 50. If that's true, we want to echo out you are too old to party. So let's save it, refresh it, age is 70. So the first if will be executed, but if we change it to 51 and refresh it, you can see that the output is you are too old to party. You can add as many else if statements as you want. So let's copy paste it a couple times. So let's say that we want to see if age is less than 10. And then we want to print out, you need to be in bed. You can also check if a user is between two certain numbers. And if that's true, we want to print out a specific line of code. The way you do that is by saying if age is above 18, and remember in our operators we had two ampersands, which is equal to and age is less than 21. So let's change age to 20. Let's change our echo to you are not allowed to drink. And you can see that the output is you are not allowed to drink because age is 20 and we want to see if age is between 18 and 21, which is equal to true. Thank you for watching this episode. The next episode will be a part 2 of the conditional statements. I think it's necessary to talk about switch statements in a separate video, because if you start working on complex applications, you might be figuring out that using a switch statement is handier than using an if-else statement or an else-if statement. A switch statement can be seen as an else-if statement, which we discussed in the previous video. But the biggest difference is the expression that's being checked. If you want to compare a variable with different values, you can use the switch statement. So let's create our first switch statement. The syntax of a switch statement is writing down switch followed by a set of parentheses and curly brackets. Inside the parentheses, we want to specify our condition, and in order to do that, we need to create a variable. My idea is to create a switch statement based on the role that the user has to log in on a website. And what I basically mean with the switch statement that we want to create is that a visitor has a different role than an admin or a super admin or the boss of a company. And we want to echo out different line of codes based on the role of an employee. So let's create a variable called role and set it equal to visitor. So what we want to do is to see if the user that logs in is equal to a visitor. So let's put the role inside the switch. And right now, we created our condition. Let's go inside our switch statement and write down a keyword, case. You need to define the case block every time you want to specify a check that needs to be done. So right now, we want to check, in single quotes, if our variable is equal to visitor. And let me give you a quick note. In a switch statement, you do not need to end your case with a semicolon, but instead, you need to use a normal colon after every case. If we go one line below, we need to echo out something that needs to be executed if the case is true. So let's echo out welcome visitor. After that, we need to use a break statement to end the code execution. So let's go one line below and write down break, followed by a semicolon. And if you don't use the break, the script execution will be continued up to the last block in the statement. So let's copy paste the case 4 times. And let's replace the names. So we want to check if the role is equal to admin. Then we want to say welcome admin. We want to see if the role is equal to super admin. And then we want to echo out welcome super admin. And we've also got the boss. And we want to echo out welcome boss. Let me remove the last one. Copy pasted 1, 2 extra. So let's save it and refresh the browser. And you can see that welcome visitor is printed out because role is equal to visitor. And if we change it to admin, let's save it, refresh it, the output is welcome admin. But what if the role is something that isn't specified in our switch statement? So let's replace admin with employee. Let's save it, refresh. You can see that nothing is printed out. So what we need to do in order to echo out something is to add a default block. It's not mandatory to add a default block, but it's pretty useful, like you can see. A default can be seen as the else statement because it has no condition and it will be printed out if one of the cases is not true. Let's go below our last break and write down default followed by a colon. Let's go one line below our default and we want to echo out user has no role. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that user has no role is printed out. You also don't need to add a break after the default because it's the last condition that will be checked. There are multiple loops in PHP. You have the while loop, the do while loop, the for loop, and the for each loop. Today, I want to focus on the while loop. So let's say that you want to print out the numbers 1 till 10. Instead of echoing out all the numbers, like this, echo 1, copy pasting it, changing 1 to 2 and 1 to 3. You can simply create a loop so code is executed repeatedly as long as the condition evaluates to true. In our case, our condition needs to be less than 10. The way you create a while loop, let's remove our echoes, is simply by writing down while, parentheses, and curly brackets. So whatever is in between the parentheses, which is also called our condition, will be performed until the condition is met. You usually use a while loop when you don't know the number of iterations that are going to take place in a loop. So let me add that as a comment. So let's go back to our parentheses. And let's say that we want to print out the numbers 1 until 10. First, we need to create a variable, variable x, and set it equal to 1. We want to create a condition that basically says, print something out while variable x is less than or equal to 10. So let's say variable x is less than or equal to 10. So if we save it right now and refresh the browser, nothing's happening because we're not doing something in our while loop. So let's echo out variable x and let's concatenate it with a break. If we save it and refresh the browser now, we will create something which is called an infinite loop, and the system will shut down. Because we're not increasing variable x, the while loop will check the condition, which is always true because x is always equal to 1. So what I mean by that is that variable x is equal to 1 and it's less than or equal to 10. If that's true, which is, this piece of code will be executed and then it will check it again. Because we're not increasing variable x, the output will still be 1. So we need to add an increment, and remember, we've already talked about this in the increment and decrement video. Right below our echo, we want to say that every time the loop is executed, variable x needs to be increased with 1. So let's add variable x and 2 plus signs. Let's save it and refresh the browser now, and you can see that the numbers 1 till 10 are printed out. The do while loop is very similar to the while loop, but the biggest difference is that the while execution is checked at the end of the first iteration, which means that whatever you are doing inside the do will be executed once, and the condition will be checked after. So let me add it as a comment after the do while loop. First do, then while. And I hope it makes sense because first the do will be printed out or executed, then the while condition will be checked. And the way you create a do while loop is by writing down do followed by a set of curly brackets, and after the closing curly bracket we need to create a while statement by writing down while. We need to follow it with a set of parentheses in order to add our condition, and we need to end it with a semicolon. And you can see that the difference with the while loop is that we're not adding a set of curly brackets after the while statement like we did like this before. Let me go back. We're not doing that because we need to put that inside the do loop. We need to end the while loop with a semicolon. So let's create a variable called cookie and set it equal to 1. What we want to do, which makes sense as a name, is to echo out I love cookies. So right now we want to echo this out until we have 10 cookies. So let's say that the condition in the while is that cookies or cookie needs to be less than or equal to 10. And remember, just like the while loop, we need to specify the increment of the cookies. So let's go below our echo and say cookie plus plus, so it increments by 1. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and let's add a break after I love cookies. And you can see that cookies, or I love cookies, is printed out 10 times. What basically just happened in the do while loop, the echo got printed out once, no matter what. Cookie got increased by 1, and then the do while loop will see if cookie is less than or equal to 10. And in our case, this is true, so the do while loop will be executed again. Instead of incrementing it by 1, we could also increment it with 2 or with 3 or with 4. And that's with a plus equal sign, which we discussed in the assignment operator video, and we want to plus it by 2 or add 2. Let's save it, refresh it, and you can see that it's got printed out 5 times. Let's change the variable value inside the condition to 1, and let's remove the equal sign as well. That's incremented by 1. Let's save it and refresh the browser, and you can see that the I love cookies got printed out once. In our case, the echo will always be executed, and then the condition is checked. And even if we set it less than 0, let's save it, refresh it, I love cookies is printed out once, even though the variable cookie is equal to 1. So let's create a while loop so I can show you what the biggest difference is here. Let's say while cookie is less than 1. And if that's true, we want to echo out. Let me just copy paste it. Let's add a break. And you can see that the while loop isn't executed because it will see if the condition is true first before echoing out I love cookies. For loops are probably the most difficult loops that we have. Generally, the for loop is used to execute a piece of code for a specific number of times. So compared to the while loop, with the for loop you know how many times you want to execute a block of code. The way you create a for loop is simply by writing down for, followed by a set of parentheses and a curly bracket. A for loop has three expressions inside the parentheses. The first one is called the initialization. Sorry, it's a pretty difficult word. The second one is called condition. And the third one is the counter. As you can see, I'm ending every expression with a semicolon. You don't need to do it with the last one because the loop will detect that it's the last expression. So let's start with the initialization. And let me add some comments as well. So the initialization is evaluated once at the beginning of the loop. This could also be seen as your starting point. So let's replace the keyword initialization with a variable x and set it equal to 0 because we want to start with 0. The second one is the condition. The condition is also evaluated in the beginning of the loop. Right here, there are two options. Option 1, if it's true, execute. So execute whatever is in the for loop. And option 2 is, if it's false, stop. So the code will not be executed. So let's say that we want to execute the loop until variable x is less than 10. So the way you do that is saying variable x is less than 10. The third expression, which is the counter, will be evaluated at the end of every loop. So the counter evaluated at the end of every loop. This needs to be an increment or decrement. And remember, we discussed increment and decrements in one of our previous videos. So what we want to do is to replace counter with variable x++ because we want to increment it with 1 every time the code is executed. So let's say that we want to echo out something. We want to echo out the number is concatenated with variable x. Now let's echo out a break as well. This is going wrong. Let's save it. I hope that you're seeing what I'm doing wrong right now because variable x is equal to 0, so we need to change it to 1. Let's refresh it. So I want you to detect why the number 1 until 10 are not printed out. So please pause the video, find the problem, and I will tell you why. Right now we're saying that the condition is variable x is less than 10, but it needs to be less than or equal to 10. So let's save it, refresh it, and the last number 10 is printed out. So let's go through our for loop one more time. So we created a for loop and we said that variable x is equal to 1. We want to loop through the for loop till variable x is less than or equal to 10. But what needs to be done every time the loop is executed is that variable x needs to increase with 1. Otherwise, we will create an infinite loop. And every time the loop is executed, we want to echo out the number is the number. You can see that every loop that we created is pretty similar to the other loops. So if we compare it to a while loop, let's create a while loop. The initialization is placed outside, so variable x is equal to 1. And the increment, let's copy and paste it, is placed inside the while loop with the echoes as well. And the condition of the for loop is the same condition that we need in our while loop. So let's place it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is exactly the same. So let's do one more exercise with a for loop. Let me remove the while loop because we don't need it. Refresh the browser. So let me add comments. So you're going to the bank on the 1st of January. You want to to deposit $1,000. The interest rate is 5%, and I know that it's not real, otherwise we would have been pretty rich. So you want to withdraw it after 5 years, and you haven't withdrawn anything in between the 5 years. So what I want you to do is to calculate the end capital and print it out. So please pause the video right now and start it again whenever you have the right solution. First off, we need to create two variables. First variable is called deposit, and we want to set it equal to 1,000. And variable 2 is equal to interest, and the value of interest is 0.05. Let's create a for loop, and inside our parentheses we want to say that the initialization is year is equal to 1. The condition is years is less than or equal to 5, and we want to increment years every time the loop is executed by 1. So in our curly brackets we want to say that deposit is equal to parentheses and a semicolon, and inside the parentheses we want to say that deposit multiplied by interest, and what we want to do after is to add deposit again. Well, let me add deposit, and let's add a plus sign in front of the equal. So what we want to do next is to echo the total amount after, so the year, which is equal to the variable years. Year is deposit, and we want to echo out a break. Let me comment out the for loop really quick. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the total amount after 1 year is 1,050. After 2 years is 1,102.50 cents. After 3 years, and 4 and 5. In one of my previous videos about arrays, I've kind of discussed for each loops, but right now I want to go a little bit more in depth about for each loops. A for each loop is used to iterate over array variables. So let me that as a comment, iterate over array variables. Because it's good to remember that for each loops only works on arrays and objects. And if you try a different data type, the system will return an error message. The way you create a for each loop is by simply writing down for each, followed by a set of parentheses and curly brackets. Inside the parentheses, the first form loops over the given array, which is also called an array expression. On every iteration, the value of the current element that you've got in the array is assigned with the keyword as to a variable called key. You can also rename it, but right now I will call it the key. So let's create an array and set it equal to names. I want to add a couple names inside of my array. First name is John, second name is Michael, and the third name is David. Let me zoom out. All right. Like I said, we need to replace array expression because it's not our array name. So let's replace it with names. Now let me give you a quick tip before we continue on. I said that on each iteration, the value of the current element will be assigned to key. So every time we loop through names, the first name will be assigned to key, second name will be assigned to key, and so on. What I like to do with the variable key is to name it something which is related to the array name. So we've got one big box which is called names, and we have small boxes inside of it. John is a box, Michael is a box, David is a box. And they all have one specific name inside of it. And because we want to iterate through the names, I want to replace my key with name. Because every time we iterate, we just get one name value. So let's echo out name. And let's add a break. Save it. Refresh the browser, and you can see that all the names in our array are printed out. Well, let's add some text right in front of it to make it more beautiful. And let's say my name is not M&M, but let's concatenate it. And you can see that my name is John, Michael, and David, which is not true. The same thing can be done with associative arrays. So let's create a new array called person and set it equal to array. And in case you've forgotten, an associative array has a key and a value. So let's say that my name is Dari, I'm 30 years old, and I'm a male. These three values inside our array are actually called values, and we want to assign it to a key. So for my name, I want to create a key which is called name and set it equal to my name with an equal greater than sign. And for my age as well, I want to say that my age is equal to 30, and I want to say that my gender is equal to male. So let's go right below our array. Let me actually place my person's array below the for each. And let's create another for each loop. So we want to iterate through our person array as key, and we want to associate it with the value. Just like we did before. Our key is name and our value is Dari, and so on. So what we want to do is to echo out our key, and we want to concatenate it with a colon and with our value. And let's also add a break. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that my name is equal to Dari, age is equal to 30, which is not true, and my gender is equal to male. You will be using functions a lot from now on, so I recommend you to pay attention and do a lot of extra research on them. So a function is basically a block of code written in a program to perform some specific task. So everything that we've done by now could have been put into a function, and we could call that function every time we need it. So what we did by now is creating for each loops. We created while loops, created if statements, and so on. What you could have done is put them inside a function and call the function every time you just needed that specific part of the code. But it wasn't necessary for us because I was just explaining you the basics of PHP. So in PHP, we have two major types of functions. And the first one is the built-in function. And since PHP provides us with a huge collection of built-in library functions, these functions are already coded and stored in a form of function. We've used these a lot by now, and if you remember, we used var dump, which is equal to a function. We used print_r, which is equal to a function. In the next section, I will be going in depth on some built-in functions that may be necessary in your programming career. We've also got user-defined functions. We will be focusing on these. User-defined functions are functions that we can create and customize. You might be wondering, why should I use functions if I could write down my code the way we did until this point? Well, I wrote down 3 reasons, and the first one is the reusability of code. So let's say that you need to use a common code multiple times in your application. Instead of copy-pasting or writing it down every single time, you could create a function and call the function whenever you need that specific line of code. So let's say that you want to echo out hello world. Let's say 20 times in your application. You could just create a function, paste the echo inside of the function, and just call your function every time you want to echo it out, instead of copy-pasting it every single time. Second reason is that it's easier for error detection. So let's say that you coded everything in one single file. It is difficult to find out where you programmed something wrong. If we divide our code into functions, we can easily detect in which function we made a mistake. Later on, when we start working with functions, you will understand what I mean with this. And the third reason is that it's easily maintained. This is pretty much the same as the reusability of code. Let's say that you've copy-pasted a line of code multiple times, and you need to change that line of code. What that means is that you need to change it everywhere in your application. If we change it inside our function, it will be changed everywhere, which makes it easy to maintain. Now let me go back to the echo example that I just gave you. Let's say that you want to change something in your echo and you want to change world to earth. You need to copy-paste it and change it everywhere. and you will be making mistakes no matter what. And if you have a function, you just need to change it in one specific place. By now, you must know what a function is and why you should use a function. Before we start, let me start by explaining to you how you could format functions, classes, and variables. So you have three common ways to format them, and I will add comments. The first one is camel case. And what camel case basically is that every word after the first one starts with a capital. So you're not using spaces, underscores, or other punctuations. So let me add that as a comment, that every word after the first one is a capital. So let me give you an example as well. So we want to create a function with the name myFunction. The way you create that with camel case is simply by writing down my with a capital F function followed by a set of parentheses and semicolon. The second way to format them is lowercase. And lowercase basically means that all words are in lowercase, but every following word has an underscore in between it. All lowercase, underscore in between. So let me use the same example as my function. That would be my underscore function. And the third one is Pascal case. And Pascal case is basically a naming convention in which the first letter of each word is a compound word. So that basically means that it's capitalized. So every word is capitalized. And my function would be the M with a capital and the F with a capital as well. So I recommend you to use camel case or lowercase for variables and functions. And that's basically what we did throughout this course until this point. And I recommend you to use Pascal case for classes, which we will be discussing later on. So let's create our first function by writing down the keyword function, followed by the function name. And I want to continue on with the my function. So let's write down my function with a set of parentheses and curly brackets. And what we want to do is basically echo out hello. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that nothing's happening because we need to call our function. And we need to do that outside our function, otherwise it won't work. So let's add my function right here. This is the way you call it, by writing down my function, set of parentheses, and semicolon. So let's save it, refresh it, and nothing's happening. Because everything that's in between our function that we want to do is the local scope. So we can't use that outside. So let's copy my function, let's paste it, let's refresh it, and you can see that hello is printed out. We're basically calling whatever is inside our myFunction function. We can even create variables inside our functions. So let's say variable x is equal to hello, and let's replace hello in our echo, the string, to variable x, save it, refresh it, and the output is, well, almost the same. The output is the same now. But if we want to use variable x outside, let me echo it out, outside of our function, you can see that we get an undefined variable x, because just like I said, everything in our function is a local scope, so we cannot use that outside of our function. Thank you for watching this episode, and I'll be seeing you in the next one. Welcome back to this episode where we will be talking about arguments and parameters in functions. Let's create a function and give it the name of calculator. Inside the parentheses of our function, we could add variables. And whenever you put variables inside the parentheses, they are not called variables anymore, but parameters. Parameters are used to hold the values executable during runtime. And the function can take as many parameters as it wants, but you need to separate them with a comma. So let's say that we want to do a multiplication inside our function and call it in our application. So we need to pass in two parameters. The first one is called num1 and the second one is called num2. Right now we created two parameters. Let me add that as a comment. So an argument is a value passed to a function and the parameter is used to hold those arguments. So you probably might wonder, what on earth is the difference? Well, there isn't, because they're both the same. But you need to keep in mind, for every parameter, we need to pass an argument. So let's create two variables at the top of our document. And let's call it num1 is equal to 5 and num2 is equal to 5. I showed you in the previous episode how you could call your function by simply writing down the function name with a set of parentheses and a semicolon. In the parentheses, we need to add arguments because the parameters need to be set equal to something because right now they have no value. So we want to pass in num1 and num2 again. What we did right here is we created arguments. So let's start over again and let me explain to you what we did. So we created two variables, num1 and num2, and we set them both equal to 5. We created a function called calculator where we want to calculate the multiplicity of two numbers. In order to do that, we need to pass in two parameters inside our function, which we did. If we run it right now, you can see that nothing's happening. So below our function, we called our function and we're passing in two arguments. So the values of the two arguments are the same as the two values of the parameters. So let's go inside our function and actually do something. Let's say that we want to echo out the multiplicity of num1 and num2. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and the output is 25. There's also something else, and you can set a default value for the parameters that we have. And it's pretty handy if we do not pass any argument for the parameter with a default value. So what PHP will do then is to use the default value, so it won't return an error message. So let's say that we want to create a default value for num2. The way you do that is going inside your parentheses of the function and set it equal to a value. So let's say that we want to set it equal to 20. If we save it and refresh it, you can see that the output is still 25, because the argument will override the default value. So let's remove the second argument and let's save it and refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is 100. PHP is using our default value now, because there's no second argument. And this can also be done for all parameters. So let's say that we want to set num1 equal to 5, and let's remove the argument. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and the output is 100, even though we haven't added any arguments. So let me show you what will happen if we do not specify an argument. Let's remove the default value of num2, and let's add num1 as an argument. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and let me zoom out. And you can see that we're getting an error message because argument 2 for the function calculator, and it's called in, well, right here, is missing. What the function with the return value does is returning a value back to the program from where it's called. So we want to return a specific value, and this can be text, integers, well, it could be anything. So PHP allows us two ways in which an argument can be passed into a function. The first one is passed by value, and the second one is passed by reference. I want to start off with pass by value. And this basically means that the value of the argument gets changed within a function, but the original value outside the function remains unchanged. So the best way to show you what it actually is to show you examples. So let's get started. So what we want to do is to create a function that adds two numbers. So let's create a function called add. Let's add two parameters. The first one is num1 and the second one is num2. Let's create num1 and num2. So num1 is equal to 10 and num2 is equal to 15. So what we used to do inside our function was to say echo out num1 plus num2. Now let's call our function. Let's save it, refresh the browser. Let me make this a little bit bigger because we're only working with numbers. So what we are doing right here is outputting it to the browser, which makes sense. But we're not storing the value, the return value. And you might think, why don't you create a variable like this? Variable result is equal to num1, num2. And let's echo out result. Output is still the same. If we do it like this, we're not changing anything because we're using a function which is a local scope. But what we actually want to do is to store the result value, which is 25 in our case. And in order to do that, we should replace echo with a keyword return. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the number disappeared. That just happened because the return function treats itself like a variable. So let's go right in front of where we call our function and let's say echo. The number is 25. This can be done because we are kind of dealing with a variable. A return value returns a variable. Even when we return num1 plus num2, it will become a variable in the system's eyes. Let's create a new function with the name subtract. And we want to pass in num1 and num2 again. And we want to echo out num1 minus num2. Let's call the function. Let's save it, refresh it, and let's also add a break. And the answer is -5. And you can see that it works. It prints it out on the screen. But if we want to add a piece of text in front of subtract, so let's say echo, the number is, you can see that this doesn't work because you basically cannot echo inside the echo because we're already echoing out the result and we want to place it inside another echo. Let's remove our function and our echoes of the subtraction. And let's continue on with our next return value, which is passed by reference. Whenever you use the pass by reference method, the original value is passed. Therefore, the original value gets altered. In the pass by reference, we actually pass the address of the value. So most of the time, you will be using the pass by value. I've never used pass by references in real applications, but it's good to note what pass by reference means. It is pretty difficult to understand pass by reference if somebody is trying to explain it to you. So let me show you some examples. Let's create a function called add by value. And we want to add a parameter, which is variable x, and we need to create variable x, which is equal to 10. Let's say that we want to add 5 to variable x. Now we need to create a new function called add by reference, so I could show you what the difference is. So what we want to do is pass variable x again, but in order to pass it by reference, you need to add an ampersand right in front of the variable. And what we want to do right here is say variable x plus equal 10. Let's go below our functions, and let's call the add by value. And we want to pass in argument x. And after that, we want to echo out the value is variable x. Now let's do the same thing for add by reference. So let's change it to add by reference. Let me comment out the 2 lines above. Let me echo out this one. Let's save it, refresh it, and let's also add a break in between. Take a second to see what the difference is. Whenever it goes by add by value, you can see that variable x does not change because the output is 10, even though we're adding 5. And whenever it goes by add by references, it takes variable x and it adds 10 to it. That's what we did. So therefore, variable x is equal to 20 now. And that's the biggest difference. With the pass by reference method, we will manipulate the variable, and add by value will not. I've mentioned them already a couple times before in my function videos, but it's not really complicated. So therefore, this will also be a pretty short episode. The whole idea behind a local and global scope is that when a variable is accessed outside its scope, it will cause a PHP error. Right now, you can see that we've got a function with variable y inside of it. The function name is myFunction. This variable is a local variable of the function, and it can only be used inside the function. The variable will also be destroyed once the end of the code block is reached. So let's go outside of our function, and let's echo out variable y. Let's save it, refresh the browser. And you can see that we are getting an error message because we're having an undefined variable, and that's variable y. As you can see on my screen, we have another variable, and that's variable x. Variable x is a variable that's in our local scope. As the name implies, the global scope provides widespread access to the variable declared in the scope. So a global scope can be accessed from anywhere from outside a function or class. So let's echo out variable x now. And you can see that the output is 10, and it works. You also need to understand that whenever you want to use a variable inside of a function, you need to declare it inside of the global scope before you use it inside of your function, because that's a local scope. And the way you could use it then is what we've discussed in the previous 3 episodes with arguments and parameters. So whenever we want to use variable y in my function, we need to create variable y outside of our function and use it as a parameter, and we need to echo out variable x as well. Variable y, sorry. Let's remove our echo outside of our function, and let's call the function. Now let's pass argument y. Or we could also remove the variable y in our local scope. Let's save it, refresh, and the output is 20, even though we created a variable in our global scope and we used it in our local scope. Before we start, let's create a new file inside our functions and let's name it constants.php. Let's type doc, hit tab, and let's create opening and closing PHP tags. We're going to work with constants. A constant is a name or an identifier for a fixed value. So if you think that it's exactly the same as variables, you are pretty much right. But the biggest difference is that they are defined, so you cannot change it. So there are 2 ways how you could define a function. The first one is the function called define, and the second one is the keyword called const, from constant. So what I want to do is to start with the define function. So we've already talked about variables. So let's create a new one and call it company name and set it equal to Apple. And let's echo it out. So let's say echo company name. Let's save it. And let's go to my constant.php. And you can see that Apple is printed out. If I go right below my variable called company name and create one with the same name. So let's say company name and set it also equal to something else. So let's say Microsoft. Let's save it. Refresh the browser, and you can see that Microsoft is printed out on the screen and Apple is removed. This happens because PHP reads your code per line. So on line 14, our company name variable is equal to Apple, but on the next line it's equal to Microsoft. So on all the other lines that are coming, company name is equal to Microsoft. And in order to prevent this, I recommend you to use constants because constants are very useful for storing data that doesn't change while the script is running. I recommend you to use variables when you want a value to be changed, and you use a constant when you know a value will never be changed. So in our case, we have a company name, and the company name doesn't change that often. So let's create a constant with our company name. Well, not my company name, because Apple isn't my company. And the way you do that is by using the define function, like I said. And let's also remove our echoes and string variables. The way you define a function is simply by writing down define, followed by a set of parentheses and a semicolon. A define function has two arguments. So you have argument 1, a comma, and you have argument 2. Well, we need to change them. So let's start doing that now. So argument 1 is equal to the constant's name. So let's replace it with double quotes. And inside our double quotes, we want to write down the name that we want to give our constant. So let's say company underscore name. And you can see that I'm using capitals. And by convention, constant identifiers are always uppercase. And the biggest reason why people do that is that it's easy to identify the difference between variables and constants. So let me add that as a comment too. Constants are always in uppercase. And let me add another comment, because the name of a constant has the same rules as variables. And what I mean by that is that a name must start with a letter or underscore, followed by any number or letter, or underscores. Let's continue on with the arguments. So argument 2 is the value that you want to assign to your constant. And in our case, let's use the same example as before and let's assign company name to Apple. Right now, we need to create an echo, and let's say that we want to echo out company name. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that we're getting an undefined variable. Because remember, we are dealing with constants now and not with variables. And the $sign that we used is only for variables. So let's remove the $sign. Let's save it and refresh the browser, and you can see that Apple is printed out. The second way that you can define functions is the keyword const. So let me add that as a comment. So right now, I want to create a constant with my name. So let's write down the keyword const, followed by the constant name, which is equal to my underscore name, and we want to set it equal to my name. I could also replace the double quotes with single quotes. It really doesn't matter with constants. So let's echo out my name right now. Let's save it, refresh it, and you can see that my name is printed out. So there are a couple differences, and the fundamental difference is that the keyword const, the second one that we used, defines constant at compile time, and the define function defines them at runtime. In this section of the course, we focused on creating functions. A good thing that you should do with functions is to put them inside a separate file. So let's say that you've got a login system and you have a file with functions that includes user-related stuff. It is good to put them inside a separate file and call the function. In this episode, I would like to start with the basics. And a good thing that you can do with include and require is to put your header, navigation, and footer in a different file. So let's open the website of Forbes. Let me make it bigger. As you can see, they have, I think, more than 100 pages on their website. And even when you go to the footer as well. And if you take a good look, you can see that the header and footer are the same on every single page. Let me scroll down. So, well, not on this one. But if I use another one, you can see that the small footer is on every other single page. Let's go to best business credit cards. Let's scroll down. And you can see that the same footer appears. This can be done with include and require. It is also pretty good for error detection, because if you copy paste your header on every single file and you make a mistake somewhere and you want to change it, you need to change it on every single file. Just like functions, it's better to show you how this works, so let's start working on separating our documents. Let me close off the Forbes website, and inside my functions, I want to create a new file called index.php. Let's write doc, hit tab, and create opening. I won't be focusing on styling in this video, I just want to show you the basics of separating files. So let's create a navigation inside header tags with a nav. I have an unordered list and I have a list item. Inside my list item, I want to create a link. And the first link needs to be home. And let's also add inside our href index.php. Let me make this smaller. Alright. So let's copy it 2 more times and paste it 2 more times. Sorry. Let's change the second index to about and the third one to contact. We want our content to be outside of the header. So let's go below our header closing tag. Let's create an h1 tag and let's write down welcome. We also need to create a footer. And in our footer, let's create a paragraph tag and write down this is my footer. Let's save it, refresh it, and you can see that all the elements are placed inside our document. In order to start separating our documents, we need to know what we want to put in separate files. It won't be necessary right now to put our body, so our h1 tag, in a different file, because the body of the page changes on every single page. But our head tags, our header tag, and our footer tag will be included on every single page that we want to create. So we need to put these parts inside a separate file. So let's start with the top of our document, our head tag, and our HTML opening tag. Let's copy it. And the way I like to work is to separate the pages that people see with the things that I want to include. So therefore, in my functions folder, I want to create a new folder, and I want to call it includes. And inside our includes, I want to create a new file named head.php, add another one, which is our header.php, and I also want to add my footer.php. So let's close off header and footer, and I want to focus on the head.php. So what we just copied, let's paste it right here. And let's do the same thing for our header. Well, we can add our body tag as well in the head. And let's copy our header. Let's go to our header.php. Let's paste it right here. And let's do the same thing for our footer. And you also need to copy your closing body and closing HTML tag as well. So let's place this inside our footer. Let's save it, close it. Let's save our header and close it as well, and our head as well. Right now, if we want to save our file, refresh it, you can see that only welcome is printed out. What we need to do is to actually link to our files that we created in our includes. This can be done with the includes construct, and this is something that you haven't heard before. So let's go on top of our page in our index, and let's create opening and closing PHP tags. Inside our opening and closing PHP tags, we want to write down the keyword include, followed by single quotes or double quotes, it really doesn't matter, and a semicolon. Inside the single quotes, we need to write down the path of the document that we want to include. And in our case, we have put our head.php inside our includes folder, backslash, and the name of the file is head.php. We also want to include our header at the top, so let's copy paste it and let's change head, well, the second one, to header. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the head and header is added inside our page. Well, you cannot see if our head is added, so let's inspect our page. Let's open our head, and you can see that it's added. Let me make this smaller again. Let's do the same thing for our footer. Let's create opening and closing PHP tags. Let's write down include, single quote, semicolon, and our footer.php is also in our includes folder, backslash, footer.php. Save it. Refresh it, and you can see that my footer is added. What we want to do next is to create the about and the include page. So in our functions, let's create a new file and let's call it about.php. And the other one, is contact.php. Let's go to our index page. Let's copy paste everything that's in our index in our about, and let's change welcome to about. Let's do the same thing for contact. Save it, save our about as well. And we need to change our header. Second one is about, and the third one is contact. So let's save it, refresh it. And now you can see that we can navigate through our website. So let's click on contact, about, home, contact again. And we defined our header just once in a separate file. So what we want to do now is to create a new file in the includes folder. Let's name it functions.php. So we want to create functions in our functions.php and call them in our index.php. I recommend you to pay good attention right now because what we want to do is to go to our head.php and we want to include our functions file right here and not on every other single page. And the reason why we're doing this is because we want to load our functions whenever the website is opened. And since we're calling our head on every single page, we want to add our functions right here. So let's write down include, and we want to go to our includes folder, and we want to call our functions file. Let's save it, and let's close it. Right now we're back in our functions, and let's create a function with the name introduction. So create PHP opening and closing tags, write down function, followed by the function name. Let's say introduction for now. It really doesn't matter. And let's echo out hello user. So let's go to our index page and let's remove welcome. And in order to call our function, remember we need to be in PHP opening and closing tags. So let's create them. And let's call our function, and the name was introduction. Let's save it, refresh the browser and go back to our home page, and you can see that our function, the hello user echo, is printed out because we're calling our head file right here, which includes the function.php file. As you can see, I have the same code on my screen as the last time, and I recommend you to open it as well. What I want to focus on right now is the difference between include and require. Well, the biggest difference is that when a file is being included, so what we're doing right now, and if that file cannot be opened, so let's say the path is wrong, the page will only be giving us an error message or a warning message, and the script will continue on. But if you use require, it will cause a fatal error and the rest of your script will not be shown. So let me add that as a comment under my footer. So if we include and the path is wrong, we only get a warning. Let me write warning right. And if we use require and the path is wrong, the script will stop. So what I want to do now is to show you what will happen if we write a wrong path. So we're in our index page, and let's write a typo in our include header. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and let me zoom out. And you can see that we're getting a warning because it's failed to open stream and the file doesn't exist. And that's exactly true. But as you can see is that our h1 tag and our footer is actually printed out. Let's undo our typo and let's replace include with require, which is also a keyword. Let's save it, refresh the browser. You can see that we're getting a fatal error message right now, right here. And nothing is showing below our header. And that's the biggest difference. Because if I remove my typo and keep it as a require, the output is exactly the same. There is also something in PHP which is called require underscore once. Let me type it. And we also have include underscore once. If I save it and refresh the browser, you can see that the output is still the same. The include and require ones will check if the file has already been added, and if so, it won't include or require it again. I recommend you to use require once when you want to include a file when you have a lot of functions, for example, and you will have that later on. This way, you'll make sure you don't include the file more times and you will not get the function redeclared error. Welcome back to the exercises of the user-defined functions. We have 6 exercises and I want to make them all with you so I can show you how I would do it. Let's start with exercise 1. Create 2 variables called price and VAT and create a function called calculate VAT. So let's do that. That takes 2 parameters and returns a variable calculated price. Print out the price, VAT and total price. So it takes 2 parameters, price and VAT, and let's set price equal to something. Let's set price equal to 100 and VAT to 0.21. And you can change it to whatever you want, but in my country it's 0.21. So what we want to do inside our function is to create a new variable called calculated price and set it equal into parentheses to price multiplied by VAT, and we want to add price. The parentheses aren't necessary, but that's the way I like to do math, just to put always parentheses around whatever needs to be calculated first. So we need to return calculated price, and outside of our function we want to echo out so the price, VAT and total price. So let's start with price and set it equal to price. It's 2 variables that we created, so we don't need our function first. Well, we need it for the third one because the total price, and remember we're returning it so we can use it inside our echo, and we want to call the function calculated VAT. And inside our parentheses we want to add price and VAT. Let's save it, refresh my browser, and we're getting an error on line 9 because I'm not setting VAT equal to 0.21. So if I refresh the browser, and let me also add some breaks, add a greater than sign, refresh the browser and add another one, and you can see that the price is 100, the VAT is 0.21 and the total price is 100. And this may seem easy, but if we change price to 1000, you can see that the total price changes. And if we used it without a function, we needed to change it everywhere. So let's continue on with exercise number 2. Let me remove it. Create a variable called year and create a function called isLeapYear that checks if the year is a leap year. So let's start off by doing that. Let's create a year and set it equal to 2000. And let's create a function called isLeapYear. And if it's a leap year, we need to return a Boolean value. And we haven't talked that much about Booleans, but it's pretty handy. And I will show you why. And in the exercises of the control structures, we discussed what a leap year is. So our leap year function takes one param, which is year. Inside the function, we want to create a condition. So let's say that if, and remember a leap year is a year that can be divided by 404. So let's say that if year modulus 400 is equal to 0, or year modulus 4 is equal to 0. If it's true, return true. Else, return false. Now remember, a Boolean returns a true and a false value. So what we need to do outside of our function is to create another if statement, and our condition is leap year with year as a parenthesis, or I mean as a parameter, excuse me. And if it's true, so if our condition, which is the function, is true, so in the if statement, we want to echo something out. And we want to echo out year is a leap year. Actually, let's replace year with the actual year. And if it's not a leap year, we want to echo out year is not a leap year. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that 2000 is a leap year. But 2001 is not a leap year, and 2004 actually is. So let's continue on with the third one. Create two variables called num1 and num2 and create four functions: add number, subtract number, multiply number, and divide number. So let's start off with that. Num1 is equal to 10. Well, num1 is one variable, and num2 is equal to 15. So let's create a function called add numbers and pass it to numbers as a parameter. So let's say num1, num2. Inside our function, let's continue on first. The function accepts two parameters and returns the addition, subtraction, multiplicity, and division of two numbers. So it's a return key. So we need to return num1 plus num2. And that's actually it. So let's copy paste it. Now let's change add of the second function to subtract. And let's return a minus. Third one is a division. So let's say divide numbers. Multiply, excuse me. Or we can do it as the last one. So let's say multiply numbers with a star sign. And right now we need to print them out. And since we need to add the function name to the end of the string, we need to have a return key, because remember, it doesn't work with an echo. So let's create an echo and say addition of num1 and num2 is, and now we want to call the function add numbers, num1 and num2. And we also want to echo out a break. So let's save it and see if this works. And this doesn't work on line 28 because we forgot a punctuation mark. Let's save it. And we forgot something else. And this is, I don't know what was wrong there. And you can see that the addition of 10 and 15 is 25. So let's copy paste it a couple times. So the second one is the subtraction. And it's not add numbers, but subtract numbers. The third one is the multiplicity. It's multiply. And the last one is the division. And the function name is divide numbers. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that they all work. So let's continue on with the next one, which is exercise number 4. Let me remove all the code. To create a function called swap numbers that takes two parameters, so num1 and num2, and inside the function, swap the numbers. So let's create a function called swap numbers. And you have two parameters, so num1, num2. And we need to swap the numbers. So this can be done with a new variable that we need to create in our function. And I want to call it temp, of temporary. And what we need to do is set temporary equal to num1. And what we want to do with num1 is to set num1 equal to num2. And num2 needs to be equal to temp. And let's add an echo. And let's say after swapping, num1 num1 is equal to num1, and num2 is equal to num2. Let's save it. Let's call the function to see if it works. Let's pass in num1, num2. Let's create num1, num2 first. So num1 is 10 and num2 is 20. Let's save it. Refresh the browser, and you can see that num1 is equal to 20 now, and num2 is equal to 10. So we're storing a number in a temporary variable, and then we're swapping num1 and num2. But temp is equal to num1, so we're saying that num2 now is equal to num1. Alright, let's continue on. Even or odd. Create a function that checks if a given number, num1, is even or odd. Echo the expected output. So let's create a variable, num1, and set it equal to 9. Let's create a function called even or not. And let's pass in num1. And inside our function, we want to create an if statement to see if it's even. And the way you do that is with a modulus. So we want to see if num1 modulus 2 is 0, so there's no remainder left. And if that's true, we want to echo out num1 is even. Else, echo out num1 is not even. Let's save it. Let's call our function, even or not. And the argument is num1. Save it. Refresh the browser, and you can see that 9 is not even because the remainder is 1. If we change it to 8, and you can see that 8 is actually even, which is true. And even if we say 800, and 800 is even, and 801 is not even. So let's continue on with the last exercise. Prime number. Create a function is prime that checks if num1 is a prime number or not. Return true if it's a prime number and return false if it's not a prime number. Alright, so let's create num1 first and set it equal to 7. And let's create our function is prime. Now let's pass in num1. So let's create an if statement first. And inside our condition, well, the parentheses, but our condition is to see if num1 is equal to 1. Because 1 is not a prime number. And if that's true, return false. Because remember, we have to work with the true or false. And what we want to do if it's not equal to 1, we want to create a for each loop. Where we want to say that variable I is equal to 2. And variable I is less than num1 divided by 2. And what we want to do then is increase variable I. So in our for loop, we want to do another check. So let's create an if statement. And we want to see if num1 and variable I is equal to 0. If that's true, return false. And outside our else loop, we want to return 1. So let's save it. Let's create an if statement outside of our function, and let's check is prime. And pass in num1. Let's create an echo, and if it's true, we want to say that this number is a prime. Otherwise, echo out this number is not a prime. So let's save it. Refresh the browser, and 7 is a prime. And let me prime number. So let me show you an image. So a prime number, wow, this doesn't work, is 2, 3, 5, 7. So let's test it out. 2, 3, 5, 7. And you can see that they're all true. But if we change it to 8, I can see that I just made a mistake because the ampersand needs to be modulus. So let's save it, refresh it, and it works now because this is not a prime number. And if we go back to 7, you can see that 7 is a prime number. Like I've said before, when we talked about functions, we have two different types. In the previous section, we talked about user-defined functions, which are functions that are made by the user. And in this section of the course, I want to focus on predefined functions or built-in functions. You can call them both in PHP. These are functions that exist in PHP installation package, so you already have them on your local host. There are a couple categories regarding the predefined functions, and I want to focus on these in the next couple of episodes. So we got string functions, and these are functions that are used to manipulate string values. On the left-hand side of my screen, I'm on the official website of PHP under the internal built-in functions, and if I click on string, you can see that PHP has a lot of built-in functions regarding strings. And of course, I won't be discussing them all, but I will discuss the functions that may be useful for what we are going to do. We also have math functions that are functions that return a numeric value. Numeric PHP functions can be used to format numbers, return constants, or perform mathematical computations. So let me give you an example. You can convert all string characters to lowercase or uppercase. You can also return a part of a string. You can replace specific string values. You can count the number of characters in a string, which will be pretty handy if you want to set a minimum length on a password, for instance. We have date functions. The PHP date function is used to format a date or time into a human-readable format. It can be used to display the date of an article, for instance, or the last updated data in a database, or you can see whenever a user has registered on your website. Now that we've learned working with arrays, indexed arrays, and associative arrays, we want to dive deeper into them and learn about the built-in functions for arrays in order for processing. And the last function that we will be focusing on is the random number generator. If you want to work with algorithms, you will often come across situations when you need to generate random integers. And like I said before, there are more than 1000 predefined functions in PHP, and since I can't cover them all, and I really do not even know them all, I recommend you to go to the internal built-in function link on the PHP official website where you can find more about it. The first predefined math function that I want to talk about is a ceil and floor function. Let me add it as a comment. Both functions take one parameter, and the ceil function rounds numbers up to the nearest integer if necessary. So let's echo out ceil, the function, and let's add a parameter, and let's add a floating point of 0.50. Let's save it. Refresh the browser and you can see that the number, which is a floating point, is rounded up to an integer. And if we change it to 1.50, you can see that the output is 2. And the floor function is pretty much the opposite. It is used to convert a given numeric value to the next lowest integer value. So let's echo out floor. And inside our parentheses, let's add 0.50 again. Now let's add a break after our first echo. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is 0 because 0.50 is rounded up down to 0. And if we change it to 1.50, you can see that the output is 1. The next function that I want to talk about is the round function. Let's add it as a comment. And like I said, the floor and ceil functions are used to convert a numeric value to the next lowest or highest integer. But what the round function does is to round a floating point number. So let's echo out round, and our first parameter will be the number that you want to round. So let's say 0.54335. And the second one, separated with a comma, is the amount of numbers you want after the decimal point. So let's say 2. Let's add a break after floor. Let's refresh the browser and you can see that the output is 0.54. And if we change it to 4, you can see that the output is 4 numbers after the decimal point. And the last math function that I want to talk about is the exponentiation. So let's echo out exp. And inside our echo, let's add a number. Let's say 4. And let's also add a break. Sorry for our little firework in the background, but it's December again. And if we refresh the browser, you can see the exponentiation of 4. These are the math functions I think are necessary for you to know. And of course, there are a lot of more. And I recommend you to go to the PHP website, because I won't be discussing them all, because there are more than 100 functions. The first function that I want to talk about is getting back the length of a string. And this can be very useful whenever you want to set either a max length to a string or a minimum length for, let's say, a password. Or another good example might be whenever you want to let a user enter some text in a complaint form and you want to set a maximum amount of characters that they can input, which you probably have seen before. And also, for the people that follow the HTML and CSS course, you might say that you can insert a max length in your input field in HTML. This is actually true, but hackers can easily get into your HTML code with the inspect element, but it will be more difficult for them to get inside your PHP code. And therefore, I always recommend you to use string length instead of max length of a HTML tag. So let's start by creating a string called string and set it equal to today is a sunny day. Now let's go one line below and let's echo out the keyword strlen from string length. The string length function takes one parameter, which is the string that you want to check, and in our case, it's str. Let's save it, and I forgot to add an echo, excuse me. Let's save it again, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is 20. And you also need to keep in mind that spacers are also interpreted as a character. So let's add the extra space after day, let's save it, refresh the browser, and the output is 21 now. And even if you want to add a break, let's test it out. Break will be seen as characters as well, so you cannot add a break after a string length. Let's remove it. Now let's continue on. Let me add a comment string length. The next function that I want to discuss is the string word count instead of letters. A string word count enables display of the number of words in any specific string. This function is also pretty useful in validation of input fields. Because let's say that you want to have one word inside of an input field. You can say that if string word count is less than 1, return an error message. We're not going to do that right now. We will be doing that later on when we will validate a password, for instance, or our login system. But let's create a new string and name it first name. And set it equal to my first name is Dari. What we want to do next on the next line, which could be on every other line, it really doesn't matter, is to write down the function name str underscore word underscore count, and the parameter is the variable that we want to put in. And let's echo it out. Let's add a break, since we cannot add a break in our string length. Refresh the browser and the output is 5. And let's check it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's continue on with how to find text within a string. That can be done with string position. And string position enables searching particular text within a string. It works simply by matching the specific text in a string with what you're looking for. And if it's found, it will return a specific position. And I want to test this out with an email, since an email address has an @ sign in it. so you can check if this is inside of an input field. So let's create a variable called email and set it equal to my email. On the line below, let's create an if statement. And the condition is string post, which takes two params. The first one is the variable, which is email in our case. And the second param is the text that we want to search for. And in our case, we want to search for the @ sign. And if this is found, we want to echo out, this is a valid email. And if it's not found, we want to echo out, this is a email input field. Let's add a break. Let's refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is, this is a valid email address. And the next function I want to talk about is the UCWords function. The UCWords function is a built-in function in PHP, and it is used to convert the first character of every word in a string to uppercase. Let me add that. Every first letter of a word is uppercase. So let's echo out UCWords, and let's add a string. Let's say, what is your name? And let's add a break as well. Let's save it. Refresh the browser, and let's add another break at the top of our echo. And you can see that the W is uppercase, the I is a uppercase, the Y is a uppercase, and the N is a uppercase. So every first letter of a word turned into an uppercase. You could also convert every letter to uppercase. So let's copy our echo and our comment. And let's change our comment to the whole string to uppercase. And of course, this isn't done with the UCWords, it's done with string to upper. And it takes one param, and we already added it. So let's refresh the browser, and you can see that every letter is turned into uppercase. And the last function that I want to show you is, let's do the same thing. Let's copy paste it. And this will change the string to lowercase. And instead of string to upper, it's string to lower. Let's save it. And you can see that every letter is turned into lowercase. By now, you must know that array, remember, is a function. And this is the basic one that we've discussed before. What we can do now is to use a function called array merge. So let's create an array called personal info, set it equal to an array, and let's add some information. Let's say that my name is equal to Dari, and my age is equal to 24, and the city where I'm living right now is equal to Amsterdam. So this is our first array. And right below our array, let's create a new one. And let's name it more info and set it equal to an array. And let's add two more values. Let's say that the state where I'm living in is NH, and my weight is equal to 85 kilos. So what we want to do now is to merge the two arrays that we created, because they're both about me. And the way you do that is to write down the array name and set it equal to a new function called array_merge. And this function takes two parameters. So parameter 1 is the array that you want to add it to. So we want to add more info to personal info. So the first one is personal info, comma. And parameter 2 is the information that you want to add to parameter 1. So we want to add more info. So let's save it. And if we refresh the browser, you can see that nothing's happening, of course, because we need to for each it. Let's create a for each. And let's say array personal info as key associated with the value. Let's echo out the key, colon, value, and let's add a break. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that my first array, which is my name, age, and city, is printed out, but also more info, which is state and weight. And I only printed out one array. And if we var dump it, so let's test it out, or let's do a print underscore r. And let's add personal info, save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that name, age, city, state, and weight is added. So what we're doing right now is printing out the key and the value. But instead of printing all the keys and values, there is a function, let me add it, which only prints the keys. So let's print underscore r, and let's add array underscore keys, which has one parameter, and that's the array, of course. So let's save it. Let's add a break. Refresh the browser, and you can see that only name, age, city, state, and weight is printed. And of course, if you can output only the keys, you can also output all the values with the array value. So let's go one line below, and let's say print only values. Create another print underscore r, and instead of array keys, let's underscore values. And the param is personal info. Let's add a break. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that my name, my age, the city, the state, and my weight is printed out. The next function that I want to use is the array underscore push, which will insert one or more elements to the end of an array. But you need to remember that if your array has string keys, because we're using an associative array right now, your added elements will always have an index value, so we cannot use associative arrays. So let's create a new array called cars and set it equal to array, and let's add three values. Number 1 is Volkswagen, number 2 is Audi, and number 3 is Mercedes. Let's go one line below, and let's create a new value with the array underscore push, and inside the parentheses we want to add two parameters. The first one is obviously the array, cars, and the second one is the value that we want to add. So in double quotes, I want to add Volvo with an O. So let's print underscore r cars again, save it, refresh the browser, and let me comment out all the print underscore r's because it's getting pretty hectic right now. Yeah, let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that my 0 index is Volkswagen, index 1 is Audi, 2 is Mercedes, and 3 is Volvo, because we array pushed it. Let me add a comment, add a value in array. And the last array function that I want to show you is the array search. And the array search function searches inside an array for the value that you want, and it returns it as a key. So let's say that we want to search inside our cars for Volvo. Or let's say Volkswagen, since we already array pushed Volvo. The way you do that is simply by writing down echo and say that you want to use the function array underscore search, which has two params, and compared to the others, the array name is placed as a second argument and not the first, which might be pretty confusing. So we want to search for Volkswagen inside our cars array. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and let's add a comment and a break as well. Search inside of an array. And let's echo a break. Save it, refresh it, and the index is 0, which is actually true. So let's change it to Mercedes. And you can see that the index is 2. So 0, 1, 2. I've actually forgot the most important function, and that's the count function, which returns the number of elements inside an array. And this might be pretty confusing as well, because let's echo it out, or let's add a comment first. Count the number of items in the array. So let's echo out, and this is the confusing part about it. It doesn't use a keyword of array, it's just count. And it takes one param, which is the array. So let's save it. Well, let's add a break first. And I need to update my Sublime text as well. So let's echo out a break, save it, refresh it, and we have a total of 4 cars, which is true. We have Volkswagen, Audi, Mercedes, and Volkswagen. And Volvo, excuse me. You will often want to work with date and times whenever developing a website. For example, you might need to show the last modified date on a post or mention how long ago a reader wrote some comment. You might also have to show a countdown of the days until a special event. Right now, I want to focus on the date function, so let's echo it out. So let's echo out date, parentheses, semicolon. Let's save it, let's echo it, and you can see that we are getting a warning because we didn't use any parameters inside the parentheses. A date function takes a maximum of 2 parameters. So I already wrote some comments and let me paste it. These letters are the format parameters that accepts a series of characters as valid values. And as you can see, some of them might be pretty straightforward and some of them don't. Well, let's actually test it out so I can show you what it actually is. So in single quotes, you just want to write down one letter. So let's start with D. Save it, refresh the browser, and it's the 3rd of December right now. And if I write down a J, you would write down the day without the zeros. And if I write down D with a capital, let's save it, refresh the browser, you get the days of the week with only 3 letters. If I write down an L, you can see that it's writing down the full days of the week. And the D for days of the week and D for day makes sense. The J doesn't, the L doesn't either. But let's test down the M. And that's a month as a number with zeros. Well, it's December right now, so it's 12. And let's write down an N. And it's still December, of course. Let's write down an F. And you can see, F with a capital, sorry. Let's save it. And you can see that the month is actually December. And you got a Y. Let's try it out with lower. Save it. It's 19 now. And if you want the full year, you have to write down the Y with a capital, which is equal to 2019. Usually, what you just want to do is to combine some of these formats. So normally, you just want to print down the year, month, and day. And this can be done right inside one set of single quotes. So what if you might have thought was Y, M, days. But if I save it and refresh it, you can see that it's wrong because we're passing in 3 arguments right now. So let's remove it and I'll show you how it works. But you need to put something in between as a separator. And this can be a dash, hyphens, or backslash. So let's test it out with backslashes first. So I want to see the year, I want to see the month, and I want to see the day. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that it's 2019, December, and it's the 3rd. And you can echo the format to whatever you want, so we can change it around. Let's say that we want the day, we want the month, and we want the year. Let's save it, refresh it, and this makes more sense if you're from Europe, because it's the 3rd of December in 2019. In addition to working with dates, you could also work with times, and these have some different formats as well. So let me add them. Times. So we have the letter G, which is equal to hours in 12-hour format without zeros. we have the age, which is equal in hours in 12-hour format without zero. I mean with zeros, excuse me. We have capital G, which is equal to hours in 24 format without zeros. So I'm from the Netherlands and we work with a 24-hour system, and I know that in the US they work with AM and PM. We got capital H, and which makes pretty much sense as hours in 24-hour format without, with zeros. We've got small letter a, which is equal to AM, PM in lowercase. And we've got capital A, which is equal to AM, PM in uppercase. We've got the letter I, which is equal to minutes without leading zeros. So pretty much the same as the J, so the zero will be removed. And we got S, this is the last one, and this is seconds without leading zeros. The time format works pretty much the same inside the date function. So let's start over again. Let's echo out date, and we want to know the hours, the minutes, and the seconds. But you need to remember that instead of using hyphens or backslashes, with times, you need to add a colon. So what we want is the capital H, which is hours in 24-hour, with zeros. We want the minutes, and we want the seconds, inside single quotes, of course. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and let me comment out the date. And you can see that it's, well, pretty late right now. It's almost 9. But what you can do, which is pretty good if an American is watching this course, you can add the AM PM right after it without a colon. So let's refresh it, and you can see that it's almost 9 PM. And like I said, I'm from the Netherlands, so I use the capital H, but you can change it to lowercase. And this is American time zone. So as you can see, mine works right now. But yours could be different, and that's because your PHP or XAMPP might be in a different time zone. So what you need to do is to define the time zone, and therefore we need to use a new function. Right below our echo, we need to call a function called date underscore default underscore time zone underscore set, and not get. So let me add a comment, set time zone. And what we need to add inside our parentheses as a parameter, well, first off, single quotes. And secondly, we need to add our location inside our single quotes. And this might be different for everyone, but right now, I'm in Europe/Amsterdam. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and of course, nothing is happening because my time is good. So I hope yours is changing if you can set it to the right time zone. So another good thing that you might need is to change a string date time to an actual time. And this can be done with a new function. So let me add a new comment. Now let's say string to time. And since there's not one format that you can use, and I won't be discussing all 7 of them, I will share you a link from W3 Schools with all the different formats that you could use. So let's open a new tab. And let's Google string to time. And let's open the W3 Schools. So these are all the formats that you can use. And what I want to focus on is creating a new variable called time and setting it equal to string to time. And as you can see in their example, they're not echoing it out instantly, and that's not what I want. And inside my parentheses, I want to use double quotes. I want 4 p.m. December the 3rd in 2019. And this doesn't make sense right now, but it will in a second. And if I go back to my local host, save it, refresh the browser, you can see that nothing's happening. So let's echo out time. And you can see that a weird number just appeared on our screen. Let me add a break. Echo break. And you can see that a random number appeared that we don't know. And this is a Unix timestamp. So let me add a comment what this means because, well, it's pretty difficult. So let me add a comment. And it is the timestamp that the value represented as seconds calculated since Unix epochs on the January 1st of 1970 created. And this is also called the Unix timestamp. And you don't need to know what it means. I don't know it either. But what we can do with a Unix timestamp is to put it in a date time. So let's go one line below. And what we want to do is to echo out a date function. And inside our date function, we want to print out some things. We want to print out the month, the day, and the year, followed by the hours, the minutes, and the seconds. And I want it to be AM or PM with an A. And like I said, the date function takes two params. So let's add our second. Let's separate it with a comma and add the variable time, which is equals to string to time. So what this does is it converts whatever is in our string to our date time. So let's add a break. Save it, refresh it, and you can see that the output is whatever we wrote down in our string. And you can do whatever you want with it. So let's remove the seconds because I don't mind. And this makes pretty much sense, right? Even if you think that you will never need a random number, I will tell you that you will. And there will be lots of reasons why you will need it later on. So PHP has a function for which is pretty easy to use. And right now I want to focus on that specific function, which is called rand. We can either supply no parameters or two parameters. So let's see what will happen if we generate a random number with no parameter. So let's say that we want to echo out rand and refresh the browser. And you can see that the output is a pretty long number. And if we keep refreshing the browser, the number will change. Well, there's a reason why the number is so long. Because it will generate a number between 0 and a maximum number. And there even is a function where you can see the maximum number. So let me comment out my first echo, and let's create a new one. Let's echo out a function which is called getRandMax. So it gets the random number's maximum value. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see the output. And if I refresh the browser, you can see that the number doesn't change. I will understand why you don't need any number that is this big. So let's remove the getRand number. And let's start focusing on the function rand. And let's generate a random number in between two specific values. So inside our parentheses, let's add parameters. You can either add them as integers or variables. So let's start with the integers. So you need to specify a minimum and a maximum. So let's say that the minimum is 1, comma, and the maximum is 10. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is a smaller number. And let's refresh it a couple times, and you can see that the number is in between 1 and 10. And what we can do is replace min and max with two variables. So let's create min, which is equal to 1, and max, which is equal to 10. And let's remove the parameters to min, comma, max, save it, refresh it, and the output is exactly the same. Welcome back to a new episode about the exercises of the built-in functions. So I created 7 exercises and I want to go through them with you. So let's start with exercise number 1. Create an array, numbers, and use a built-in function that sorts an array in descending. Now I have a link attached, but I won't be looking at it, and I will start programming right on. So let's create a variable called numbers and set it equal to an array. Now let's create an associative array. Let's say that milk associated with 2, well, it's the price. Let's say that cheese is $4 and 7-Up is $2. $3. So now we want to use a function called ARSort, so array sort. And inside our parentheses, we want to add a parameter, and that's numbers. And in a line below, we want to print _r, and we want to pass in numbers. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the array is sorted by price. So cheese is $4, which is the most expensive one, then 7-Up, which is 3, and milk is equal to 2. Let's continue on with exercise number 2. Birthday countdown. Create a simple birthday countdown script that counts the number of days between the current day and your birthday. So use the link for all the datetime functions in PHP. In order to do this, we need to use a function called mktime. So let's create a variable called target days and set it equal to a variable called mktime, like I said. And we want to pass in, well, the seconds need to be 0, the minutes, the hours, minutes, seconds, and we want to focus on the day. So my birthday is on the 19th of July, so I want to say in July, on the 19th in 2020. And we need to create a new variable with the date of today. And let's create a variable called today and set it equal to time. And we don't need to add any parameters. So now we got the target day and today's day. So we need to calculate the difference. So let's create a variable called difference days and set it equal. And like I said, I like to work my math calculations inside parentheses. So I want to subtract target days from today. And if we do the opposite, we will get a negative number. So let's not do that. And now we will do something that we haven't discussed before. Well, let me show you what will happen if we do not do it. And then I will show you what will happen if we use it. So let's create a variable called days and set it equal to variable difference days divided by 86,400, which is equal to 24 hours, 68,400 seconds in 24 hours. Because we want to recalculate it to days and not to minutes or seconds or whatever. So let's create an echo and let's say echo out days till next birthday and associate it with the variable days, and let's add some more text, days. So let's save it, refresh it, and you can see that days till the next birthday is 227, but we get a floating number. So what you can do in order to avoid a floating number is to add inside parentheses int. So the system knows that days will be an integer, and if we add float, it will be a floating number. But if we add integer, you can see that everything behind the decimal point is removed. Alright, let's continue on with the third exercise. Generating random float numbers. Create a random number function called randNumber that generates random float numbers, so not integers. Just like the other exercises, you have a link for the random number function. This is a tricky one, and I try to let you think about it, how you could do it, because you cannot generate floating numbers as a random number. But the way you could do it is by dividing it by 10. So let's create a variable called randNumber and set it equal to the variable rand. And we want to add two params. So let's say we want to search for a number in between 0 and 100. But what we need to do is to divide it by 10. So let's echo out randNumber. So I will show you what I actually mean with this. Save it. Refresh the browser and it's 2.9, 8.9, 9.4, 9.5. So we created our own floating numbers by dividing it by 10. Alright, let's continue on with the next exercise. Exercise number 4. Create a variable called string with a long piece of text and create a function, lowercase check, that converts the string to all lowercase. Echo out the text with lowercase, and you can use a link for the datetime function. So let's remove my code. Let's create a string and set it equal to something. This can be whatever you like. So I want to say that my name is Dari. I'm 24 years old and I live in the Netherlands. I'm getting pretty old. And I'm adding some punctuation marks, so I have to start with a capital. I like PHP because it's a programming language. So let's create a function, because that's what we have to do, called lowercase check. And let's pass in our string. And inside our function, we want to echo out string to lower, which is the function that we need to use. And we want to pass in string. So let's call our function and pass in an argument string, save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that we're only working with lower cases right now. Alright, let's continue on with exercise number 5. Create a variable with a long piece of text and create a function called search text that has two parameters called string and punctuation. Find out the amount of punctuations inside of a string. This method has no return value, so this might be a pretty difficult one. Well, we can use the same string, so let's do that. And let's add a new variable called punctuation. Set it equal to 0, because we want to count. And let's create a function called search text. Now let's pass in two parameters, string and punctuation. Inside our function, we want to loop through the string, so we need to create a for loop. And the initialization is variable I is equal to 0. The condition is variable y needs to be less than string length, and we want to pass in the string. I hope this makes sense, because we're looking at the string length of the variable string, and we want to increase variable y by 1. So what we need to do in the for loop is to create an if statement, and our condition is that variable string, and this is something that you haven't seen before, two brackets, and what we want to pass in is variable y of the condition of our for loop. And this needs to be equal to something that we're looking for, which is a punctuation mark. And if we found it, we want to increase punctuation mark by 1. So let's go outside of our for loop and echo out some text. And the text has punctuation. Let's save it and let's see if it works outside of our function. Let's call our function search text and pass in string and punctuation. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the text has 3 punctuations, which is 1, 2, 3. So let's add 2 more, save it, refresh it, and now the text has 5 punctuations. So let's continue on with the next exercise called lowest and highest values. Create an array called only numbers that has an integer value inside of it. Use the minimum and maximum function in order to get the highest and lowest value in an array. So let's remove our text. And let's create a value called only numbers and set it equal to an array. And inside our array, let's add some random numbers. So let's create an echo, because it's just a min function and a max function. It's a pretty easy one. So let's echo out the lowest value is concatenated from min, and we want to check only numbers. And the highest value is max. And we want to pass in the same array. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the lowest value is 2, which is actually true, and the highest value is 56, which is also true. So let's continue on with the last exercise, which is called string repeat. And we need to create a variable called string and repeat it 8 times with a function. So let's remove our code. This is an easy one if you have seen the website that I showed you with all the strings. So let's create a string and set it equal to my name is Dari. And we want to echo out a function called string str_repeat. And we want to pass in 2 parameters. The first one is a string, and the second one is the amount of times that you want to repeat it. And in our case, it's 8. So let's save it. Well, let's add a break. Refresh the browser, and my break didn't work, but it got printed out 8 times. Now that we've discussed most of the beginner's topics of PHP, I want to continue on with more advanced topics. And in this section of the course, I want to talk about superglobals. So superglobals are basically variables that are available from any part of your code. You probably might know some of them, like cookies and sessions, that are used to store specific information for later use. A superglobal is mainly used to store and get information from one page to another. There are a lot of superglobals available in PHP, but I don't want to talk about all of them, but I want to discuss the most important ones. So I commented out a couple superglobals that we are going to discuss in the next couple of episodes. As you can see, almost every superglobal starts with a $sign and an underscore, except for the global superglobal. And in this section, I want to talk about globals, post, get, server, cookie, session, and files. So let me explain to you what they mean. So the first one is globals. And globals is a superglobal variable which is used to access global variables from anywhere in the PHP script. We've got post. And post is a superglobal that we will be using a lot. It is a global variable used to collect data from the HTML form after submitting it. So whenever you create an HTML form and you want to submit the data is not visible in the query string whenever you use post. We have the get superglobal, and like I said with the post method will not show up if you submit the data. And of course, there is a superglobal that do show you the form data, and that's the get method. The get method is a superglobal used to collect data from the HTML form after submitting it. We got server, and the server superglobal stores information about headers, paths, scripts, and locations. And I will show you later on what I mean with this because it's pretty useful. We've got cookies, and we're going to create our own cookie. And the cookie is a small file that the web server stores on the client's computer. Cookies are used to track information such as a username. So whenever you want to log in on a website, the cookie will be used and your login name will be in the input field. We've got sessions. And since cookies are used for storing user-related data and you cannot store important data, because a hacker can easily hack your cookie informations. So PHP created sessions, and the session is used to store data on the server rather than the computer. The session information gets destroyed every time a user closes the browser. And the last one that we will discuss is files. And files is a two-dimensional associative global array of items which are being uploaded via the post method. So you basically will learn how you can upload files and save the file. And in this episode, I want to start off with the globals superglobal. And like I said, a global is a variable which is used to access variables from anywhere in the script. So let's create 2 variables. Variable x and set it equal to 100, and let's create a variable y and set it equal to 200. Let's create a function called add, and what we used to do is to pass in parameters in the parentheses, and after that we would have done something inside our function and we would call our function outside of the function, and we passed arguments. So what we can do with superglobals is to go inside of our function, create a globals with a $sign, globals, follow it by brackets, and inside our brackets, we want to create a new variable. Inside single quotes, I want to create variable z. Now we need to set the global variable z equal to something. Since our function name is add, I want to add variable x and y. And remember, since we're not passing it in the parameters, we need to create a new globals. And inside the brackets, we want to pass in variable x, and we want to add it with globals, and we want to pass in variable y. So what we can do now is to go outside of our function and call the function. And let's go one line below, and let's echo out variable z, save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is 300. Since we stored the addition of variable x and y in a global called variable z, we can call variable z from wherever we want. So the post superglobal is a variable used to collect data from the HTML form after submitting it. So let me add it as a comment. Collect data from the HTML form, and it's invisible. So when a form uses the post method to transfer data, so let's say that you want to submit a contact form on your website, and the method is equal to post, the data will not be visible for others. For the first time in this course, I want to work outside of my PHP tags. So let's create a form. And inside our form, I want two input fields. I want to create an input field with a type equal to text and a name equal to name. And I want another input field with a type is equal to text as well, and the name is equal to age. I also want to create a button, and the button has a type which is equal to submit because we need to submit the form, and inside my button tags I want to type submit. Our form needs to have an action, and the action is equal to where you want to send it to whenever the button is clicked. Well, we want to send it to post.php. And we also have a method, and the method is equal to post. So let's save it, change my URL to post.php, and you can see that we have a button and two input fields. So let's input our name and age. My name is Dari, and my age is 24. Let's submit it, and you can see that nothing is happening in the URL. Now, you never know if it's worked or not, so let's create PHP tags outside of our form. Well, we can go at the top as well. And let's create an if statement, because we want to echo out something if the submit button works. Our condition in the if statement needs to be a function that you haven't heard before, and that is the isSet function. And the isSet function is used to check whether a variable is set or not. And the name makes pretty much sense. So let's write down isSet. Well, I've already did that. And since isSet is a function, we need to add parentheses. And we also need to add a parameter. And the parameter that we want to pass in is the post superglobal. So $_post. Since we passed the name inside our input tags, so we set the first input to name and the second to age, we can use them inside our if statement. So let's say that we want to echo out the Superglobal Post, followed by brackets, and inside our brackets we want to echo out the name. And we want to concatenate it from a piece of text, and we want to say your form is submitted. Let's fill in our fields. So let's say Dari, and the second one is 24, and let's submit it. Now, you can see that our form is submitted, because my post name is passed through the form. Now, I've told you that a post superglobal is an array. So let me show you what I mean with that. Let's go right under our if statement and write down print_r, and let's pass in our Superglobal Post. Let's save it, refresh the browser. Well, let me add a break as well. Let's save it, refresh the browser again, and you can see that an array is passed with my name, which is equal to Dari, and my age, which is equal to 24. And the age is the name of our input field. Its name, and age is equal to 24. The get superglobal variable is used to collect data from the HTML form after submitting it. So when the form uses the get method, the data will be visible in the query string. So let me add it as a comment. The data will be visible in the URL. And compared to the post method, which is invisible. You should use the get method whenever you want to send non-sensitive information, like a name or age and so on. Don't use the get method if you want to submit a password, because a password is sensitive information and you don't want to show it to the user. So let's go right outside our PHP tags and let's create a form. And the action is equal to, well, where we're in right now, which is the get.php. And the method, and in the previous episode, our method was equal to post. And since we're working with get, we just need to replace it with get. Or write down get because we're not replacing it right now. And inside our form, we need to create input fields. So let's create an input field with a type equal to text and a name equal to name. And let's create another one. And the type is also equal to text and the name is equal to age. We also need a button in order to submit the form, and that has a type of submit. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and let's add some text in between our button tags. Otherwise it won't work. This works better. So let's fit in our forms. So let's say that my name is equal to Dari and my age is equal to 24. And whenever I click on submit, take a quick look to the URL. You can see that the information that we've inputted in our two fields are visible inside the URL. So you got the path, which is get.php. There is a question mark that stands for the query that got passed. And the query is name is equal to Dari. And the name is the name of our input field. And we also got our age, which is the name of our input field, is equal to 24. Right now, we are sending non-sensitive information. So let's replace the name of our second input field to password. And let's do the same thing for the type. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that we created a password input field. Let me change my password to 12345. Let's submit it. Now let me make my screen a little bit bigger. And you can see that we passed in the input fields inside the URL. And that's not what we want with the password because our password is visible right now. So I recommend you to use the get superglobal to get data from the server. And what I mean by that is that nothing should change on the server because of your action. And the request should return the same value regardless of how many times you are running it. A PHP session is used to store data on the server rather than the computer of the user. You might probably wonder what the difference is between a cookie and a session. Although they are both used to store user-related data, the biggest difference is security. Cookies are stored on the computer of the user, which basically means that hackers can easily get to it. But the good thing about cookies is that every time a user requests a URL to the server, all the cookie data for that website will be automatically sent to the server within the request. A session is good to use whenever you have data that is sensitive. So let me add it as a comment. Good to use for sensitive information. So let's say that a user logs in on your website and your website creates a new session. You don't want to save the password of a user, but you would like to save the user ID or the username, since you can grant the user access to certain pages based on the user ID. It's also good to remember that a session exists as long as the same browser is open. So if you close the browser and you want to reopen the same website, your session will be destroyed. And if you log in again, a new session will be created. So let me add that as well. So a session exists as long as the same browser is open. Let's create our first session. And the way you create your first session is by using a function inside PHP which is called session_start. So let me write that down, followed by parentheses, and you do not need to pass in any arguments or parameters. Right now, we created our session, but we haven't saved any information. And later on, when we will be creating a login system, you will see that we will assign the session variables to the input fields of the user that logged in. But for now, let's create them. Let's go one line below, or two, and let me add a comment. We want to store information right now. And the way you do that is with a $_session, followed by a set of brackets, just like every other superglobal. And inside our brackets, we want to pass in the name of the value. And I want to save my name and age. So let's say that my name is equal to Dari. So you create your session and you want to set it equal to a value. Let's create my second, which is age, and set it equal to an integer 24. A session superglobal is also an array, so what we're basically doing is creating an array with name and age that has the value of Dari and 24. So you've probably ever logged in on a website and you've seen the login button change to something like hello with your name. So in my case, hello Dari. And this is done with sessions. So whenever you log in, the system will create a name session and it will change the content of the button to your name. So let's do pretty much the same. And let's access our session. Let's echo out hello, concatenate it from the session variable, and we want to write down name. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that hello Dari is printed out. You always need to access your key of the associative array and not the value. You should know that by now, since we had a couple array exercises and array examples. Right now, we created our session, but we haven't closed it. And the way you destroy a session is with a new function called session_destroy. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and nothing's happening. And if we copy paste our echo, save it, refresh it, you can see that it's still printed out. And the reason why that is happening is because whenever we close off our browser, the session will be destroyed, and not whenever we write down session_destroy. You have probably heard of cookies before, and you have probably accepted them before on websites. And a cookie is a small file that the web server stores on the client computer. They are typically used to keep tracking of information such as a username. So let me add it as a comment. Small file that the web server stores on the client computer. A cookie is not used to track sensitive information since it is pretty easy to hack it. A cookie can only be read from the domain that it has been issued from. So let's start off by creating our first cookie. And to set a cookie, PHP created a function called setCookie. Keep in mind that the cookie always needs to be set at the top of your document, otherwise the cookie will not be set. And we will do it whenever we're done. So a cookie can have 6 arguments. And let me add it as a comment as well. So argument 1 is the name, where you set the name of the cookie. Argument 2 is the value, and this is where you set the value of the cookie. Argument 3 is the expire, and this is used to set the expire timestamp of the cookie after which the cookie can't be accessed. So the cookie will be removed whenever the expire date is reached. The fourth one is path, and a path is used to specify the path on the server for which the cookie will be available. The fifth one is the domain, And the domain is used to specify the domain for which the cookie is available. And the last one is security. And this one is used to indicate that the cookies should be sent only on a secure HTTPS connection. The name, value, and expire is a must, but the path, domain, and security is mandatory. So the first three needs to be set inside our parentheses. So let's add 3 arguments. The first one is the name. And I want to create a cookie with my name, so let's write down name. The second argument is the value of the cookie. And my name is Dari, so the value is Dari. The third argument is the time of the cookie. And this might be a tricky one because the time works in seconds. And in order to set a time, we need to use the time function that gives us the time of, well, this specific moment. So let's remove my double quotes. And let's write down time, followed by parentheses. Usually, you don't want to create a cookie for an hour or a day, or not even a week. Obviously, you can, but you want to set it for a bit longer. So let's say that we want to set it for a month. And the way that works is saying that you want to add, so after our time, we want to add a plus sign, because we want to add some time to the time of now. And let's say that we want to create a cookie for a month. Well, first off, we need to calculate the amount of seconds in a day, and I've got it, which is 86,400. And we want to multiply that by 30, so 30 days. So we get a month. And if you want to make it look better, copy your time or your expiration date, remove it, create a variable called time, and set it equal to the time. And let's add a variable inside our function. It is also good to remember that if you do not include the expiration date, the cookie will only be stored for the current session. Well, let me add that as a comment as well. If you do not include an expiration date, the cookie will only be stored for the current session. And if we save it and refresh the browser, you can see that nothing's happening. So let's create a print_r, and let's pass in our superglobal cookie. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that we created an array, because remember, a superglobal is equal to an array, with a name, which is equal to a value Dari, and the rest is, well, pretty secure, the session ID. There is no special dedicated function provided in PHP to delete a cookie. Remember, in sessions, we had something which was called session_destroy. And there isn't a function called cookie_destroy. And if you can see, the colors doesn't match. So let's remove them both. What we need to do is to update the expired time and set it equal to something in the past. So let's replace the plus with a minus. And let's create a new echo. Well, let's add a break first. Let's create a new echo, and let's echo out superglobal cookie, and we want to echo out the name. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that my name is printed out, but if I refresh it again, we're getting an undefined index because name doesn't exist anymore since our time is in the past. Working with files in PHP is actually easier than you might think. A PHP script can be used with an HTML form to allow users to upload files to the server. There are 2 ways how you could upload files. The first way is uploading it to the root, so let me add it as a comment. How to upload files. And the first one is upload it to the root. And the second one is directly to the database. So basically, when you want to upload it to the root, you're uploading it to a temporary directory, and then you have to relocate it to a target destination with a PHP script that we will be creating. And you can upload it directly to the database, but we won't be doing that since we haven't worked with databases. So I will be focusing on uploading it to the root. So what we want to do is to upload images of any types, so JPEG, PNG, and we even want to upload PDFs or text files or any type of file. It really depends what you want your users to allow to upload. So what we need to do in order to upload files is to work in a basic HTML form. And what I want to do is start totally from scratch. So the first part, well, this episode, will be setting up the form, and the second part will be functionality of the form. In the previous episodes, we already worked with forms, so let's create a new one. Outside our PHP tags, write form, hit tab, and we have an action. So I already created a folder in my Superglobals folder called uploads, and the action needs to be upload.php, and we will be creating this file. We need to add another parameter, and we want to give our form a method, and the method is equal to post. And it needs to be equal to post whenever you want to upload files. So we need to add one more, and this is probably a parameter that you haven't heard before, and it's called enctype. So let's type enc, enc, type, and it needs to be set equal, well, in double quotes, to multipart / form data. So the enctype multipart form data must be included, otherwise the file upload will not work. And what this basically does is it specifies how the form data should be encoded. Let me add it in the comment section as well. So enctype multidata form specifies how the form data should be encoded. I think it's pretty important for you to know what it actually means rather than writing it down. So inside our form, we need to create input tags. So let's type input, the type, and since we want to upload, is equal to file. And let's give it a name and set it equal to file as well. So let's refresh the page. And you can see that we're getting a button to upload files from our computer. We also need to create a button inside our form. So let's type button, hit tab, and the type needs to be equal to submit. And inside our button tags, let's type submit. So let's save it, refresh it, and you can see that we're getting a submit button as well. So what our goal is, whenever an image is selected and the user clicks on the submit button, the image will be uploaded to the folder uploads. So what we need to do in our uploads folder is right click on it, create a new file, and call it upload.php. We don't need it for now, so let's close it. And before we continue on, I want to show you a couple of variables that will grab specific data of the file. And these are pre-built inside the Superglobal. So let's go back to our PHP tags. And let's echo out a new variable called name and set it equal to the Superglobal Files and follow it by a set of brackets. Inside our brackets, we want to write down single quotes, and we want to pass in the file that is passed. And since our type of the input field is equal to file, we need to write down file. And remember, a superglobal is an associative array. And since this is stored as an associative array, we need to use another set of brackets. So next to our, first set of brackets, let's add new ones. And what we need to do right inside of the second set of brackets is to write down the name. So in our case, it's name. Because in our case, the name of our input field is equal to file. I hope this makes sense. So the first one is file, which makes sense because the type is equal to file, but it needs to see from where file is coming. So the name, which is also equal to file. And this will actually show us the file name of the file that we just uploaded, or we are going to upload. Before we continue on, we need to change our action to files.php. So let's save it, continue. Well, let me go back to my files. Let's choose the file again. Let's submit it. And you can see the name of the image that I actually just chose. And we can also see the type of the image or document that is being uploaded. So let's copy paste our echo. Let's change the variable to type. Now let's change the second set of brackets to type as well. Let's save it, submit it. Well, we need to choose our image again. Let's submit it, and you can see that the file is JPEG. So let's add a break. And let's do the same thing for the type. Let's refresh it, and you can see it's an image and the type is JPEG. We can find the temporary location of a file, so let's copy paste it again and change the variable name to tmp_location, and the type is also equal to tmp_name. So let's save it, refresh the browser again, and you can see that the image is stored in, well, my application, inside XAMPP, XAMPP files, and inside a folder called temp. And the last one that I want to show you is called the error. So let's replace the variable with error and the type with error as well. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that we're getting a 0 back, which basically means that we're not having an error right now. But if there is an error processing the form, the application will return a 1. Thank you for watching this episode about the file Superglobal. In the next episode, which will be a part 2 of this video, we will be continuing on the PHP script that we are going to write in order to make it actually work. So we will do some validations before a user can upload a file. So now that we have created our form and I've showed you how you could get information out of your upload files, I want to start writing a PHP script that will fetch the image and upload it. But before we continue on, I made a small mistake in the last episode. We do not need to create an upload.php in our uploads folder, but we need to create one in our Superglobals folder. So let's create it right now. So what we want to do in our upload.php is to do some checks that needs to be met before the image will be uploaded. This is also called error handling. So we basically want to set a limit for the size, and we can specify which user is able to upload. And we basically want to specify which files a user is able to upload. So in our upload.php, let's create opening and closing PHP tags. And inside the tags, we want to create an if statement, because we want to check if the button is actually submitted. And I'm talking about the button in our form, where the type is equal to submit and the name is equal to submit. And this can be done with the isSet function. So let's go in our parentheses, write down isSet, another set of parentheses, and we want to check for the superglobal, so $_post, followed by a set of brackets and single quotes. And in our single quotes, we want to search for submit, so whenever the button is submitted. The first thing that we want to do is to get the information of the file. And this is basically what we did in our last episode. So let's create a new variable called file. And let's set it equal to $_files, set of brackets, single quotes, and we want to search for the file. And the file is the same as the input field. So let's go back, and you can see that the input field has a type of file and a name of file, and is looking for the name. So the first two things that we want to check is the file size and what type of file it is. So let's go one line below. Well, we can actually copy our first variable. Let's paste it, and let's change file to name. And since we are working on an associative array, we need to put another set of brackets after files. And we want to specify what we're looking for. And in our case, we're looking for the name. So let me add it as a comment, find file name. So let's copy paste it a couple of times again. We also want to know the temporary name. And the second set of brackets is also equal to temporary name, tmp_name, excuse me. We want to know the size, so the file size. Let me change the comments as well. And we want to know if there are any errors. So So what we want to do now is to tell which files are allowed to be uploaded. So if we want to work with images, we need to specify that we only want to have JPEG or PNG, or even both. And if the condition is met, we could continue on with our code. So let's create a new variable, and let's name it file extension, and set it equal to something that you probably haven't heard before, and this is called explode. And this is a built-in function in PHP. And what this does, it basically splits a string in different strings. So it makes an array out of the file extension. And what we want is to split our image name whenever the punctuation mark is found. So let me show you how this works. So let's say we have test.jpg. What we want is to create an array with test and with JPEG. So with the explode function, we want to say that whenever the punctuation mark is reached, split the name. So let me remove it. And the explode function takes two params. The first one is where we want to explode the name. So in single quotes, we want to explode it at the punctuation mark, comma, and the second param is the actual file name that you want to explode. So in our case, it's our variable name that we created at the top. So let's write down name. Now let me add a comment. Explode from punctuation mark. So now that we have created an array with two pieces of data, so the first part is the name and the second part is the extension, so the file type. Let's replace our file extension name to temp extension, because this is the temporary file extension. And let's create a new variable called file extension. And what we want to do with our file extension variable is to set it equal to another function that we actually have discussed before. And this is the string to lower. And the reason why we are doing this is because PHP is case sensitive. And if someone is uploading PNG or JPEG with capitals, the extension will not match. So whenever you have a PNG with capitals, that's not equal to PNG in lowercase. So what we want to do is to convert it to lowercase, so we cannot make any mistakes. What our file extension variable needs to be equal to is the last part of the array. So remember, we have our temporary extension, which explodes our name. And we want the last part because after the punctuation mark, we get our extension. Now we can use another function inside our string to lower function called end. And what the end function does is it outputs the value of the last element in an array. And what we want is the last element of the array temp extension. So the first one is the name and the second one is the extension after the punctuation mark. Now that we actually got the file extension, we need to create something that will check if the file that the user tries to upload is allowed. So we need to create a new array, and I will call it isAllowed. And I want to set it equal to an array. And since we actually got the extension of the image that the user will upload, I want to allow, well, in single quotes, JPEG, JPEG with an E. I want to check if PNG, and I want to check for PDF files. So let me add a comment and let's say allowed extensions. So now that we have the extension of the image that the user will upload, and we have the extension that we will actually allow, we need to create something that checks if the file that is being uploaded is allowed. So let's create an if statement right below our array. Inside our condition, we want to use another built-in function called in_array. And this function has two params. The first one is the variable that we want to check for. In our case, it's file extension. And the second one is the array that you want to check if the first variable is in there. And that's the allowed extension variable, so is allowed. So let's write it down, is allowed. And if this is true, we want to continue on. So what we basically want to do in here is to do a couple of checks. So whenever the extension is met, we want to check if there are any errors. So let's create another if statement inside our if statement. And we want to check if our error variable is equal to 0. So let's write down my error variable and let's set it equal to 0. And like I said before, if there's an error, the system will return 1, and if there is no error, the system will return 0. So let me add that as a comment. 0 is no error, 1 is equal to error. Before we continue on, let's create an else statement after the extension check. And let's say echo, sorry, your file type is not accepted. And it's a good thing to work with if-else statements so you prevent that your application will shut down. So if we remove our else statement and we try to upload the image, we will probably get an error message and the application will be shut down. And let's create another one for after the error check, where we want to say echo, sorry, there was an error. Try it again. So now that we have checked the extension, and if that's true, that will be checked for error messages. And what we want to check after is, well, inside a new if statement. So an if statement inside the if statement of another if statement. And the condition will be the size, because we want to check if the file size is less than a certain amount of kilobytes. So I actually Googled what an average image is, and it's around 2.3 megabytes. But we need to keep in mind that PHP works with kilobytes. So 2.3 megabytes is equal to 23,000 kilobytes if I'm not wrong. So let's change it to less than 30,000 just to be sure. So what we're gonna do is, well, if our file size is 2 megabytes, this is allowed because it's less than. So just like the other two checks, let's create another else statement and let's echo out, sorry, your file size is too big. And this is actually the last check that we will be doing. So if it passes the first if statement, so the extension, we will check for the errors. And if this is passed, then the size will be checked. And inside the if statement of the file size, we want to actually upload the file size. But before we do that, we need to give it a proper name. Because if an image is being uploaded with a name that already exists in our upload folder, the last uploaded image will override it and the first image will disappear. So let me, well, write that down for you. So let's say that there's an image with the name test.png and another user uploads an image with the first name test.png. So what will happen is that the first image will disappear because the second one will overwrite the first one. And that's not what we want because, well, image 1 will be destroyed actually. So let's scroll up. And what we need to do is to give every image a unique ID. And that's actually a built-in function. So let's create a new variable in our size check. And what we want to name it is new file name. And let's set it equal to a function called uniQID. And what unique ID does is basically it generates an ID based on the micro time. And it has two params. The first one is prefix, and this is optional. So we're going to write two single quotes and a comma, and nothing inside of our single quotes. And the second one is the entropy, and let's say that this is equal to true. If we continue on right now, we will just continue with a new file name, but no extension. So what we actually need to do is to add the file extension to our new file name. Otherwise, we will just, well, if I go back and write down test.png, right now, we're just getting test back. But what we want to do is to add our .png. So let's go up and let's concatenate it. So let's say punctuation mark, double quotes. And what I want to add is, well, first a punctuation mark, because, well, we're exploding it and we're only getting our JPEG or PNG back and not the punctuation mark before. And what we actually want to concatenate it from is the file extension. variable that we have. So it's this one where we have the string to lowercase. So now that we have actually got the file name and extension, we need to specify where we want to upload it to inside our root folder. So inside our if statement, let's create a new variable called file destination. And let's set it equal to the actual destination. So what we want to is to upload it in uploads. So let's write down uploads, / and we need to add the name of the image, which is equal, well, to one line above, variable new file name. Let me make this a little bit bigger. All right, this looks better. On the next line, we want to create a function that actually uploads a file, because right now we only did some checks and we just gave it a new name. So let's go one line below our variable file destination. And the function that we are going to use is move_uploaded_file. And inside the parentheses, we want to write down the temporary location. And remember, we did that at top. So we created a variable called tmp_name, comma, and the location where we want to send it to. And that's what we did, well, one line above in our variable file destination. And the last thing that we want to do is to redirect the user back to the front page. So let's use a function that you probably haven't heard before called header, parentheses, semicolon. And this is a function that sends a raw HTTP header to a client. So what we want to say inside double quotes is location, files.php. So whenever the button is clicked, I want to be redirected, well, to the same place. And to make sure that it actually works, let's add a question mark, uploaded, success. So let me zoom out a little bit. Let's go back to the browser. Well, let me actually go back and start over again. Well, save it first, of course. Upload files, choose an image. Well, I've got an image of the Joker. Click on it, submit it, and something actually went wrong. Let's see what went wrong. Let's go back to files.php. And I can see that the action needs to be equal to upload, because that's actually what we want to check. So let's save it, refresh it. Well, let's actually go back. Go back to files, choose file, Joker, submit. And something went wrong again. Unexpected new file name on line 22. I actually forgot to concatenate it. So let's save it, refresh the browser. And this is actually good because otherwise we would receive an error message. Well, our file is too big right now. So let's change it to, well, 100,000. Refresh the browser. And if you look at our URL, it says upload successful. And if I actually look inside of my uploads folder, you can see that an image just appeared on my screen. Thank you for watching this episode, and I will be seeing you in the next one. Welcome back to a new episode about how you could write to a file. I want to focus on the fopen function in PHP, and what this function allows us to do is to put the content into a file that PHP will automatically create for us. So let's create a new file in our Superglobals, and let's call it fileput.php. What we're basically going to do is to put some content inside a new file. So let's create HTML tags, and let's create an opening and closing PHP tag. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and let's open our file. Let me zoom in a little bit. The first thing that we need to do is to declare a file that we want to put it into. So let's create a new variable called myFile and set it equal to the function fopen. And inside the parentheses, we will do something that might be pretty confusing. Well, we want to say inside double quotes that a new file needs to be created. And where we want to do that is in our uploads folder, /, and the name of the file needs to be file.txt, so text. So what PHP basically will do is to go inside our uploads folder that we had from the previous episode, and inside our uploads folder, it's going to look for a file called file.txt. And if the file does not exist, it will create a new file. A fopen function takes 2 params. So right now we created our first one, which is the path. So let's add a comma. And the second param is called the mode param, which specifies the type of access you require to the stream. And since there are 11 types, I've got a link that I want to show you with the meaning of all of them. So let's copy paste it in the browser. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Let's scroll down. And well, you can see that there are 11 letters and some of them with a plus sign with different meaning. But I want to focus on the W. It's open for writing only. So let's go back to our code editor, and inside double quotes, let's write down W. So what we want to do now is, well, let's echo out variable myFile and see what happens. Let's save it, close off the php.net, refresh the browser, and the resource ID is #3. But if we open our uploads folder, you can see that a file just got created with the name file.txt. So let's open it, and it's empty. And that's good, because what we want to do now is to write some stuff to the file. So let's close it, and the way you write some stuff inside the file is to use a function called fwrite. And you can add them directly inside the fwrite, but that's not what we want. What we want is to create a new variable, so let's say text, and let's set it equal to my name is Dari. And we want to pass the text inside fwrite. But before we do that, fwrite takes 2 params. And the first param contains the name of the file where we want to write it to. So in our case, we want to write it to myFile fopen uploads into file.txt. So let's add myFile. And the second param is what you actually want to write inside myFile. And that's variable txt. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and open file.txt. And you can see that my name is Dari just got added inside our file.txt. It's also, well, let's go back to our file put because we actually forgot something. Because whenever we are done with the fwrite function, we need to create a new function to close it. And, well, the name of that function is fclose. And it takes 1 param, and that's the file that you actually want to close. And it's not, well, fwrite because that doesn't work, but we want to close my file. So let's paste it in there. And if we save it and refresh it, nothing will happen, but the fwrite is actually closed. So what we want to do now is to, well, let's copy paste our variable text and our fwrite and paste it below it. And let's change my name of the second text variable to David. Let's save it. And if we refresh the browser, and well, let's close file.txt first. And let's open it again. And you can see that, well, my name is Dari and my name is David just got printed out in our file.txt. So another fun thing that I want to show you, which we can actually do, is to create a form, and the form has an input field with age. So let's say that you want to create a script that calculates the average age of users on the website. So outside of our PHP tags, let's create a form with an action equal to, well, file put.php and the method equal to post. And we need an input field with a type equal to text. Name needs to be equal to age. And let's create another one with a type equal to submit and a name equal to submit. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that our input field and our button, well, our input submit button just appeared. And let's go up and let's remove the second text variable and fwrite because we don't need it right now. And what we can do is to replace my, name first with my age is, and by name, we want to concatenate it from Superglobal Post, and inside brackets, we want to pass in age. And we also need a break after our age, otherwise they will all be printed out on the same line. So let's add a punctuation mark. Inside double quotes, I want to write down /n. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and we're getting an undefined index because, we actually have to put it in an if statement. Let's actually do that. So let's create an if statement, and let's say if is set, Superglobal Post, and submit button is clicked. If that's actually true, let's place my file and our variable inside our if statement, and the last two as well. So let's style it. Let's go back, open file put again, and let's remove our echo, refresh the browser, and our error just disappeared. So let's enter some ages. So let's say 44, submit, 55, submit, 24 or 23, submit, and let's do one more, which is equal to 8. If we open our file.txt, you can see that only the first age got printed out, and this is because we're using the W second param in our fopen. And what this basically does, it overrides the variable text every single time. And this is pretty important to know because right now we're not dealing with something big, but let's say that you're actually working on something big, and every time a user submits something, the previous age will disappear, and that's not what we want. So let's change the W to A, save it, refresh. Let's go back to our Superglobals folder, and let's open file put again. And let's submit again a couple ages, 44, and let's close off files.txt, 23, 1, 80. Let's open file.txt again, and you can see that my ages 8, 44, 23, 1, and 80 are all printed out on the screen. In the next episode, I want to focus on how we could actually read everything on our file.txt inside the browser. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next episode. So in the last episode, we created a form and we created an if statement where we wrote some text into our file. Right now, I want to read everything that we have put into file.txt. So let's create a new file, and let's call it getFile.php. Let's type doc, hit tab, create opening and closing PHP tags, and now we can start. So first off, we need to create a new variable with the path of the file. So let's create a variable called file path. Let me zoom in and set it equal to, in double quotes, uploads, and the name of the file is file.txt. Let's create a new variable called output and set it equal to a new function called file_get_contents. And what this function does is, it reads everything from the file and makes a string of it. So let's go one line below, or two, and let's echo out output. And let's change the path of our URL to get file. Save it, refresh the browser, and we're getting an error message because file_get_contents takes one param, and that's the actual path. So let's say file path. Save it, refresh the browser, and let's open file.txt. Let's remove my age is 80. And I actually removed my age is from every text that we added because, I want to do something with the age. I recommend you to do the same. So save it, go back, refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is on one line. So let's add a break. Save it, refresh it, and you can see that we're kind of stuck with a problem because everything is printed out on one line and the break doesn't work. So in one of my previous episodes, I told you what an explode function does in PHP, and we can do the same thing to create an array. And whenever we have done that, every value is an array value, so we can loop through it. So let's remove our echo, and let's create a new variable called ages, and set it equal to, well, the explode function. And what we want to explode it from is every time a new line is created. So let me go to file.txt. So we need to explode 8, 44, 23, 1, 80, and another 80. So where we want to explode it from, in double quotes, is a line break, and not the HTML line break, but a /n line break. And the second param is what we actually want to explode, and in our case, it's output. Let's save it, and let's create a for each loop. And what we want to for each is, well, through our array right now, ages, as one age. So let's echo out age and concatenate it from a break, save it, refresh it, and the output is what we actually want. And in the last episode, I said that I want to calculate the average age. So what we need to do is go right above our for each loop, create a new variable called total age, set it equal to 0, and a new variable called I, and set it equal to 0 as well. And inside our for each loop, we want to say that every time we are looping through it, we have our total age, what I want to set equal to total age, but I want to add every age. And every time the loop is executed, I want to increase variable I with 1. And the reason why I'm doing this is that I want to echo out the average age is concatenated, parentheses, and I want to divide total age by variable I. So let's save it, refresh it, and the average age is 33.71. Let's create a new folder, and let's call it contact. And inside my contact folder, I need a couple of files. First off, I need an index.php. I need a style sheet, so style.css. And I need a new file with the name contact.php. So let's start off with our index.php. Let's create our HTML tags. So let's write down doc, hit tab. Let's go right inside our body tags, where I actually want to create a contact form using HTML. In the style.css, I want to style my contact form. In the contact.php, I actually want to start working on the backend of the contact form. So let's start off by creating our contact form first. So let's create a div tag. And inside my div tag, I want the h1 tag. And let's write down get in touch. And underneath my h1 tag, let's create a paragraph tag. And let's write down please fill in the fields. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and let's go into our contact folder. And well, this works. So right now, let's create a form. The action is equal to contact.php. We need a method that needs to be set equal to post. And let me zoom in. Inside our contact form, we want to create a couple input fields that we want from the user. So let's write down input, hit tab. The first one has a type which is equal to text. It has a name equal to name, and it has a placeholder which is equal to full name. So instead of using labels in front of the input field, I want to use placeholders, and the placeholder specifies a short hint that describes the expected value of an input field. So if I save it and refresh it, you can see that the placeholder of my input field is full name. And if I click on it and write some text, our placeholder disappears, and you can see that whatever we have inputted appeared on the screen. So let's copy our input field and paste it 2 more times. So we also want the email of a user, and the placeholder is equal to email. And we also want the subject. So name is equal to subject, and placeholder is equal to subject. So what we need to create now is a text area tag. So let's go right below our input field. Let's type text area, hit tab. And we actually don't need the ID columns and rows, so let's remove them. We need a name, which is equal to message. And we need a placeholder, which is equal to enter message. Let me make it bigger. So let's save it and refresh it. And well, it looks pretty bad right now, but just give me a moment and let's create a button tag with a type equal to submit because we want to submit the form, and the name equal to submit. And in between our button tags, let's write down, not submit, send email. So let's save it and refresh it, and well, it looks awful right now. So what I want to do is to style it a little bit, and I won't be explaining what the styling actually means because that's not part of my PHP scope, but well, I cannot work with a form that looks like this. So first off, we need to create a link tag in our head. So right below our title, let's create a link, and the rel is equal to style sheet. The type is equal to text/CSS, and the href is equal to style.css. Since we already created our style.css, let's open it, and let's start styling our form. The first thing that I want to style is the div. I want to set a margin of 0 auto, and I want to text align everything. Well, this went wrong. Text align everything in the center. So we created a h1 tag, and I want the margin to be 0. So let's save it and refresh it. And we created the paragraph tag, where I want the font size to be 14. This looks a little bit better. So let's start styling our form. Let's say that I want the margin to be 0 auto as well. I want the text align to be in the center, nothing's changing. And I want the padding to be 20 pixels top, and the rest needs to be 0. Alright. So next, I want to style the input field. So let's write down input, and the width needs to be 200 pixels. The display needs to be black because, well, I don't want to have them next to each other. This looks quite a lot better right now. I want the margin to be 20 pixels top bottom, and the rest, well, left right, to be auto. I want a box shadow of 0, 0, 10 pixels, and the color needs to be, well, black. I need a border which is 1 pixel solid, and the color is F2, F2, F2. I need a background color of my input field, which is also equal to F2, F2, F2. And I want a padding of 4 pixels. So let's save it, refresh it, and this looks a little bit better, right? So let's style our placeholder real quick with, well, colon, placeholder. And I want the text transform to be uppercase, so I don't want it to be lowercase anymore. I want the font size to be 8 pixels, and I want the font weight to be bold. Save it, refresh it, and this looks better. So let's create our input field, paste it, and let's change input to text area. Now let's add a height of 100 pixels. Save it, refresh it, and it starts to look pretty good. And the last thing that I want to style is the button. I want the width to be 80 pixels. I want the height to be 40. Save it, refresh it. Well, the width needs to be 120. Yes. I want the background color to be black. And I want the, well, text color to be white. Save it, refresh it, and this looks a lot better than what we had. So now that we've done styling, I want to work on the back end of the form. So let's close off our style.css and let's open our contact.php. And remember, in our index.php, we did set the action of our form to contact.php. So let's go to our contact.php, create PHP opening and closing tags. And inside our PHP tags, let's create an if statement. Because just like in the previous videos, we need to check if the button is actually submitted. And since our method is equal to post, we need to say isSet, and it's a function, so we need parentheses, to the Superglobal Post, and we want to check for submit. So whenever the submit button is clicked and the method is equal to post, do something. So what we need to do right now is to create variables and set them equal to the input fields. So we have a name, so variable name is equal to variable post, brackets, variable name. And whenever I work with contact forms or login systems, I like to use a function called trim. So let's go right in front of our Superglobal. Let's write down trim, bracket, and a closing bracket after the post method. And what trim does is it removes the white space and other predefined characters from the left and the right side of a string. So let's go outside of my PHP tags, and let's say that the user fills in, well, the full name with a couple spaces, and let's say something like this. And what trim basically does is it removes all the white spaces in front of your name, or, well, after your name. And what we just did right here needs to be done with the email, so the second one, the subject, and the message. So let's change the variables to email, third one to subject, and one for message. And we need to change the post, well, what we're looking for in our post Superglobal as well. So the second one is email, third one is subject, and the last one is message. And I actually like to keep the names equal to each other, so the variables that I'm creating needs to be equal to the name of our input field. So in order for us to send the email, we need a function called mail. So let's go right below our variables and write down mail. And inside our mail functions, we need 3 params. So let me add them as a comment. First one is the email you're sending it to. The second one is the subject. And the third one is the message. There are a couple more params that you could add, but I want to focus on one more, which is called a header. So let's go right below our variables that we created, and let's create a new variable called myMail. This is the mail where we are actually going to send it to, so param 1. And my email is info@darinazar.com. And you need to put in your own email, but you need to be aware that if you want to send it to a Gmail, Google will actually block your email function. So what we need to do now is to create a variable called header right below my mail function. And this basically consists of extra information. So basically the email I'm sending it to, and you can also add your CCs right here. But what is pretty important if you're creating something like this is to show the email of the person who is sending it. So let's say in double quotes, from, colon, and let's concatenate our variable email. We need one more, and that's actually the message. So let's create a new variable called message2. And what we want to do with our message2 variable is to create a customized message when an email is sent to us. So let's say that we want to email, you have received a message from, and what we want to do now is to concatenate it from name. So let's go outside our double quote, write down variable name, and we want to concatenate it from a punctuation mark. And well, after a punctuation mark, we want to go on a separate line and not on the same. So what we need to do is to add a \n\n. So the first one goes on one line below. So let me write it down for you. You have received a message from. So if we use one n, it will goes on one line below. But if we use 2, it will be on 2 lines below. And this looks a little bit better. And what we want to do in this line is to add a message. And the message is the one the user has input in our text area. So let's add variable message. So the last thing that we need to do is to fill in our mail function. And the first param is the email you're sending it to, which is equal to variable myMail. The second one is the subject, so it's variable subject. The third one is, well, the actual message that we want to send, so message2. And the last one is the header. And this is actually what we need to create a working contact form. But the problem right now is that if you want to fill in the form, so let's test it out. Let's say that my name is Dari, email is, well, my other email, subject is hello, and the message is my name is Dari. Let's send the email, and the problem is that we're being redirected to an empty page. So what we need to do now is right below our mail function is to use a function called header, and inside our parentheses we need double quotes. We want to write down location, colon, and this is basically where we want to be sent to. So I want to be redirected, well, to the same page. So let's say index.php, and I want to give a message if the email is sent or not. So let's say question mark, mail sent. So let's save it, go back, let's send it again, and you can see in our URL, index.php, question mark, mail sent. So this actually worked. But the problem right now is that we're not getting any messages because we are working on a local host right now. You can change your php.ini file, but that's pretty difficult to do. And what I want to do is to upload it to my own website so I can test it out. Well, I actually got it open. So let me go to my website, index.php. Let's say my name, my email, the subject is contact form, and the message is my name is Dari. So let's send it. You can see, well, the message is sent, and I just received an email. And let me show you what the output is. Let me go right here, and you can see that you have received a message from Dari Nazar, and my name is Dari. Since we discussed most of the beginner topics of PHP, I want to set a step forward and focus on databases. There are a couple topics that I want to discuss with you. First off, I want to start by explaining what a database actually is. I want to show you what MySQL is, or MySQL, and I want to show you how you could use databases. And there's also a term that you will hear quite a lot in programming, and that's a query. So I want to explain to you what that is. And lastly, I want to show you a couple examples about databases. Before we start, let's separate the word first because it's good to understand what data actually is. And I want to make it as simple as possible because, well, it's not really that difficult. And data is basically fact related to any object in consideration. So if you have data about, well, let's say yourself, you have a name, you have an age, you have a height, and you have a weight, and you can go on. And what a database actually is, it's an organized collection of structured information. And most of the time the data is stored on a computer. So what is a DBMS? Well, DBMS stands for Database Management System, and this is a software which is used to manage a database. There are a couple softwares that you can use like MySQL or Oracle, but we will be focusing on MySQL. So what is MySQL? Well, MySQL, so SQL, means a structured query language. And what MySQL allows us to do is to create, modify, and remove data in the database. And a good example might be a registration form. So whenever you register on a website, it will create a new row inside a table. It can help us with updating, modifying, or deleting data. And a good example might be if someone wants to delete his account on a certain website. It helps us to retrieve data, and this can be to check if an input field of a login system is equal to data in a database. So it allows you access. A lot of companies do actually use a database, even the smallest electricity service provider near your town or city, because they need to save client information or client issues and so on. So what is a query? You will hear the term query a lot when you work with PHP, and even in other programming languages where you will be using a database. And the database query extracts data from a database and formats it into a human-readable form. So I have actually created a table, and it's good to remember that every table has a name. And keep the name as simple as possible because you will be using the name a lot. Every table has a column, and every column has a name. And in a vertical fashion, all the values of column name, so well, our column has a name which is equal to name, and the values are David, John, Michael, and Connor. A table actually has a row, and this is the horizontal information. And this is basically, well, in our case, information about one single person. And lastly, we have a field, and this is the intersection between a row and a column. So what we actually can do with this is to insert a query based on the information that we need. I will be discussing most of the queries in the next couple of episodes, but let's test one query out so I can show you how this actually works. So I have the same table again, and the query always starts with the keyword select, no matter what system you are using. And what you're basically saying is, hey, database, please go pick up something that I want. And the details that you want to, well, let the database pick up is after the select statement. And if you want to select everything, you need to use a star sign. And after the star sign, you need to specify from where you want to select it. So we need to use a keyword from. And we want to select from our table called user, which is, well, beneath our query. The output right now will be everything of the table because we're selecting everything from user. But what if we only want to output one row? So let's say we want to output ID number 1, David, and 22. So now we need to add a filter to our query, and this can be done with the where statement. Let me show it to you. Alright. The where statement tells the database to perform a filter and only return a record that meets the condition after the where statement. So what we are saying is, well, search for ID that is equal to 1. And in our case, that's David and age 22. You can also search on someone's name, but the problem is, if that we have 2 Davids inside our database, it will show all the records where the name is equal to David. So I prefer to work with IDs. So let's continue on, and the output will be something like this, because we're selecting ID number 1, and we want everything, so we want the ID, name, and age. Before we start, I recommend you to go to your XAMPP and run MySQL database. Because remember, in the beginning of the course, we only started Apache Web Server. So open XAMPP, go to Manage Servers, and you can see that Apache Web Server is running because, well, that's how we entered a localhost. But in order to enter your database, you need to activate MySQL database. So let's start it. Wait a couple of seconds. And what we need to do now is to go to our browser, change the URL to localhost /PHPMyAdmin. And don't get confused by all the buttons and links that you can see right now, because I want to go through them and tell you what it actually means, because it's not that difficult. So on the left-hand side of my screen, you can see all the databases that I have right now, and you can see it with a database icon. You might have a couple different databases, but a couple basic ones are pre-installed, such as Information Schema, Performance Schema, PHPMyAdmin. On the top of my browser, you can see my server, and right now I'm on my local host. But whenever you log in on an actual database of a website, the name will change. And in the menu right below our server, you can see a couple of buttons that you can choose from. And the ones that we are interested in is Database and SQL. The SQL tab makes you insert SQL queries. So let's click on it. Basically what we did in our last episode can be done right here to see if it works. So remember, what we did in our last episode was writing down select star because we want everything from our table called users. And if I run it right now, you can see that we're getting an error message because, well, we have no database selected. So let's go back to our home page. And there are two other important tabs, which is the export and import. So whenever you have a database that you want to import, it can be done right here. You just need to choose the file and you need to import it. And the same thing can be done for export. But what we want to focus on is the database tab. So let's click on it. And once you are in here, you can see that we can actually create our own database. So let's give it a name. And I recommend you to use lowercase and no dashes. And if you wanted to use dashes, I recommend you to use underscores instead. I want to give my database a name of PHP tutorial. You can name it whatever you want, but you need to remember that whenever I refer to my database called PHP tutorial, you need to use your own database name and not PHP tutorial because, well, yours is different. And now that we have created our name, let's create our database. And you can see that I'm getting a warning message right now because there are no tables found in the database. And if you look at the left-hand side of my screen, you can see that the database that we just created is added on the list. There is actually another way how you could create a database, and that's by clicking, well, on the top of your databases on the left-hand side on New. So let's click on it, and you can see that we got redirected to the same page of databases. So let's go back to PHP tutorial, and let me explain to you how this actually works. So we have our database right now called PHP tutorial, and every database has tables inside of it. What I showed you in the previous episode, the table of users. And that can be done right here as well, because we can create a table called users, where we have user information such as the name, email, password, and so on. We can also create a table called posts. So let's say that we want to create a blog where we can save our blog post, and that can be done in the post table. And you can have as many tables as you want. And the post table has a user ID, which is equal to the user ID of the table users, which doesn't make sense right now, but it will make sense later on. In the next episode, I want to focus on creating tables inside PHPMyAdmin. To give you a reminder, one table stores one type of data. So a table about users holds information only about users, and a table about posts only holds information about posts. Right now I'm only talking about two tables, but you could have as many as you want. In PHPMyAdmin, there are two ways how you could create a table. And the first one is the simple way, is by simply clicking on Creating Table. And the hard way is creating the query ourselves. I actually want to show you both ways, so I will create the users table in the easy way first, then I will delete it and we will create it the hard way as well, so you know how both ways work. So let's start with our users table, which will be the easy way. And let's go to our PHP tutorial database. We need to fill in a name that we want to give our table, and in my case, I want to call it users. We also need to specify the number of columns that we want, and let's change 4 to 3. Click on Go. Now we got redirected to a new screen where we need to create our columns. So first off, let's start with the names. Every user has a unique ID, so the first column will be ID. A user that wants to log in has a username, so the second one is username. And every user has a password, so let's create a password. Let's call it password. So let's go back to the ID again, because we need to specify the type. And right now it's integer, and you can see, well, there are a lot of types that you can use, but we want to work with numbers because we want to increase our integer ID every single time a user creates an account. We can keep the length empty. The default is equal to none, and we don't need coalition and attributes, but we actually do need the index. So let's see the options. It can be primary, unique, index, full text, or spatial. And Like I said, an ID is unique and it needs to be our primary key. So let's click on it, click Go. And AI stands for auto increment. Well, we actually want that every time a row gets inserted into our table, the ID needs to increase automatically by 1. So let's click on it. And that's it. We don't need the other types. For the username and password, the values are characters and not integers. So let's replace integer with varchar. And char is a fixed length string data type, so any remaining space in the field is padded with blanks. And in the column next to it, which is the length, we need to specify the amount of characters. For now, let's say 255. And let's do the same thing for password, 255. And password is a varchar as well. So right now we're done. So let's click on Save. And you can see the table that we actually just created. We created a column with the names ID, username, and password. And you can see that ID has a key in front of it, which stands for the primary key. And you can see that the type of our ID is an integer, and the username and password is a varchar. And you can see that ID has something extra, which is auto increment, because we want to increase it every time by 1. So now that we have created our table in the easy way, I want to focus on the hard way, because I don't think that what we just did is good practice for beginners. So what I want to do is to go to SQL, click on it, and I want to create a new query. So what I want to say is that I want to drop table, and we need to specify the name. So let's say users. Be aware that you need to be in the database PHP tutorials before you click on SQL. Otherwise, it will not know where the table users actually is. So if you try to drop table users in, well, let's say PHPMyAdmin, it probably doesn't exist, so the query won't work. So let's click on Go. And localhost says, do you actually want to execute drop table users? Click on OK. And MySQL returned an empty result set. And that's actually good. So now let's click on SQL or SQL. It really doesn't matter how you call it. Let's remove the query that's already generated for us. And let's create our table in the hard way. The way you create a table is by writing down create space table. And then you need to specify the name. And in our case, it's users again. Follow it by a set of parentheses and a semicolon. And to make it more readable for ourselves, let's go inside our parentheses and hit double enter. Let's go one line above, hit tab. And what we want to do now is to create our columns. And column 1 will have the name of ID. So let's type ID, hit a space. And after the space, we need to specify the data type. And in our case, it's an integer. Follow it with a set of parentheses. And inside the parentheses, we need to say how many numbers the ID can have. So let's say 11. Let's go outside our parentheses again, hit a space. And we need to write down not null, which basically means that this column cannot be empty, because our ID cannot be empty, otherwise we cannot check for, well, anything. So let's hit another space. And now we need to say that this is the primary key of our table. And this needs to be in capitalized letters. So let's write down primary space key. And remember that we said that we want to auto increment it every time a new user is created. So let's hit another space and let's write auto increment in capital letters. Well, it's auto underscore increment. And we need to end it with a comma because, well, on the next line, we want to create our username. And if you don't have a username or whatever after your ID, you don't need to use your comma. So right now, we want to write down username. The data type is equal to varchar, and we want to have it 255 characters. And our username cannot be empty as well, so we need to write down not null, comma. And we don't need to specify primary key or auto increment because it's not necessary for the username because it's user input. After your comma, hit enter, and let's write down password, space, data type is varchar, and it has 255 characters. And this is also not null. And we don't need to end it with a comma because this is the last column that we need. So let's click on Go. And MySQL returned an empty result set. So let's click on Users. And you can see that our table is created with an ID, username, and password. So now that we have created our table and our columns, we can insert data inside of it. And you need to make sure that you're in your users table again, and you need to click on the insert button at the top. Let's click on it. So let's give it a name of Dari06 and a password of 123456. And let's do the same thing for the username. And let's say Dari07 and the password is 123456. And remember, we don't need to input our ID because we set our ID to auto increment. Well, you actually can specify a new ID, but we don't need it. So let me show you what I mean. Click on Go. And you can see that the values are null and null. But if we go back to our users table, you can see that our IDs are created. I actually created 2 before to test it out. So therefore my ID is equal to 3 and 4. Well, let me edit it actually. Set it equal to 1. And let's change 4 to 2. Let's go. And now my table must look like yours. So by now, you must know how to create a database, how you could create a table, and how you can insert information inside your table. At the end of the previous episode, I showed you how you could insert data in the table users. You need to be in the right database, so in PHP tutorials, then you need to click on the insert button at the top and enter the data. This was pretty easy, but there is another way of doing this, and that's with queries. And in this episode, I want to focus on creating our own query to insert data. The reason why I want to show you this way is because we actually need to create queries later on in our PHP code to get information out of the database. So therefore, I think it's pretty important for you to learn how this actually works. We're in our table users, in our PHP tutorial database, and you can see that we added 2 rows. The ID will increment automatically, and the name and password is set by us. So right now, I want to click on SQL on the top of my screen. So let's click on it. And right here, we can create a query that will insert information for us. And the reason why this is actually way easier than what we did in the previous episode is that you can add more than 1 or 2 lines. So let's open a new tab. Let's write down localhost / phpMyAdmin. phpMyAdmin. Let's click on PHP tutorials and open our users table just to get the structure of our table. So we need to insert a username and password because our ID will be automatically incremented. So let's go back to our other tab. Well, let me remove my select query right now. And the way you insert data is by using the keyword in capital letters, insert, into. And this statement is used to insert a new row in a table. And after into, hit a space. And now we need to specify the table where we want to insert it into. So in our case, we want to insert data into users. So let's write down users, space, parentheses. So let's go right inside of our parentheses. And right here, we need to write down the name of the first, second, third, and so on column that we have and want to insert data into. So if we go back, we have username and password. So let's write them down. Username, comma, space, password. And remember, we do not need to write down ID because ID is auto increment. So now that we have specified the columns, we need to write down a keyword values. So let's hit space, values, space, parentheses. What we actually want to do right now is to add a new record inside of our database. And we have to specify the values that we want to insert into the columns. So let's go inside our parentheses. And because we have string values, we need to write down single quotes, comma, space, another set of single quotes. So let's go right inside of the first single quotes, and we need to write down a username. So let's say Dari08. And my password will be myPWD. And you also need to be aware that the value cannot be empty because, well, let me go back to my previous tab. And let's click on structure. And you can see that ID, username, and password cannot be null. So it cannot be empty. So we need to have a value. Let's go back. Now let's click on Go. And you can see that one row is inserted. So let's click on our table. And you can see that we have a new row with an ID of 3, a username of Dari08, and a password of myPWD. So right now, we inserted just one row, but we could actually insert way more. So let's click on SQL again, and let's do the same thing. So let's say insert into users, set of parentheses, values, another set of parentheses. And the first one is username, comma, password. And the value is Dari09, comma, password is 123456. So if you want to add more than one value, you need to copy paste the set of parentheses of the value, paste a comma after the last one, hit a space, and paste it. And let's change the value to Dari10, and let's click on Go. Well, let's copy our query first because we will need it one more time. And let's click on Go. And you can see that 2 rows are inserted. Now let's click on our table. And you can see that Dari09 and Dari10 just got created. And lastly, I want to show you what will happen if there is an error message in the query. So let's click on SQL again. Let's paste our query right here. And let's remove the single quotes of the second set of values. Now if we click on Go, you can see that, well, we're getting an error message and our query cannot be executed. And if you read the query, unknown column, Dari10 in field list. And you can see that since we haven't used single quotes around it, the query thinks that we're working with columns instead of rows. What we eventually want to do is to write the query that we just created inside PHP codes. Well, let me remove the error. So what we actually created right here, we want to write this in PHP code, which then runs the SQL code from PHP into the database, depending on the query that we inserted inside the PHP code. And right now, this might sound pretty confusing, but it will actually get a lot easier whenever you do it. The select statement is by far the most important statement, as well as the most frequent used statement in SQL. It's used to retrieve data from a table. You can show everything from a table, a column, or just a record, but it all depends on the condition. This is also the statement that we are going to use if a user's information matches the input fields. So whenever a user inputs his username and password inside the login page, and he clicks on the submit button, we want to run an SQL query inside our PHP code that will select a row if the username matches. So before we start, make sure that the right database is selected, and if you have done that, click on the SQL tab. There are multiple select statements that we could run. I want to start with the basic ones and make it more difficult every time we create a new one. In order to create a select statement, you need to write down select in capitals, space, And after the space, we want to specify what we actually want to select. This can be one column or even more. And what I want to do first is to write down a star sign. And what the star sign basically means is, well, select everything. So after the star sign, hit space. And now we need to say where we want to select it from. So let's write down the keyword from, space, and the table name. And in our case is users. So let's click on go and run the query. And you can see that everything that we have in our database is selected. So a quick tip for you guys, we will be executing multiple queries, and whenever you click on show query box, you can see the query that we last inputted. Otherwise, you just have to copy paste it every single time. So instead of selecting it all, I only want to select the username. So we need to replace the star with username, which is the column. Click on go, and you can see that we're only getting the usernames. What eventually our main goal is to use a select query whenever a user tries to log in. And I want to create the query to show you how this actually works. So let's click on show query box. So whenever a user clicks on the submit button, we want to select all the information if there is a match. So let's replace username with star again. And let's go after users. And we want to specify something new. We want to create a condition that needs to be checked in order to print the right information on the screen. And this can be done with a where keyword. So what we're basically saying right now is select everything from users where the username is equal to something. So let's say space, username is equal to, well, it's a string, so in single quotes. And let's say Dari06. Let's test it out and click on go. And you can see that Dari06 has an ID of 1 and a password of 123456. And you can also see that the border of the where statement gets highlighted in yellow and all the information of a user is printed out. So let's click on show query box again. And later on in our PHP code, we want to replace whatever comes after the equal sign with the value of the input field. And remember that we actually did that using Superglobal Post. I want to show you something else as well, because we can use something that we have discussed in one of our beginning episodes, and that is logical operators. So we want to see if username is equal to Dari06, or, do you remember it, the AND and OR statement? So we want to see if username is equal to Dari06, and let's say that ID is equal to 4, which is totally different. Well, let me put 4 in single quotes. It's not necessary because it's an integer. So let's run the query. And you can see that the output is, well, 2 rows, because we wanted to check if the username is equal to Dari06 or the ID is equal to 4. And they are both true, so both of the statements are printed out. And let me also show you what will happen if we get 0 results back from the database. So let's click on show query again. And let's replace ID with something that we don't have. So let's say 10. And let's change the username to Dari01. Let's click on go. And you can see that the query will be executed, but we're getting an empty result set because both where statements does not exist. Updating database rows can be very useful for a password reset. So whenever a user fills in his new password and clicks on the submit button, the PHP code will do a request to the database to update the current password. So let's go right inside of our database, called PHP Tutorials, and let's click on the users table. You can see that we have 5 rows, and let's click on SQL to create a new update query. Let's remove everything that's inside of our query box. And let's open a new localhost, PHPMyAdmin. Let's click on the tutorial and open our table. What I actually want to do right now is to update the name of the second row. So let's say that we want to set our name equal to Dari90 and our password to new password. And in order to do this, we need to go to our previous tab and start writing a query. To update a row, you need to start with the keyword update, space, followed by the name of the table that you want to update. So let's say users. And what I actually want to do from now on is to make our queries more readable. So after our first update, let's hit enter. And on the next line, I want to continue on writing our query. So we need to write set, space, and then we need to write down what we actually want to change inside of our table. So we want to set our username equal to, well, single quotes, and we need to change our password as well, so comma. Right inside of our single quotes, we want to set our username to Dari90. And after the comma, I want to write down password and set the value equal to new password. So whenever you want to update information, you need to use a where statement. Because if we look at that query right now, what we're basically saying is update users, set username equal to Dari90 and password to new password. And if we click on go right now, all the rows will be affected and all the usernames are equal to Dari90 and all the passwords are equal to new password. And that's not what we want. So let's go on the next line and write down where. And what we want to update is the second row. So let me show it to you. So we want to update where ID is equal to 2. Let's go back to our query and let's write that down. We want to update where our ID is equal to 2. Let's click on go and you can see that run row is affected. So click on our table again and you can see that our ID stayed the same because we didn't change that, but our username is changed to Dari90 and our password changed to new password. This is also pretty useful and something that we will use quite a lot. So once again, let's go into our database PHP tutorials and click on the users table. Right here, I want to delete the second row where my ID is equal to 2, username is equal to 90, and password is equal to new password. So remember that our ID is equal to 2. And right now we want to create a query, so let's click on SQL. Let's remove whatever is inside of it. And to delete a row, we need to start off with the keyword delete, space. And now we need to specify from where we want to delete it. And in my case, it's from, so keyword from, space, the table users. Let's go on the next line, and we need to create a where statement, because if we delete it right now, we will delete everything in our database. So let's write down where our ID is equal to 2. So let's click on go. And our local host will ask for a confirmation. And click on OK. And one row is affected. So let's click on users. And you can see that ID 2 is deleted from a table. A fun thing about the delete statement is that you can also add an OR statement as well. So let's click on SQL again. And let's create a new query. So let's say delete from users on the next line where ID is equal to 4 or username is equal to Dari07. Select it, copy it, and let's click on go. And our local host will ask for another confirmation. Click on OK. And you can see that one row just got affected. So let's go to users. And we actually deleted Dari07 before and it didn't exist. But we had an ID of 4, and that's the row that is deleted right now. The order by statement in SQL is used to sort the data in either ascending or descending according to one or more columns. And for the people that don't know what ascending means, that basically means that the numbers or alphabetical letters would be arranged from smallest to highest. And descending means that the number or alphabetic letters will be arranged from highest to smallest. What we did in the previous episode was, well, we basically deleted all our rows. So what I want to do right now is to add some values inside of it. So if we click on our users table, you can see that we only have 3 rows. So let's click on SQL in the top of our screen. And let's create a insert into users, parentheses, and we want to add username, comma, password. On one line below, we want to add the values, parentheses. The first one is, well, Jack, and the password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And let's copy paste it. And I will only be changing the name right now. I won't focus on the password. So the name of the second person is David. Let's create a new one. And let's say Michael. And the last one is John. Let's click on Go. And 4 rows are inserted. And let's click on our users table. And now we can actually start ordering them. So let's click on SQL again. And if you want to order data, you need to use the select statement. So let's write down select. And we want to select everything. So a star. From the table, users. And on the line below, we want to order it by, in capitals, space. And now we have to say if we want this to be ascending or descending. So let's start by descending, because by default, the order by statement sorts the data in ascending order. And you do not need to write down descending, you can just use a keyword called DESC. Select it and copy it, and let's click on Go. And you can see that the ID starts with the highest, which is 9. Well, we actually didn't need to copy it because we can click on Show Query Box. So let's click on it. And let's replace desk, DESC, with ASC, which stands for ascending. Click on Go. And you can see that the lowest ID number is 1, then 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Now, what I want to do next is to order it by a string, so our username. So let's click on Show Query Box again. And instead of ordering it by ID, I want to order it by username. Let's click on Go. And you can see that, well, the D is one of the first letters in the alphabet. So the first 3 rows are a D, well, the 4th one as well. Then we have a J of Jack and John. And the last one is Michael. And this can also be done in a descending way. So let's do that as well. Let's click on Go. And you can see that, well, the same table just appeared, but Michael is just at the top, John is second, Jack is third, and so on. So in the last couple of episodes, we talked about how we can insert and manipulate data inside a database. And in this episode, I want to focus on how we could access our database directly from our website. So let's create a new folder and call it Projects or Project. And inside our project folder, let's create an index.php. And let's create HTML markup by writing down doc, hit tab. Let's save it and refresh the browser. And let's open our folder project. What we do not want to do with our connection is to put it right inside of our index.php, so inside of our body tags. But we want to create a new file that stores our database connection. So let's create a new folder and call it includes inside our project folder, of course. And inside our includes folder, let's create a new file and let's name it database.php. Let's create opening and closing PHP tags. If you're only going to use PHP code inside a file, it's not necessary to add a closing PHP tag, but for the sake of this video, I will do it. So in order to connect to a database, we need 4 params. So let's create a new variable, and let's call it dbHost. Set it equal to double quotes and a semicolon. So let's copy paste it 4 times. And let's change the name of the second one to dbUser. We also need a dbPass, and we need a dbName. Now we need to fill in the values. So inside the double quotes of our dbHost, we need to write down the host name. And since we are using a localhost server, the name is localhost. But you actually need to be aware that if you are using a web server to upload documents, you actually need to change it to whatever your host is. So let me add a comment. Let's say params to connect to a database. And let me zoom in. All right. So inside the double quotes of dbUser, we need to write down the username. And since we are using XAMPP, the default username is root. The password needs to be empty because we don't have a password. The default password in XAMPP is empty. So if you actually have created a password somewhere, you need to fill it in right here. But I will keep it empty because, well, I don't have a password. And if you are using an online server as well, you need to add a password, otherwise it won't work. In the variable dbName, the value needs to be the name of the database that we created. And if you remember, I called mine PHP tutorial. And if you used another name, you need to use the name that you gave to your database because, well, PHP tutorial won't work for you, of course. So now that we have created our params, we need to create our database connection. So let's create a variable called con of connection and set it equal to a PHP function called MySQL I_connect. And you probably might wonder what the I is after MySQL, and the I stands for improved. Well, if I remove it, you can see that the color is still green, and they accomplish the same thing. But MySQL I supports some things that the old MySQL does not. So things like prepared statement, multiple statements, or transactions. And I know that you haven't heard of these before, but you will later on. So I always recommend you to use MySQL I because it's simply an improved version. So let me add a comment, connection to database. So inside the parentheses, we need 4 params. And, well, we actually create the 4. So let's copy paste them inside our parentheses and separate them with a colon. We also need. Keep in mind that this is the order that you need to write them inside your connection. And well, it's the same order that we created our params. So let's go to our index.php, and at the top of our page, let's create PHP opening and closing tags, and let's require once the folder includes /database.php, and let's end it with a semicolon. So right now, in our body tag, we have access to the variable con, which is the connection of our database. And whenever we need to connect to the database, we just need to refer to the variable con. Well, let's actually go back to the database.php, and right below my connection, I want to create an if statement. Because, well, I want to see if the connection actually exists. So let's say that if variable con, and if it's true, we don't want to do anything. But else, so if there's not a connection, I want to use a function called die. And let's add some text. And let's say database connection failed. And later on, you will see why this is important to do, because we won't get an error message right now, but whenever we are not connected, you can see that the database connection failed message will be printed out on the screen. In the previous episode, we created our database connection and we required the connection inside our index.php. So let me show it to you right here. And this is the connection that we created. So with the variable con that we created, we can go inside our database and write down the data inside our web page. So let's go to our index.php and let's remove variable con. Let's create opening and closing PHP tags. And let's start creating our connection. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to select all the data using an SQL statement. So let's create a new variable called SQL and set it equal, well, to double quotes and a semicolon. By now, you must know what a select query is. So let's write it down. Inside our double quotes, let's say that we want to select star, so everything, from the table's users that we created in the introduction to database sections. Now that we have the SQL query that we want, we need to get inside of our database to perform the query. This is also called querying. And the way you do this is, well, let's go one line below and let's create a new variable called result and let's set it equal to a MySQL I function, so MySQL I underscore query. And the MySQL query takes two params. So the first one is the connection, and in our case it's con, because we can actually access it. And the second one is the query that you actually want to perform, and in our case it's variable SQL. Now what will happen is that the results will be fetched, and what we want to do is to print it out on our website. Before we actually want to print something out, I want to do a check if we are actually getting something back, and if we do not, we want something to be printed out. So let's go one line below. Let's create a new variable called row count and set it equal to MySQL I underscore num underscore rows. And this function returns the number of rows in a result set. And it takes one param, and that's what we actually want to check. And in our case, we want to check variable result. So let's go one line below. And right here, we want to create an if statement. And we want to check if we have more than one line, because if that is true, the database is returning something, and that's actually what we want. So in our if statement, the condition needs to be that if row count is greater than 0, do something. So let's go inside our if loop. Well, we're selecting everything right now with a star sign. So we need to create a while loop inside our if statement that keeps printing everything out as long as it's getting back results. But before we continue on, let's create an else statement and let's echo out no results found. So let's go right back inside of our condition of the while loop. And we need to create a new variable called row. And let's set it equal to a new function called MySQL I underscore fetch underscore assoc. And what this function does is it returns an associative array that corresponds to the fetched row until there are no more rows left. So it takes one param because, well, we're not fetching anything right now. And that's the variable result because that's what we actually want to fetch. So let's go inside our while loop. This might be a little bit too much for now because, well, you're learning all these new functions. So let me explain to you what we're doing. So we created a query, select all from users, and we called it SQL. Then we created a new query called results that will check if the query can be performed in the database. We created a new variable called row count, and that will count the rows that we're getting back from variable result, as you can see in the param. So if the amount of row count is higher than 0, what we're doing in our if statements, then we want to loop through the data and print everything out as an associative array. And since it's an array, we need to echo it out like an array. So let's do that. So let's say echo variable row, because we're setting it equal to the fetched results, brackets, semicolon. So inside our brackets, we need to specify the column that we want to print. So remember, we had an ID, a username, and a password. So let's say that we want to echo out username. Well, let's also add a break. Let's save it. Let's refresh the browser. And you can see all the names that we have in our database on our screen. And let me show you my local host real quick, because, well, you must have the same information on your screen. Let me zoom out. Let's enter PHP tutorial, table users. And you can see that we have Dari 06, 08, 10, Jack, David, Michael, and John. And if I close it, you can see that the same names are printed out on my screen. And you can even echo out the password. So let's echo out username, punctuation mark, row, brackets, and we want the password. So let's save it, refresh it, and you can see that all the passwords are printed out. But that's not what we want right now. The problem right now is that, well, we're selecting everything. But what we can do is to go after users and create a condition. And let's say that we want to select everything from users where the ID is equal to 1. Save it, refresh the browser, and the output is Dari 06. And remember that we deleted ID number 2, so let's try to print it out. And we have no results. And this is why I like the else statement, because, well, if I remove it, save it, refresh it, nothing's happening. So you don't know what the problem actually is. Since we have our query in our index.php right now, let's go back to the database and let's write a typo in our DB name. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that, well, database connection failed. So you know what the problem is right here, because we made a typo right here. In the previous episodes, we checked how we could echo out database information in our PHP code. What our goal eventually is to check if the data from the database is equal to the input fields of the login form. So in order to do this, we actually need to create a login form. And before we do that, I want to separate my index.php, because we will actually need the header and footer on our login and register form. So in our includes, let's create a new file, and let's name it header.php. Let's create another one, and let's call it footer.php. And let's put some stuff inside our header.php. First off, we want everything until our opening body tag. We also need our require once database, because we need it on every single page. So let's remove it from our index page, and let's paste it in our header. And let's do the same thing for our footer. We need our closing body tag and HTML tag. So let's copy it, paste it in our footer, and in between our body and HTML tag, let's create a footer opening and closing tag. So let's save it, close it. We don't need our header right now, so let's save it as well and close it. Let's focus on our index.php. Right now, we don't need our code right here. So let's remove it, and let's require once. Inside our folder includes, and we want our header.php. Copy paste it, and let's replace it with footer. In between our PHP tags, let's write home. Save it, refresh the browser, and you can see our home page. So in our projects folder, let's create a new file, and let's call it style.css, because we want to style some stuff. And let's open our header.php, because below our title, we need to create a link. So let's type down link. The rel is equal to style sheet. The type is equal to text//CSS. And the href is equal to style.css. And inside our header.php, let's create our navigation. So below our body text, let's write down header, hit tab. Let's create a nav. So our navigation, we need an unordered list. And inside our unordered list, we need list items. And every list item has a link. So let's create a href and a closing href tag. So the href of our first page is index.php. And in between our tags, let's write down home. Let me zoom out. Yes. So let's copy paste it 2 more times. Let's change the second one to login and the last one to register. And the links as well. So login, register. We don't have these right now, but we will create them in a second. So let's do the same thing for a footer real quick. So let's go to footer, and in between our footer, opening and closing tag, let's create a paragraph tag. And let's say, this is my footer of the login and register form. Save it, close it, because we don't need it anymore. So right now, we need to style everything. And I won't be explaining what all the styling means, but I want to work with a good looking form. So let's go to our style sheet and let's style our HTML first. So let's say that the width is 100%, the height is also 100%, and the font family is equal to Helvetica, Arial, Sans Serif. Now we need to style our body. So the padding is 0 and the margin is 0 as well. Now we need to style our header. The height is equal to 60 pixels. The background color, right now it's white, but I want it to be less white. So F2, F2, F2. And it has a box shadow, box shadow of 0, 0, 10 pixels, and the color is 0, 0, 0. So save it, refresh it, and let me zoom out a little bit. This looks a little bit better. So let's continue on. Now we need to style our unordered list, which we want to float to the right. The position is relative, and we want it to be 10% from the right. Save it, refresh it, and this is what we want. Well, not yet though. So right now we want to style our list items. So we want the elements to be inlined, and we want the list style to be none. This looks better. So we also need to style the links because right now they are blue and I don't like that. So let's say that the text decoration is none. The color is black. The font size is 18 pixels. And the padding is 0 top, 0 right, 0 bottom, and 20 pixels to the left. Save it, refresh it, and this looks way better. We also need to style our footer real quick because, well, it's right now at the top of our screen, but we want it to be at the bottom. So footer, and the position needs to be absolute, otherwise it can't be at the bottom. So the bottom is 0%, the width is 100%, the height is 60 as well, pixels. The background color is F2, F2, F2. The box shadow is also the same, 0, 0, 10 pixels, black. And the text align needs to be in the center, and the margin is 0 auto, otherwise the text align won't work. Save it, and this is what I actually want. Well, let's style the paragraph as well, and let's say text transform uppercase. Alright. Now that we have styled our header and footer, we need to create our login page. So let's close off style.css. Inside projects, let's create a new file and let's name it login.php. So we actually can copy our index, and let's paste it right here. And instead of home, let's create h1 tags and say login. Let's create a paragraph tag and let's say no account. let's create a link and say register.php. And the text needs to be register here. And we need to close our href. Save it. Well, let's go to login.php. All right. Now we need to create a form. And we will keep the action empty right now because we will fill it in whenever we are at the point that we want to create our backend code. The method is equal to post. And we need two input fields. The first one is type is equal to text. The name is username. And the placeholder is equal to username. Let's copy it and paste it. And the second one, the type is equal to password. The name is equal to password as well. And the placeholder is password with capital P. We need to create a button because it needs to be submitted. And the type is equal to submit. And in between our button text, let's write down login. Save it, refresh it, and we need to style it. This isn't that much, so let's open our style.css. I even said that we don't need it. Excuse me. So let's style the h1. And let's say text transform uppercase. Font size is 48 pixels. Now we need to style our paragraph link. So the register here, let's say color 666. We actually forgot to put it inside div tags. Excuse me. All right. Because we want to style it. Well, we want to text align it in the center. So the width is 100%, margin is 0 auto, and text align is in the center. This looks better. Now we need to style our input field, and the display is block, because we want them to be beneath each other. The margin is 20 pixels auto, text align center, box shadow 0, 0, 10 pixels, 666. The width is 240 pixels. The height is 30 pixels. And the background color is F2, F2, F2. Now we need to style the button and then we're done styling. The width is 240. Height is 60. Background color is black. So 0, 0, 0, 0. And the color is FFFFFF. Save it, refresh it, and this is what we're looking for. So what we need to do next is to create our register form. So let's save it and close it. Well, let's copy our login. Let's close it. Let's create a new file in project, and let's name it register.php. Paste it in here. Let's replace login to register. And let's change no account to already have an account. Login. Let's change the link to login. And let's copy the input because we need to have a confirm. Well, the name needs to be confirm password. Register needs to be in between the button tags. And well, let's change login in our URL to register. And let's change the placeholder as well to confirm password. Yes, this is what we want. So now that we have created our markup, we can focus on the functionality of the form. In the next couple of episodes, we're going to work on a PHP script that registers users in our database. So inside our includes folder, let's create a new file and let's call it register-inc.php. I added a dash because we already have a UI with the name register, so I don't want to confuse you. So the register-inc.php will be the place where we are going to create our script. So what we need to do now is to go to our register.php and we need to set the action to includes /register-inc.php. So whenever the submit button is clicked, we will refer to the register inc.php page, where we will be doing some error handlers and see if there are any problems in the form. So let's go to our register.inc and let's create opening and closing PHP tags. And let me zoom in a little bit. And like I said in the previous episodes, you do not need to have a closing PHP tag, because on this page we're only going to focus on PHP code. And you only need a closing PHP tag whenever you're working inside HTML code. But since I've actually done this in the last couple of episodes, I will do it here as well. So the first thing that we're going to do is to check if a user has clicked the button, since it's possible for users to access the page without clicking the button. So if you go to my URL and remove register.php, and after the backslash we're writing includes /register-inc.php, we got redirected to the backend of this page, and that's, well, not what we want. So therefore we actually need to do some checks before we continue on. And before we continue on, well, let's go back to the register page. And in our PHP tags, let's create an if statement to see if the user have clicked the button with the isSet function. And since our method in our register.php is equal to post, we want to check for the post method with a $_post, set of brackets, and in single quotes we want to check for submit, because the type of the button is submit, and we actually need to set the name equal to submit as well. I think I actually forgot this in the last episode. So now that we have added this, we know that the user came here the legit way, and by not changing the URL. Let me zoom out a little bit because I think it's a little bit too much. So what we need to do now is to call our connection from the database. And before we continue on, let me give you a reminder. In our includes folder we have database.php, so let's click on it. And I'm actually seeing something that I could do better. So let's copy the die function, and let's add an exclamation mark right in front of variable con, because true becomes false now, and we can place our die function right inside the if, and we can remove the else. This looks way better because it's not good to have an if statement without anything inside of it. So let's save it. Let's go back to our register. And whenever the button is clicked, we want to require our database connection. So let me add a comment, add database connection. And let's say require, single quotes, semicolon, database.php. And since we are already inside the includes folder, we do not need to use it in front of database.php. So right now, we have access to a variable con. And what we want to do now is to fetch the information from the form when a user registers on the website. And in order to do that, we actually need to do the same thing as we did in the condition of the if statement. So the post method. And with the post method, we want to grab information from the form. So let's create a variable called username, because, well, the first input field is username. And let's set it equal to the post method. So $_post, brackets, and inside the brackets, we want to grab the username, because in our register form, you can see that the name is equal to username. So we're grabbing that username. And let's end it with a semicolon. And the same thing needs to be done for the password and confirm password. So let's copy paste it 2 more times. Change the second variable to password. And the name is equal to password, and the confirm password is confirm password. So let's change it. Password, and the last one is confirm password, and the variable name is confirm pass. So what we're doing right here is taking the information that's inputted in input field username, password, and confirm password, and we're setting it equal to a variable called username, password, and confirm password. In the next episode, I want to start working on some error handlers so we could tell a user what went wrong. We need to do some error handlers to see if the user has made mistakes. because a username can only be created once, and we don't want to have two usernames in our database. So therefore, we want to give an error message whenever the username already exists. I will be including the most basic error handlers that I could think of. There are so many error handlers that you actually could do, but I looked around on a couple of websites and just took the basic ones. And if you remember, in our database, we said that our columns cannot be empty. So let me show that to you. So let's go to localhost /phpMyAdmin. That went wrong. Let's click on PHP tutorials, table users, and let's click on structure. And you can see that the values of ID, username, and password cannot be null. So let's go back to our register form. And the first check that I want to do is to check if all the fields are filled in. So right below our variables, let's create an if statement. And the condition is a function called empty, because we want to check if a variable is empty or not. And it would return true if a variable is empty and false if it's not empty. So what we first want to check is variable username. And we actually could create 3 if statements, but right here, I want to use a logical operator. So right after our first function, so in between the closing parentheses, let's write down 2 vertical bars, and let's copy our function, paste it after the vertical bars, and change the variable to password. And let's do the same thing for our confirm password. And be careful when you're copy pasting stuff, because you can make easily mistakes with parentheses or semicolons, because we are creating a function which has parentheses inside our if statement that also has parentheses. And I'm just saying this because it's, well, even for me, a very common mistake to make a typo with parentheses or semicolons. So be aware that if you're getting one, the problem is with parentheses or semicolon, and the code is not the problem. So if a field is empty, we want to redirect the user to the same form with an error message. So inside our if statement, let's use a function that we already have used before called header, and set the location, well, in double quotes, location, colon, to punctuation mark / register.php. And if you don't know what the punctuation mark / means, this is basically going back one directory, because right now we're in our includes folder, but our register.php is right inside of our project folder. So we're taking a step back from includes and we're going to project. And after register.php, let's add a question mark and say that error is equal to empty fields. We also want to send back some information because, well, some programmers do not care that the user has to re-enter all his fields again. But from a user experience perspective, you don't want the user to fill in all the fields again. And especially when you're dealing with a website that is generating money for you. So I recommend you to do this, because otherwise the user has to fill in all his fields again, and chances are that it will probably go to another website. And the way you do this is by setting the name of the input field equal to the variable. So after empty fields, let's write down an ampersand and say that username is equal, and let's concatenate the variable username. And, well, because the password is sensitive information, we don't want to send back the password in the URL. So right now, let's test it out. But before we do that, we need to include this page inside our header.php. So let's do that. Let's go to our header.php. And let's copy paste our required ones from the database and change database to register-inc. So let's save it. Well, let's save all the pages. So let's fill in a username and let's say Dari. Let's add a password of 12345, and let's not add a confirm password. And let's make the screen bigger, and let's click on register. And you can see that we're getting an error message in the URL because we have an empty field and the username is equal to Dari. And that's what we want. But if we go back, we need to add something else inside our if statement. We want to add a new function below our header function called exit. Because we basically want to jump out of the code because we don't want anything after the if statement to be executed. So let's create an else if statement. And it really doesn't matter if you have a space between else if. PHP will understand that, well, with or without space, you're dealing with an else if statement. So the condition of the else if statement will be a new function called preg_match. But we want to add an exclamation mark right in front of it because we want to see if it is false. And what preg_match basically does is it searches in a string for a pattern and it will return true if it exists and false if it isn't. And preg_match takes two params. The first one is the search pattern and the second one is where you want to search in. So let's say first and second. And the search pattern that I'm using for a username is a very common one that you can find everywhere on the internet. So inside our first set of double quotes, we need to write down a /, a caret, so an arrow up, and a set of brackets. And inside the brackets, we want to say what we want to allow. And we want to allow letters A-Z, so A until Z. And we also want to allow them in uppercase. And we want to allow the numbers 0 through 9. So let's go outside of our brackets, write down a star and a /. And the second param is what we actually want to check. So what we want to check, well, we don't need double quotes. We want to check for username because we don't want to have any weird signs inside of our username. And whenever a user has an invalid username, we want to do, well, basically the same as in the if statement, so the header and exit function. But instead of saying you have empty fields, we want to say invalid username. And we want to send back the username. So let's go outside of our else if and let's create a new one. And what we want to do right here is to check if the password do not match the confirm password. So let's write down variable password and let's say exclamation mark equal to confirm pass. So if we just say equal, we want to see if they are equal. But we want to give an error message only if they are not equal. So let's go back and let's copy the same message from above. So the header and exit. Let me make my screen a little bit bigger. And let's change the error message, so invalid username, to password do not match. So passwords, I made a mistake. Passwords do not match. And we actually want to send back the username because the username is valid. And the last check that we want to do is to see if a username already exists inside of our database. So let's create an else statement. And inside the else statement, we need to create a connection to the database to see if a username already exists. So let's create variable SQL, let's set it equal to double quotes. And the rest of the code will be done in the next episode, where I want to use a database to see if the results of a user matches database information. And the way I will be doing this is using prepared statements. In this episode, I want to use prepared statements to insert data in the database. So like we did in the first episode of this section, let's create a variable in our else statement. Let's create a variable called SQL and set it equal to double quotes and a semicolon. Inside the double quotes, we want to create a query. So what we want to do is to select username from the table users, where username is equal to, and right now I actually want to show you how prepared statements work. The way you learn it in a lot of other videos is just by copy-pasting the variable username and pasting it right after it, just like this. And what I want to learn you from the beginning is the right way, and that's using prepared statements. And what a prepared statement is a SQL query template containing placeholders instead of the actual param. And we will replace these placeholders with the actual values. Using prepared statements has a lot of advantages because it can be executed repeatedly with high efficiency, because the statement is parsed only once. And well, what I think is the biggest advantage is that it provides strong protection against SQL injection, because parameter values are not embedded directly inside the SQL query. So what we are doing right now, it is because, well, it's directly in the query, but they will be sent to the database separately. The reason why it's important to use prepared statements is, well, let's go back to our page. A hacker can easily go in our input field, let's say username, and say something like drop database, which is not the exact query to drop a database, but there is one. The query will be performed inside our database and it will drop our database. And using a prepared statement is simply by removing the variable username with a question mark. You do not need to put the question mark inside single quotes like this, because SQL will see this as a string, so it will actually put a question mark inside our database. So let's remove them. So let's go one line below. And we want to create a new variable called STMT, which stands for statement. And we want to set it equal to a function called MySQL underscore STMT underscore init, which stands for initialize. And this function initializes a statement and returns an object to use with MySQL underscore statement underscore prepare, which we'll be using in a second. So MySQL statement init takes one param, and that's our database connection. So $con. So let's go one line below. And we want to create an if statement, because the way I like to work is to always check for errors first before we continue on. So what I want to check inside the condition is if, so question mark, the variable that I just said, MySQL underscore STMT underscore prepare failed. So therefore we're adding a question mark. And this takes two params, and that's STMT, so the statement, and the actual query. And in our case, it's SQL, it's the first one. So if it failed, so the SQL query and the statement cannot be matched, we want to copy paste one error, so the header. So let's copy it, paste it. So we don't even need the username to be passed. And we want to set the error equal to SQL error. But if it didn't fail, we want to continue our script. So let's create an else statement. And inside the else statement, we want to take the information that the user gave us, so the variables at the top, and we want to put it inside the database and run it with an SQL variable. So inside the else statement, let's use a new function called MySQL underscore STMT underscore bind underscore param. So what we're going to do is to bind, and what we actually want to bind is the statement. So that's the first param, STMT, and there's another one, so comma, and this is the data type that we're going to pass in. So you need to write down in double quotes the letter S, which stands for a string. So SQL knows that, hey, we're passing a string to the database, and then I stands for integer and a B stands for Boolean. So right now we want to pass in only the username, so we're using one S. But let's say that we want to check an username and email. So you only need to add an extra S inside the double quotes. You don't need to put it in a new set of double quotes because that won't work. So let's remove it and let's continue on. There's another param, which is the third one, and this is the variable that the user has passed inside the input fields. So in our case, it's comma, variable, username. So what we want to do after we binded the param is to call a new function called MySQL underscore statement underscore execute. And this takes one param, and that's the statement that we want to execute. And in our case, it's $stmt. So what we're doing right now is focusing on our prepared statement, but we actually need to check if there is a match and the user already exists, or the username already exists. And the way you do that is by using a function called MySQL underscore stmt underscore store underscore result. And what this does is it takes the result that we got from the database and it stores it back in the variable stmt. So what we need to do now is to see how many results we're getting back. So let's create a new variable on the line below called row count. Set it equal to MySQL underscore stmt underscore num underscore rows. And this will check how many rows we're getting back from the database. We're getting rows back from the database because we want the ID, the username, and password. And what we actually want to count is the statement. So let's copy it. Well, let's write it down, stmt. So now variable row count will be equal to the amount of rows we're getting back from the database. And this should be 0 or 1. Because if the username already exists, we're getting 1 row back from the database, and which can be possible. And if we're getting 0 back, we know that the username doesn't exist and we can continue on. So now that we actually got this, we can go, well, 2 lines below and create an if statement. And inside the condition, we can check if row count is greater than 0. And like I said, if it's greater than 0, that means that we already have a user with a username. So what we want to do next is to redirect the user to the register page and an error message. So let's copy our header and exit again. Let's paste it inside the if statement. And let's change the error to username taken. This was pretty much the last check that we did, because what we need to do right now is to sign up a user to a website. So let's create an else statement after the if statement of the row count. And inside the else statement, we're going to do something we actually did before. We're going to run a query. So let's copy the SQL query and paste it inside the else statement. But instead of selecting, well, let's remove everything inside of it. But instead of selecting, we actually want to insert something in the database. And we're going to do this with prepared statements as well. So let's write down insert into users, parentheses, values, another set of parentheses. And since we already have an auto increment on our ID, we do not need to add an ID inside the insert, but we only need to add a username and password. So let me show you our database real quick. Let's go to PHP tutorials, users, and you can see that we have an ID, which is auto increment. We have a username and password. So inside the first set of parentheses, let's write down username, comma, password. And inside the values, we want to insert placeholders, because remember, we're working with prepared statements. So let's write down question mark, comma, question mark. Let's go 1 line below. Well, we can actually copy our statement as well, paste it right inside of the else statement, because we want to run a new statement. And we actually want to run the if statement as well. So let's paste it inside of it again. Well, don't forget to add your closing bracket right here, because I didn't copy it. What we're doing right here is checking if the SQL statement matches. So we're doing that in the if statement. Else, so we need to create an else statement. We want to continue on. And what we basically want to do right here is 3 MySQL functions. And hey, we actually got them. So let's copy them, the bind, the execute, and the result. And we actually forgot to do something because we want to store the statement. And inside the other one as well, so we want to store the statement. However, when we inserted the data in our first query, we only checked the username. So what we want to insert is the username and password. In the bind param function, we need to add another s, and after the variable username, we want to add a comma and variable password. And please do remember that bind param needs to be in the same order as your query, because if we replace username with password and password with username, our username will be stored in the password column, and that's not what we want. In the last episode, we created prepared statements and created a query check to insert data in a database. And of course, we don't want to enter the password of a user inside the database without hashing it. Whatever the user has put inside the input field will be visible in the database. And once again, if a hacker gets access to your database, he can get right to the usernames and passwords. And when you're dealing with a website that has credit card information or whatever sensitive information attached to it, that person will be in a lot of trouble. And the way you prevent this is by hashing passwords. And what you will basically do with hashing passwords is creating a new encrypted password of 60 characters using a strong one-way hashing algorithm. So whenever a user tries to log in, we're taking the hashed password and we're going to rehash it to the original password. Then we will perform a check if it matches, and if it does, we're going to grant access to the user. So in our bind param in our else statement, we do not want to pass in password right now. We want to remove it, and before we bind it, so one line above, we're going to hash the password. So let's create a new variable called hashed pass and set it equal to password underscore hash parentheses. And inside the parentheses, we need to pass in two params. The first one is the original password, so that's variable password, comma. And the second param is the way you want to hash the password. And in our case, we're going to use bcrypt. And the reason why I prefer bcrypt and the reason why I actually prefer bcrypt is that it will always be updated. And whenever there is a security breach, they will be updating it and solving the problem. A common hashing method on the internet is MD5 or MD7, but I'm strongly against using it because it's outdated and not safe anymore. And the method we want to use, so after the comma, is in capitals, password, underscore, default. What we need to do now is go right after username, write a comma, and we want to pass in the hashed pass. We actually do not need the store result statement in our else statement because that's only if you want to fetch information from the database. And right now, we want to insert data in the database. So let's remove it. So what will happen right now is that the user will be inserted in the database, but we actually want to send the user back to the sign up page with a success message. So let's copy the header and exit. Let's paste it. And let's change error to success. And the value is registered. Before we're going to test this, I want to do one more thing. And that's to close the statement, and we need to close the database connection. It's not necessary to do this, because MySQL will automatically do this. We want to save some resources and do it ourselves. So I already looked this up. Let's go to the second to last curly bracket. Let's hit enter. And we need to return a MySQL underscore stmt underscore close. And this takes one param, and that's the MySQL statement that we created. And in our case, that's variable stmt. And what we're basically doing right now is, well, we're closing off the statement. We also need to close the connection. And on the line below, we need to create a MySQL I underscore close. And we want to pass in variable con. So let's save it. Let's go back to the browser, refresh the browser. Let's enter a username. So let's say Dari100. My password is 12345. And the confirm password is 12345. So let's click on register. And you can see that success is equal to registered. So what we need to do now is to go to our PHPMyAdmin. Let's refresh table users. And you can see that Dari100 with ID number 15 and the hashed password is registered in our database. So right in our includes folder, let's create a new file and let's name it login-inc.php. The login script that we will be creating is pretty similar to the register script. So if we go to our register.inc, you can see that we're doing a check if the user actually clicked the submit button in order to access this page. And well, this needs to be done in our login script as well. So let's go to our login-inc and let's create opening and closing PHP tags. And in our opening and closing PHP tags, let's create an if statement where we want to use the function isSet if the post method, so $_post, is clicked with the name submit. I can actually copy paste it from the register page, but for the sake of this video, I won't be doing that because I want to go through it one more time. Right now, we're checking if the user has clicked the submit button. But we want to do something if a user tries to access this page without clicking on the button. So let's create an else statement. Let's go to our register.inc and we need to copy a header and exit. Let's paste it in our else. And let's change the error to access forbidden. So whenever a user is trying to access this page, it will be redirected to the home page. So let's change that as well to the index page with an error which says access forbidden. Just like the register-inc, we need to create the connection to the database. So in our if statement, let's require in single quotes database.php semicolon. And what we want to do now is to grab the information from the input fields and save it in a variable. So let's create variable username and set it equal to $_post. And we want to check for a username. Let's copy paste it. Change the second one to password and the post method to password as well. And if we open our login.php, you can see that the name is equal to username and password. Well, now that we have assigned the post method username and password to a variable, we need to do some checks. And the first thing that we will be doing is to check if the user let one of the input fields open, because you need to have a username and password to log in. So let's create an if statement, and the condition is a function called empty, and we want to see if variable username is empty. And we don't want to create another if statement, so let's add 2 vertical bars, because we want to see that if username or password is empty. So let's create another empty function. And now we want to check for password. And just like I said in the previous episode, be aware that you can easily make mistakes with the parentheses. Because while empty has 2 parentheses, and the if statement has parentheses as well. And if it's empty, we want to copy our error message, paste it in the if statement. And let's say instead of access forbidden, empty fields. I actually don't think it's necessary to send back information in the URL because it's not a sign up form. But if you want to, you can actually add the username inside the header function as well. But I will just send them back with an error message. So let's create an else statement. Because while we don't want to do any other checks, we just want to connect to the database and see if the input fields that the user wrote down matches with the database information. And you might probably think that this is pretty difficult to do, but it actually isn't. So inside the else statement, let's run an SQL query, so variable SQL, set it equal to double quotes semicolon, and inside the double quotes, we want to select, so everything, so star, from the table users, where the username is equal to a question mark. And we're using a question mark because we're going to run another prepared statement. And now that we actually got our query, we want to initialize a new statement. So let's create a variable called stmt and set it equal to a function MySQL underscore stmt underscore init. And we want to initialize it by referring to the connection. And at the top of our page, we required our database connection, so we can use variable con right here. Let's go back to databases.php so I can show you what a variable con is. And that's the database connection that we created. What we want to do now is to run the SQL statement and check if it actually works in the database. And this will be done exactly the same way as the registers page, what we did right here, but I don't want to copy paste it. So let's create an if statement. And inside the condition, we want to check if it does not work with an exclamation mark. And what we want to check is function MySQL underscore stmt underscore prepare. Because we're going to prepare the statement by running the SQL string inside the database and to check if the statement has an error inside of it or not. And if we get an error, there must be something wrong inside of your statement. So be aware that if something is going wrong, your select statement is probably wrong. So the MySQL statement prepare takes two params. And the first one is the statement, because that's what we want to check. And the second one is the variable SQL. What we want to do inside our if statement is send an error message because we're checking if it's not working. So let's copy paste a header and exit function. And let's return the user back to the index page, so the home page. And the error message is SQL error. Let's create an else statement. Because what we want to do if the information matches is to grab the information from the database. So let's use a function called MySQL underscore stmt underscore bind underscore param. Because we want to bind the information that the user gave us in the input fields with database information so we can see if there's a match. We need to add params. And the first one is the statement, so variable stmt. The second param is the kind of data that we want to send. And we want to send the username, so in double quotes s because it's a string. And the third param is the actual data that we want to send inside of the database. So in our case, it's variable username. Once again, be aware that your bind param must be equal to your statement. So you do not need to pass in a password right now, otherwise your password will be in the column of the username. Now that we have binded our params, let's go one line below and let's create a MySQL underscore stmt underscore execute. And we want to execute variable stmt. Now that we have executed the query, we want to grab the actual results and insert them into a new variable. So on the line below, let's create a variable called results and set it equal to a function called MySQL underscore stmt underscore get underscore results. And we want to get the results from the statement. So in our parentheses, let's add $stmt. We're hoping that we're getting back everything from the database using the select statement right here. But if we look at our code right now, we can risk not getting anything back from the database. So result can actually be equal to nothing. Let's actually change it to result, because we're getting one result back. The if statement right here will only check if a query can be performed, but it won't check if we're getting something back from the database. So we need to run another if statement to check if variable result is empty or not. So let's go right below result. Let's create an if statement. And we want to do two things. We want to check if we're actually getting back a result. And if we're getting back a result, we want to set the result equal to a variable. So let's create a new variable in our if statement condition called row and set it equal to MySQL underscore fetch underscore assoc. And what this function will do is it will fetch the data from variable result, but we actually need to pass in variable result. So what this function will do is it will fetch everything from variable result, and we're going to put it inside an associative array called row. And if we do not use fetch assoc, we will get raw data from the database, but we actually want to format it in an associative array so we can work with it. And if we're not getting anything back from the database, so let's create an else statement. Let's copy our header and exit function, because we want to send back an error message. And what we want to send back is no user, because a user is not found whenever this error message appears. So let's go right back inside of our if statement, where we are going to grab the password if we already have a person with the same username. And what I want to do then is to take the password from the database, hash it, and see if it matches with the actual variable password. So let's create a variable called passCheck and set it equal to password underscore verify. And this function will grab the password that the user has inputted, so password, which is also the first param, so let's add it, comma, and the second password is the password from the database. And since we actually created an associative array called row, we can write down variable row, brackets, single quotes, and I want the password. And be aware that passCheck will be a boolean because the system will see if it's a match or not. So we need to create another if statement below our passCheck. And inside the condition, we need to check if variable passCheck is equal to false. Because if it's equal to false, we don't want to allow the user to log in. So let's copy paste a header and exit function and change the error to wrong pass. Because whenever the pass check is false, it means that the password and the password from the database do not match. But if the password is a match, we want to run an else if statement. Since we're dealing with sensitive information, you want to prevent any kind of problem and just do another check. And inside our condition, we want to see if passCheck is equal to true, equal to true. We actually need to create an else statement as well. And what we want to do in our else statement is basically the same as in the if statement, just to send them back with the same error message. But it's just an extra step security that I like to do. So let's go inside our else if statement, where we want to log in the user to the website. And in order to do this, we need to create a Superglobal Session, because the way a login system works is that the session has the information of a user whenever he signs in. And if a user signs in, we need to check if the Superglobal Session is available on the website or not. And remember, in our Superglobals Session video, I showed you how you could start a session by writing down session underscore start parentheses semicolon. Now we want to create session variables and set them equal to the information that we have. So on the line below, Let's write down $_session, set of brackets, and let's set it equal to a semicolon. And what we want to set it equal to is variable row, so the associative array. But we don't want to check for passwords, but we want to find the ID. And we want to call our session variable session ID. So let's copy paste it one more time, and let's change it to session user. And we want to check for the username. I don't want to save my password in the session because a password is sensitive information. So let's skip the password. Now that we actually created our session, we want to redirect the user to the home page. So let's copy a header and exit. Instead of sending an error, we want to send success. And the message is logged in. Right now, we created our session in our login-inc. But we need to create a session start on the index page as well, because we cannot check if a session variable is available in the website. A session variable needs to be on every single page. And the way we can do that is to go to our header.php. And in our PHP opening and closing tags, we want to write down session_start. Because we're requiring our header on every single page. So every single page right now has a session. We also want to, give a message to the user whenever he is logged in. So let's go to our index.php, because if it is successful, we're redirecting them to the index page. So let's remove home. Let's create opening and closing PHP tags. And let's create an if statement. And the condition is a check. So let's create an isSet function. And let's check for $_session, brackets, single quotes. And let's say that we want to check the session ID. And whenever a session ID is available, we want to echo out, you are logged in. And otherwise, so else, we want to echo out home. Before we test our login page, we need to go to our login.php, and the action needs to be equal to includes /login-inc.php. I actually forgot something. Let's go back to our login.php, and let's set the name of our button equal to submit as well. Save it, refresh it. Let's change the name to Dari100 and the password to 12345. Click on login, and we're getting an error message. I think I actually made a typo, so let's go back on line 22, and it's get result. So let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that success is equal to logged in, and we're getting the you are logged in message. Thank you for watching this episode, and this was actually the last one of this course. So if you have any questions, or maybe you need more explanation about a certain topic, please send me a message, because I will actually make a video for you. Don't forget to leave a review, and thank you for watching this course.